You can run and you can hide. Learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Got to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live on borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Got to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide. Learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Got to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live on borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. One chance for the world, one hope can save us now. Our time for history. Brave hearts will win the day. Run strong all the way. It's time for you and me. 'Cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. Nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black,
closer. Can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another drink, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that pain, but it's light from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Since I left you, you haven't left my mind. You keep me awake, so for my own sake, I had to come and see your face. Can't erase you anyway. So here we go again. Touch your skin, pull me in. You and me, head swimming. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are, the lightness in the dark. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are. Give me your failures.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2022. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf, and it is day number 2. We have an incredible match coming up very, very soon. However, we are going to start with a slightly less intense matchup, heading down towards the lower ends of the standings with KT versus ㅣ2022 to start us off.
Yeah, I think KT come out as very clear favorites tonight, but anything is possible here in the spring season, as we've learned already. Second matchup of the night, though, the one that's happening a little bit later on, 8 p.m., that T1 versus Nongshim. There's so many stories and matchups we'll get into once we get to that second match, but that's the big one for tonight. This is kind of an appetizer, this KT matchup.
Yeah, and we're not saying that it's, any favoritism between the teams and things like that. This is more about the standings and trying to work out who the top dogs are in the LCK. And I think already we've kind of established that KT is a rung above ㅣ2022, but certainly upsets are possible. Let's get to the points of the match and really break this one down for you guys. As which team will bounce back? Of course, KT lost to Nongshim. An understandable loss, however, still probably a grueling one because, of course, it was a 1-2. And ㅣ2022 have fallen into a slump indeed after beating a struggling DRX at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, ㅣ2022 haven't really been able to bounce back just yet. This is definitely a winnable matchup, I'd say, for them, even though they come in as underdogs. We'll see if they can pull it off here this evening. And Dove up against his former team is a really exciting matchup. He's playing up against Rascal, this time in the top side. So arguably, in my opinion, the strongest top laner we have right now in the LCK. I think a lot of people agree, but Dove just role swapping, of course. So it is a very, very tall order to actually come up against Rascal right now.
Yeah, no, it's a real tough one. Of course, Dove formerly in the mid lane, of course, for KT earlier on. So it's not necessarily like he's coming up against this, the new incoming laner that's taken his spot until, mid-game, I guess. Or maybe even not, because this is top lane and he might just be on an island for the entirety of the series. But let's get into the next one. Keep your eyes glued on that bottom lane. Ice and Kale are desperate for a win. Ice really has gone largely unnoticed throughout his first few games. He's been farming a lot, but outside of that, hasn't really been able to do too much.
Envy took 2 of the wins in the first week. The Ezreal and Jhin wins they picked up against DRX, and Ice has not won a single game just yet. They keep using him, so clearly something's working in scrims. And he seems to be a serviceable AD carry who's gaining a lot of experience, I think, through these tough losses, but something's got to change, and this is going to be a tough matchup, of course, into Aiming and Life, who've looked very clean thus far this season, especially Aiming's Aphelios. 4-0 on it currently.
Absolutely. Life set as well, just ridiculously good. Always has been, right? But we haven't really seen Set be such a meta pick. But he makes it work because he's Life, and he just works like that, I guess. As Rascal, Cuz, Arya, Aiming, and Life, welcome to LoL Park, gentlemen. Absolutely fantastic, cool new outfits that KT has. They've gotten rid of the red. It's no longer there. We are just black and white, so that even colorblind people experience KT exactly the same way.
That's true.
I'm actually not sure whether black and whites are different based on different forms of colorblindness. I know you can be colorblind in very different ways, so I think that was outside my realm of expertise. I apologize.
I mean, we can also make the argument that what I see as red and what you see as red are different.
Ooh,
I mean,
maybe.
Who really knows? But the logo remains red. And
the logo is still red.
Yes.
That is true.
KT remains KT Rollster in that they like to give you a lot of hope in the early parts of the season with a retooled roster. And Hirai's got a plan, and the drafting looks better. And then people get excited, and we all know how it ends. But I'm hoping that this team ends up solidifying that start and actually going into the middle of the season with this lead that they have so far.
I know that KT fans right now are like, 5th place, give it to me. That's what we want, and then anything more is a bonus. But ㅣ2022, welcome to LoL Park. They've had a tough start here in the LCK. Dove hasn't necessarily looked like the second coming of Xiaohu, moving from mid lane to top lane, but Croco has looked great in select games. He had a bit of a shocker last time we saw him, but certainly at the very beginning looked really, really strong. Closer is still mechanically proficient, and I think once this team manages to mesh together, things will be a lot better. But I'm looking towards that bottom lane. I feel like Ice hasn't shown anything so far, and honestly, Aiming and Life, look great together already.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest challenges here for Liv Sandbox tonight is going to be the draft, because KT, Rolster have shown an insane versatility of champions. We talk about Life Set, but he's also played Gragas support this season.
And his Gragas support's always been phenomenal as well.
Yeah.
Like, he just, I don't know.
This is the key player matchup, but I think the main reason why we're going to call this one the key player matchup is because Rascal looks to be the best top laner right now. And by the way, that new stat, laner kills, which is being added today, is solo kills, but on the opposing laner of the same role. So this is Rascal #1 in laner kills, meaning in side lanes and in, of course, lanes. He has killed the opposing top laner 6 times so far this season, which is a pretty impressive stat. He's played a lot of champions like Lee Sin, Akali, where that kill potential is there, but he is really putting the pressure on in lane.
Yeah, it was also the one to debut the Chem Tank Akali as well, you know, about a week ago. So very cool. On the cutting edge here, I guess you could say, is Rascal, and looks absolutely fantastic while doing it. I really like that stat. I think the solo kill stat is a little bit misleading, right? Because sometimes you can just jump in and murder an Orianna underneath the turret or something like that, and like, that's not quite as cool as being like, I killed my lane opponent 6 times this season, and it's like he's only played a few games. Like, Rascal's always been the solo kill god, but I just love that stat sticks around every year. It's just, it never goes away. He's just, no, I just solo kill my opponents, all right? That is my thing, and I will do this, and he does.
It's really interesting how he's kind of slotted into Doran's role on KT Rolster in a lot of ways. Because Doran took his place on Gen.G, and now he's on KT Rolster being kind of the strong anchor of the top side of the map, looking for solo kills, trying to keep KT's roster together in terms of getting advantages, side laning really well.
Yep.
And arguably he's a better version of it for this roster, and it's a stronger roster overall. But going back to the draft, man, right now Arya has played 7 unique champions, Rascal's played 6, Life has played 6. Like, this is a very diverse KT Rolster roster, and they're not afraid to play anything, so it's very difficult to draft around them because they'll high prioritize the Akali, and then they'll put it on Rascal, and you're like, okay, I'm not really sure this is going, but they can also give it to Arya, who's a fantastic Akali player, so you might even have to think about banning the Akali, whereas you wouldn't do that against other teams. And for Liv Sandbox, who have already had their own drafting woes so far this season, I think that's going to be the biggest hurdle, is getting onto the Rift itself with a set of 5 champions they feel comfortable with here against KT.
Yep. One thing they don't have is wardrobe woes, because of course Hirai's still looking absolutely fantastic. That gold KT pin, I want one. It looks so incredibly cool. But never mind, I get a little bit distracted when it comes to really cool outfits that we see on stage as well. But anyway, looking forward to seeing how this draft goes. You're exactly right. And here we are, saved by the draft itself. As we'll hop into this one. Of course, we'll be on Rise Watch to make sure that champion isn't picked. We are here as a collective of LCK casters. We dislike Rise. We don't think he should be played. Yes, Showmaker picked up a win. Wolf had to look up the stats.
I was like, who won that one?
Yeah,
oh,
we
yeah,
were guessing.
Showmaker,
We're like,
of course.
yeah, is it Faker, you know, because he's the Rise guy? But no, Faker wasn't able to do it. It was only Showmaker. He also got the highest farm on record so far in the LCK for this season on the champion while he did it. So he needed a fair bit of help, I guess, to make that one work. But
so look at this Akali ban. That's a statement from KT. Remember, this is the team that flexes the Akali the best between Rascal and Arya, and they are the ones who ban it first on blue side. Now, Closer's played 2 games of it. And he's a very good Akali player in his own right.
Dove is as well, right? Because Dove's a mid laner, so these sort of flex top mids are things that they really need to look at. As Caitlyn insta-lock, I mean, that is the most no-brainer move ever.
Yeah, so
and Aiming's like, wow. Did you see his face? He was like, wow, they gave me Caitlyn. This is ridiculous.
Now, Aphelios has been, you know, the go-to champion for Ice since he took the spot of Envy on this roster, but that's obviously banned by Liv Sandbox, so perhaps they've got a counter pick prepared here. But with the Karma ban, you can't go for something like Karma Ezreal. Might just be him pulling out the Jhin again. Jhin Yumi is available. Tahm Kench Senna?
Senna Tahm Kench could be the answer. I don't know whether it necessarily beats Caitlyn in lane. However, you do have the option of scaling up that range and shooting a late game, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely keep up with Caitlyn a lot better with the Senna on this patch. We'll see. I mean, you don't have to lock it in here either. You can lock it in third rotation and actually grab a jungle pick here. But they will take the Senna instead.
Here we go.
So just for this week, a little bit more Senna action here in the LCK.
Exactly. We've already seen it in Challenger, of course. If you were watching Chronicler's stream, you would, of course, know already. But this has certainly come back now that she has a slow on her Q without the need for Glacial Augment. It's kind of taken away from her. As Caitlyn Lux will be the option. I kind of want Caitlyn Janna. But I think the Poppy priority is absolutely fantastic. This is definitely a better way to start.
Yeah.
And then lock away the support that you feel like doing and then hold your cards to your chest. It will be just that Lux lane that has already proven itself and will be able to still have so much pushing power against this Senna Tahm Kench. It's like, yes, it's a cool bottom lane, has been working elsewhere, but this is Caitlyn Lux, so good luck.
I wonder if Liv Sandbox will avoid going for something like a Jarvan jungle here and go for more of a power farming jungle instead, because they already have the Senna who's going to scale up very well with that range later on and the damage that comes with it. Tahm Kench too, going to be a real force because he'll be taking all that gold. So curious to see what Liv Sandbox do here. The Gwen coming through here early for Dove, presumably, is going to be very face up. So I think a Jace ban, definitely something you might want to consider here. Now they're targeting Rascal's Lee Sin. He's been playing a lot here, but you give Rascal a Jace into a good matchup into the Gwen, and he will just run away with it. So I think that's something that Liv Sandbox really needs to consider. Yeah. Although, besides yesterday, we really haven't been seeing that much Jace counterpick to the Gwen here in the LCK.
I think that it might be just a Camille. I have a feeling that Camille could just come in for Rascal, and then they could even play like a Camille Galio comp if they felt like it.
That's true.
And then sit behind it late game with the Caitlyn, allow Kaz to just sit on top of aiming and stop anyone from really doing anything. But scaling against Liv Sandbox could be difficult. So I do like the fact that you get that Hextech ultimatum and the heroic entrance relatively early, and you can really start dictating the map. As the Orianna is going to be taken away for another synergistic champion, as the steadfast presence can of course stop people from being able to get out of an orb that is hovering around the Yordle in the jungle.
Yeah, that is very, very frustrating to deal with. See this final ban here for KT Rolster. It's a tough call right now. Again, the Diana pick is fantastic for what they've built already. And I think something like an Italy is pretty good too if you wanted to go further on the jungle. But we'll take away the victor here. I would have thought that, you know, given that the focus here is so much on this bottom lane, that they would put a little bit more focus on removing some of these jungle champions.
Ooh, I kind of like this. Because, of course, Poppy, a lot of resistances. Subjugate gets a lot of value.
It will really get a lot of value. And when Gwen is up in the front lines ripping through that Poppy, when those Subjugate resistances are stolen away, she does bleed out real quick, especially with Senna having that range to follow it all up.
I like this, though, because Arya on his LeBlanc will have the ability to possibly get in and... Oh, no. Oh,
I was about to be like, he's currently 2-0 on the LeBlanc. Like, he has not dropped a game on it. It's an old favorite. Like, we were going to go down the whole list. Now, I mean, I understand why they picked this. And I think it's, given how LCK operates, not a surprise, although I'm not the biggest fan of it myself either. It functions well with the composition.
Yeah. Theoretically a flex pick as well, I guess.
But I don't.
No, it's not going to be fun.
I really don't like it with the Gragas, though. Like, if you had a little bit more strong, you know, scaling top damage, like if you had a Gangplank here or something like that, I'd like the Ryze a lot more for the front line for that.
I love Gangplank here.
But nope, it's going to be the Gragas, and we're going to have two frontliners.
Oh, this is really cool, though, as we do have the marriage combo coming through, not in the bottom lane. However, Closer is going to be playing that Lucian in the mid lane to try and attack this Ryze and really claim some mid lane priority. I really like that because KT were going to have bot side prio guaranteed with Caitlyn Lux. It's just kind of what you buy into. Gwen should do decently into Gragas, though, so it looks like the top side of the map should belong to Liv Sandbox and gives Croco somewhere to play around throughout this earlier stage of the game.
Yeah, the matchup here between Lucian and Ryze is one that we've seen a lot in the LCK over the last year, and it is certainly one that can go both ways. We have seen Ryze's even solo kill Lucians when they make mistakes, but when you look at these two laners in particular, Arya has some of the worst mid lane laning stats out of any mid in the LCK, despite KT's pretty solid start to the season here. So up against Closer, who's known to be aggressive, known to pull out the Lucian in the past, it is a way where if some missteps happen here for Arya in the early game, suddenly this Lucian pick changes the whole tempo of the game, and he starts running away with it in those first few objective fights.
Yeah.
So something to watch out for, but KT Rolster have an insane front line with, they have a tank Rise, they have the Poppy, and they're going to be able to use the Gragas to engage, and Lux also is going to be a great tool at shutting down this Trundle, and also the Tahm Kench that is going to try to be getting into the face here of the enemy's front line. Even Dove is going to have serious problems getting in there and doing that damage. The subjugate target is going to have to be really good for Kroko.
Yeah, it's really true. However, Dove, with the Mist, should be able to negate a lot of the long-range engage and these poke options that they do have as far as setting up for objectives and things like that. So theoretically, he might be able to get into position utilizing that and try and lock down a backline or something. But it is definitely going to be difficult because KT have this weird dichotomy going on. Rise, terrible at winning games. Poppy, though, extraordinarily good at winning games.
Yeah.
Caitlyn as well, especially when teamed up with the Lux, fantastic. Gragas, not so good. So, yeah, it's a mix of trap cards and guaranteed victories here on the side of KT, which really does go well with KT as an organization.
Well, yeah.
You just never know.
Some stats will definitely change. We'll definitely have some swings here on some of those losing champions or some of those winning champions for KT, regardless of the Game 1 result here. But we'll see. Senna, of course, is buying the support item, and if you're new to this, it's because she will farm gold from the souls of the minions, and will just take support gold by harassing the enemy laner, and the farm will go directly to Kale on the Tahm Kench. Very common lane.
Oh, I feel like we switched, and something went a bit strange there for a second. We've
Yeah,
lost
the observer
all of the
client bugged out earlier.
Yeah, and now it's just gone again. Okay, never mind. Okay, there we go. We've got the teams back again. Absolutely fantastic. That's all right. Life going to be able to find a bit of damage here as Kale's going to walk into this lane. And now that Grey health is just a little bit better, should be pretty cool as Ice actually taking some CS here and starts to get that harassment going. Aiming, taking a fair bit of damage, but Caitlyn probably shouldn't be messed with too much in the early stages, especially when you can just wipe out these waves so effectively with the Peacemaker, and Light is there as well to help out with that.
It's, until Senna starts to get a range online here, it's very difficult for her to lane against this Caitlyn Lux, because even though Life has a ward on top of him right now, he could just sit here and just continually chuck out these E's and just push them back. And if they try to trade with him, then they take all that extra damage coming through from Caitlyn. And Caitlyn knows this is going to be a lane, that Aiming is going to sit in here and going, okay, well, I'm just going to buy a cull, and we're just going to get a ton of money here, and there should not be a lot of action against us down here, and I'm just going to end up getting that extra fat stack of money.
Yep, RA Mr. Cannon feels a bit bad, but that's fine. Of course, Senna probably will stick around. Chronicler just making sure that we specify that it's the farming Senna that is going to get nerfed, and not so much the fasting Senna utilized, the way that makes her gameplay kind of unique and cool.
Yeah.
On the bottom side of it.
The ability to pull out these minions will be significantly reduced because the drop rate goes from 10 to 2.77. I think it's 2.7 repeating even. So you'll see about
a lot of sevens.
About a third of the souls will be pick-upable, to make that a word.
Yep, no, I liked it. Liked it a lot. Pick-upable, fantastic. Ice taking a bit of damage here, but KT just doing exactly what this lane is designed to do. And Peacemaker even making sure that Ice is just kept as low as possible. There's no surprise, though, as far as how this lane is going thus far. So it's about how things go as we move out of the lane phase. And Ice can get around and provide all that camouflage and all that good stuff. And Kale can be unleashed, unbenched, unclogged, depending on what you want to say.
The interesting thing to note here is Rascal obviously having a bit of a tough time in the top lane. It's only his second time on the Gragas this season because he's played so many other unique champions that he hasn't really been picking up what has been the kind of go-to blind pick on blue side here for the top side of the map. He did win that game and is now looking for an aggressive trade, but yeah, exciting to see him play this Gragas yet again.
Yeah, nice binding there, connects onto Ice. He's actually going to commit the cleanse to this one. Piercing Darkness comes on through. He's going to be all right. Yeah, that's the flash, and that is another solo kill for Rascal. Okay, yeah, no, struggling there towards the top side of the map. Yeah, struggling, yep. He's down 6 CS, though, So fix that, Rascal. Come on, mate.
Oh, man, it was a really nice wall body slam there. Krako is caught unawares. We'll teleport straight back to lane, but Rascal will have his as well. And also Ghost burned from Dove here, too. So that means that he's not going to have that to do any shenaniganry here early on once he teleports back in. And great start, and just number 7 here for Rascal in terms of the laner kills, as we call them now.
Yep. I believe he had around 8 halfway through the split last year. So, yeah, nicely done, Rascal.
He's ticking it up.
He's really ahead of himself already. It's 100% win rate on the Lucian. Sample size, minimal.
Yeah, but
for closer.
He did play very well on it last year when he was given the opportunity to. And this is what I was talking about before. He's a great laner. He is doing great so far here in this first game at pushing Arya down. Has a bit of a trade here, but he's got 6.
Yeah, Dove does not. And he's going to take a lot of damage there. Okay, never mind.
Good miss.
Has the mist. So I believe Gwen is immune if she is inside the mist. We're going to check this one out one more time. This was where we left it. Because Rascal, not a lot of mana. So maybe that's why Dove felt like things were going to be okay. But no, has a drink. And that is one very, very scary sports fan.
Buffered the body slam there with a flash.
Whoa.
Oh, well.
Ice also flashed, heal down for Kayle as well, so some shenanigans happen. And KT have 0 summoners left. So that's what they're going to get. They're going to get Ice out of the lane. And, okay, really nice trade there from Arya in the mid lane.
Yep.
Nymira going to be happy about how his boy's doing so far this game, probably watching.
Oh, no, he definitely is. We'll watch how this all happens down here. Life very aggressively taking a bunch of damage, and with the Ignite ticking away here and aiming having that insane range, Life is very happy to tank it and looking for that kill there. Unable to secure it, but at the end of the day, you know, pretty nice start here for the Caitlyn, who's farmed up to 60 CS very comfortably. Cull more than halfway done. And as the Rift Herald spawns here, as I know, our main observer is having a bit of a... There was a bit of an issue as why we didn't have that cool zoom in that we normally have at the beginning of the game, so that's going to get fixed shortly. But this is the continued win rate here on Poppy. But as this Rift Herald spawns, I'm curious to see how Liv Sandbox will approach it, because they don't have really any power outside of that mid-prio to try to group up and get that early priority and positional advantage. The bottom side of the map is going to struggle to do that because Caitlyn is pushing them in, and there's a range problem. As, yeah, we've talked about this. That says Chovy on the W. I thought it was Showmaker. That's what I saw earlier, so.
Yeah, weird. Okay, never mind. Light Binding's fantastic here, though, and Ice just one auto, and he is going to die. Life picks that one up with the passive, I believe. And, yeah, things going fantastically. Both sides of the Rift here for KT. Good sidestep there from Kayle, but honestly, the damage has been done. And Caitlyn with an advantage like this, man, I mean, she's going to be pushing minions in regardless, but now getting a kill on top of it, or at least an assist, is going to be feeling absolutely fantastic. And as you can see, Kayle hasn't been able to get any of this farm whatsoever.
That's the problem in some of these Tahm Kench lanes, is he just cannot really farm safely, even when Senna is there, because he just takes too much damage on his ability to come in. Like, Lux has great poke with Caitlyn on top of it. It's like, how does this big fish get in there and hit those minions? He's going to lose half his health bar to get 1 CS, you know? So...
The thing that bothers me a little bit, Wolf, is the fact that Liv Sandbox picked into it, right?
Yeah,
And
exactly.
they left Caitlyn up. Like, you do your homework, you ban Twisted Fate, you ban Corki, and you ban Caitlyn. You get rid of them because they're the first pickable champions that often win you games.
It almost feels like, you know, going into what you're saying here, that Liv Sandbox were hell-bent on picking this no matter what.
Yeah.
So if you were going to be that way,
then that it worked into this, right? But so far, it's certainly not. Of course, when the game goes on, then maybe, but if you're talking about scaling and things are already going this wrong this early, yeah, it's not no rush, you know?
You know, if you're planning on running this no matter what, like, you have to make sure that some of the strongest counters that are also very meta right now are not available. This is going to be the whole turret down, and I mean, everything else that's happened on the map is great for KT except the Rise, but actually now Arya is starting to catch up. He's doing fine here. Like, the early parts he was, you know, having some push into his lane, but he's okay now. So, I mean, notwithstanding everything else that's happening on the map, the game is almost 100% going to be decided by this Caitlyn advantage right now. Like, it's almost insurmountable. And you're already in a state now as Live Sandbox where you're like, I need to shore up this gold with a Rift Herald fight, but can you even realistically get one? Because now the bottom lane doesn't have to sit down there and babysit. They just go straight to the Rift Herald because they're going to lane swap top and try to get some more plates there. So you're a sitting duck right now as the bot duo as Live Sandbox. As let's see how this happens one more time here. You get the root onto Caitlyn, but I mean, Life is just doing massive amounts of damage. We'll steal that one away with a passive proc there, it looks like. But this is a disaster.
It really is. And the fact that aiming was like, that snare didn't even really do anything. He was already channeling the Peacemaker anyway, so he snared himself.
Yeah.
So it just, you know, nothing really happened there either. So just a real rough situation. Life just throwing out some bindings, seeing whether he can catch something. And honestly, I don't know whether Live Sandbox really were able to contest this just because KT had so much time to set up. And as you can see, Cuz right over here, full information as to how this one's going. But at least Kale and Ice will be able to grab these minions underneath the turret.
I mean, aiming is like, yeah, while you guys are just thinking about it, let me just go ahead and start working on my first plate up here.
Yeah.
Thank you for having a little bit of a weaker lane up here, Rascal, even though you got the solo kill, so I got all plates available. Because I'm looking for the maximum up here in this game. Look at how much damage he does to Ice at this stage with just one auto here.
Yeah, this is 1v2, just taking plates. Of course, Life in the area is now Arya and Closer fighting this one out. Level 9 for both of these mid laners as Rascal turns up. There's the flash. Flash body slam comes in as well as Rascal finds the slam dunk to pick up the kill on the Lucian. Cuz moves on over. Croco is going to be able to escape, but that is 3 kills in 3 lanes. Things going great for KT.
He burned Subjugate, too, to try to survive, so that's another tool down. There's no way you can ever even consider contesting this Rift Herald now. And now the situation on the top side is even worse, but you have no presence on the map right now. You've got a Subjugate list, level 7, Trundle.
I've seen this before, Wolf.
Oh, man. So
there's
super
the
greedy.
Ghost. He's looking to see whether he can grab the kill onto Rascal. It is a decent rune prison, though, and that should keep the Gragas alive, is now Arya. Understanding that Dove doesn't have the ability to be immune for the next little while, but not going to chase down the Gwen, who is still relatively scary, leeching online now at least.
And basically, right now, Life is just chucking out his abilities. And if he hits, they get a kill. If he doesn't, you know, it's like, well, we get a plate. So the Rift Herald, I think, is actually wasted to be put here, to be totally frank with you. It's like, he should just hold on to that one until the turret is completely dead. But look at him zone him out for the minions, take away the Krugs here.
Yeah,
like, KT.
Shelly's like, you paid me for that? Like, this job isn't worth it, man.
Like,
not going to get another charge either. I actually thought they could have accompanied it.
Yeah, they gave Kale 25 gold with that play, man. Like, what was that Rift Herald drop? They could have gotten elsewhere a lot more value, I think. But he guarantees now the full plates of 2 turrets on a Caitlyn. This pick into the Caitlyn Lux, you know, we criticized it earlier, but it's really, really the glaring issue of this game, and it will define this game now, no matter what happens in the next 10 minutes. If we have a comeback with this Senna, I'm going to be like, oh man, she is really strong right now. I guess we should first.
No. Do you know what we'll say? We'll say Rise really is that weak. Oh my God.
Yeah, also that. That's the power.
No, we definitely will not say that. We have confirmation as well that Chovy indeed was not the Rise win. It was indeed Showmaker. It was just a little bit of a mistake.
It happens sometimes when our CG people are part of the Church of Chovy. Sometimes they make mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, I would have made that mistake as well. I did make the Faker mistake first, just assuming that it was him, you know, but that's okay. We do have confirmation. G-Sun just said amen and then put a plus sign in the teleprompter, which I assume stands for a cross. So I appreciate that. Cousin Life moving up the river, and we'll just join aiming and allow him to possibly put... He's got 30 seconds for some more plates. He may as well get that. This guy's got like a full dining room set up in his back pocket somewhere.
Oh, like, this is actually insane.
That's another one.
11 plates.
Is that 11?
He has 11 plates.
Oh, my God.
And he's not that far off of getting a 12th one here. That might actually be a record.
That's it, yeah.
That might actually be a record of plates taken in the LCK. He has gotten the maximum amount of plates you could pretty much get.
Well, Arya is going to pop Phase Rush and just walk away from that one. Dove dashing on in, upgrading the teleports on the way.
I mean, I get it. We don't want to hurt any feelings, but can I see the gold difference between the Senna and the Caitlyn right now? I would really like to just take a peek, just a little glimpse of how much gold advantage he has right now. Look at this,
like
3 kills and right now 6,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, but I mean, we have to be comparing the Caitlyn and the Tahm Kench, but I mean, it looks like it's fasting Senna and fasting Tahm Kench, which is not so good. I mean, Tahm Kench, I mean, he shouldn't be on a diet. That's just not his archetype. That's not what it's about. He needs to be getting more of that, and unfortunately, it's not really working out here so far. As KT, they'll grab themselves another Drake. It's the newly, slightly nerfed Hextech Drake, and now our Soul will be an Ocean once again. We have had a severely large amount of Ocean Souls.
We really have. It's the new Cloud, really.
It really is.
LCK.
I'm a bit sad. Although I have always said that the Rift is the prettiest when it's an Ocean Rift, so I am a fan of that.
Well, anyway, the game state here is you blew it, Live Sandbox, with this one. I mean, I don't know what else to say. Like, this is a very easily avoided situation, and we didn't talk about it too much in the draft because I was really just starting to feel like maybe since we haven't seen the Senna, I shouldn't be too harsh yet. But
oh no, Croco's like, no. On second thought, perhaps I will not go for this dive as Cousin Life come in at exactly the right time. Honestly, like, it looks kind of like KT stole the Live Sandbox playbook, because they are just out-rotating them at every single angle.
I mean, the Sandbox are just not in a position to make plays. Like, that play they tried to make their top side is so easy to counter when they have turrets to walk through, and Live Sandbox can't, use those avenues of rotation.
Yeah.
As Rascal is very happy to 1v2 up here.
He is trying to put Croco within turret range, but isn't going to be able to do so. And yeah, this is pretty aggressive Gragas right now. Life Binding going to connect there onto Kayle. His Peacemaker's not going to hit the mark, but that will be another turret taken here for aiming. The amount of money this guy has is just absurd.
Like, don't forget he started Cole.
That's a flash from Rascal. Body slams, and that pillar is not really going to work out. The Subjugate's there, though, and the Piercing Light will come through to take down the Gragas.
Now, do either survive?
For Live Sandbox. Well, that is kind of the question here.
I don't think so, because Ryze is coming up. Arya's got Realm Warp. Do they actually get out of here? That is the real question. Teleport coming through. Looks like the answer is going to be definitely NO. Oh, they're even going to commit their own teleport. Let's see how this one goes, Liv. Sandbox
diving on forward. The heroic charge not quite going to get too much, as there is the ulti to come through from the center. But Arya grabs his revenge.
Hey!
But still, life is going to go down. So that is a 1-for-1 in the end. Nicely done there.
The teleport there ends up working out because she is, of course, going to be able to kill a Lux support, and she doesn't have a lot of survivability here, so at least they're able to get that and the whole turret there. As we watch this unfold, a little bit of greed there from Rascal going for that body slam trade. The culling comes through, pillar's well placed, and unfortunately for Rascal, Subjugate going to help guarantee the kill. Yep. As this is a really nice attempt here by KT to further their lead on the top side after that play. And it does backfire a little bit, but luckily because Dove did have teleport, they're able to trade it back for the kill onto Life.
But also, Cuz also just says no to an extra kill. I feel like getting rid of Croco there, I mean, saved his life rather than
4,700, by the way. 4,800. The goalie, we finally could see it.
The absurd thing is that, like,
Cole start.
This is supposed to look weird, right? Because, oh no, but yeah, the Tahm Kench is farming, so Senna's not. But yeah, but like, Lux has more money than Tahm Kench anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even look at Tahm Kench's gold, but I mean,
not,
look at
not very much. As that's a party cask. I love that.
Because yeah, it is not really fair to compare the Senna. Like, I got very excited seeing the big number there, but hey, either way, it's not a good start here. And the Senna doesn't have any items, obviously. She's
yep, Croco is having some trouble here,
he will
but has a bunch of friends, so yeah, he is going to be able to escape. That is aggressive from Kayle, as Life is just going to get culled. That's a back massage that really hurt, as now the rest of KT are moving down, but looks like Liv Sandbox should be able to get out, although the Toad struggling for now. Can Cuz actually catch up to him? The ulti says absolutely yes, and he is going to get taken down. That is a kill for aiming. Picks that one up as Arya moves on in, grabs himself a stun onto Croco, and oh no, Closer not actually able to stop the ace in the hole. And now aiming is caught up to him as well. Gale forces forward, and there's the flash, couple of autos, and he grabs himself a triple kill. Aiming, just demonstrating how ridiculously busted Caitlyn is right now.
I mean, he's demonstrating how much money he has, I think, more than he's demonstrating how busted Caitlyn is. Like, he's just like, I'm going to Gale Force flash, get that extra auto. I mean, the range is what helps it, work out, and he has rapid fire
You are
cannon.
not safe, my friend, as Cuz gets on in, doesn't find the stun though, but they are able to take down that turret. So a little bit unfortunate there, KT not able to lock down that kill, but still it doesn't matter. Seraph's Embrace, built by Arya, I love it, some damage. Heck yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when you're this far ahead, as KT is, I don't think you really need to worry about being a tank as the Rise is. Rascal is trying really hard to be in a lot of highlight reels right now, and he's actually like, he started off with that solo kill, but he's very much like being a little bit more of a detriment to his team than his success in a lot of these skirmishes as he gets life killed again here. But they are going to be able to, if we fast forward, roll it in. But look what's happening on live. The Drake fight does commence here, and Liv Sandbox, I mean, good luck.
Yep, aiming, moving on in. Dove is off on the side, so does have a decent flank angle as there's the culling. Cuz going to tank a lot of it here as there it is. The Dawning Shadow flies on forward as they're dealing with Dove in the backline. He does a lot of damage. Arya having to escape. Final Spark not quite doing enough here as Dove does get out. That is going to be the Drake stolen away there, and Liv Sandbox trying to get away with this heist. We'll see whether they're actually able to, as there's the ace in the hole. This time Closer manages to block it, but they're not out of the woods just yet. The back is coming in from Kale, as, Life looks for the binding, but as you can see, Closer is, that was opportunistic, but I liked it.
I mean, that was kind of absurd. He went back there, but he does get caught. I think everyone's like really deep in comms right now as Liv Sandbox, especially because after that Drake steal away where they were able to get away with it virtually for free until that moment, there's probably a lot of discussion of, okay, we just got the bounty, like what are we going to try to do? What's our next play here? What's our next move on the map? Because they were able to essentially steal that away because Dove tanked up almost all of the damage. As you watch Dove actually come, as you mentioned, he has that nice flank angle. He gets into the thick of things and then is even healed up actually by the Senna here and survives so long. Culling buys enough time for him to close the gap here, has that shield from the Dawning Shadow, and he just tanks up so much damage that Arya, Cuz, and Rascal are so low that they cannot continue to chase here. And Dove is like, thanks for the heal, I'm out of here. And then Closer decides to back very greedily for some reason. So they don't get out of it with completely unscathed, but they are able to still take a Drake here and get that extra bounty gold, which is one of about like 13 moves like that they're going to need to get back into this one. But hey, baby steps.
They're going to need a bunch of those steps. You're absolutely right. They are down 8,000 gold here at close to 22 minutes into the game. And so yes, it is going to be an arduous task. However, that lady hasn't exactly sung just yet. She's very warm though. The voice, the vocal cords ready. She is poised.
I mean, the gold is the same with Tom Kench and Senna in this game, so it's pretty much the same lead. Just looking at it now, yeah, it's a rough timing. He didn't get the farm like you mentioned under turret. Damage dealt 14,000 and counting here for aiming, so he's making good use of it.
Dove also doing a pretty good job though, as you can see. He's got his Nash's Tooth as well as his Riftmaker. Sort of that old school side laning build. You kind of like it.
Yeah, this is kind of what we're seeing when she first came out.
Yeah, haven't seen Nash's in a while, unless I haven't noticed it. But I am a big fan of Nash's Tooth. I just think it's a cool item.
I think it's very situational. I think they're picking it in this game because Dove is their only hope in terms of side laning. He can actually get a lot done and pull KT around the map. And also, when he's in the front line, a subjugate goes down, like he's gonna have a lot of attack speed in there, and he's gonna be able to rip through single targets if he can get on top of them.
We already saw he does a lot of damage when he gets into that backline. So
I think it's a pretty good choice in this particular game.
Well, see whether it actually works as the game goes on, as still bounties aplenty on this map. An outer turret is still available here in this mid lane, as well as on the bottom side of the map as well.
Total damage to turrets!
That's a lot of damage to turrets.
Oh, I mean, everyone else just served him the turrets. Like, they were like, please take off the plates. Like, I'm not interested. I'm going to let you take
This looks like an unfinished graph. Like, it looks like a bad graphic,
Somebody got the axes wrong.
Yeah. It's like, can someone, like, have we got another spectator bug happening here? Because, like, there's, like, only one part of this graph. It's like, I don't know, man. It's pretty absurd.
Well, for Liv Sandbox, 90 seconds till this spawn of the next Drake. If we could see another flank from Dove and get on top of those carries. I mean, aiming does a lot of damage, but he's still fairly fragile as an AD carry here. 3 levels up on Ice and 2 levels up on Kale, of course, now 3, as he's just got so much of experience on the map.
That's another cast to come down. Life moving on in, but that is going to be the Ghost. And Rascal is going to assert his dominance on the bottom side of the map. Ace in the hole comes through. That's a heroic charge. Good devour there from Kale. It's going to keep Ice alive for the moment. However, that is now ultimate on cooldown. So Kale's not going to be able to save the center, or anybody else for that matter, for the next little while.
Yeah, the next setup for this Drake now with that pushback, the ghost removal there on the Dove is actually backing right now. We'll have to teleport in is very difficult because he has no wards to teleport onto for a flank here. So he's just going to have to teleport in and walk in with the rest of the crew, you know? Like, he's just going to be walking with them, so won't be able to get into the back line here. This teleport from Arya is beautiful because he can actually catch them with Everfrost. Yep. They have control wards here.
And then gets to walk through towards this Drake as well, making sure that there is no vision available. Really nicely done. You're exactly right.
I mean, Dove is just like, I really want to do something here, but all we can do is catch these waves. They don't even have a turret here to fall back to.
Yeah. It's sort of all on Ice. Like, Ice has to like get poke and sustain and everything. And yes, Closer can throw out the culling, but otherwise he's very short range. And Live Sandbox, yeah, they're going to get over this wall and clear out a ward, but man, even Dove can't tank that. He's in the hole. He's built full magic resist.
The other thing about losing this much map control and these many turrets early for Ice here is that he can't even farm his souls. Like, he actually is not safe enough to get those souls to get his range online. Like, the gold that he needs desperately.
Oh yeah, we might actually need to look at some center watch as far as where those stacks are.
Because yeah, he can't actually farm those, and he's not able to really poke as well as he would like to at 25 minutes in the game normally as Senna.
Yeah.
Because it's just not safe to do so, and there's no turrets to fall back on.
Well, KT, they're looking for the turn. Shield to come through there from Life as they keep it leashed. KT like, what the heck are you guys doing? The ulti comes through from Cuz, and it looks like he'll be able to grab this one as Crocco's not even in the pit. It's a good smite as Arya is keeping them busy. The cast comes through, he flashes over the wall. Arya stays alive. They take down the frog, and Dove is, yeah, he's going to avoid the body slam there as Rascal's a little bit overexcited, but they will win the fight, grab the Baron, grab everything else. They got a Drake earlier on before. KT have got it all.
Yeah, I think it's a reset to walk down the gold, a red, gold, whatever color it's supposed to be when you have this much of an advantage. 11,000 gold advantage at 26. Carpet to the Nexus now. Yeah, they're just going to reset the Caitlyn and Gragas there on the top side as well.
Do you know what their strategy was? It must have been they're going to drown aiming in money. That was, and then Caitlyn's just going to be too slow, holding all of these items and all of this money, and she can't move anymore. And then Live Sandbox strike.
They have a stopwatch on the Caitlyn now as well, so killing her is basically impossible as she is level 15.
Yeah.
She's level 15 in this game, like the same as Rascal, and that's just like watch the health bars when she hits auto attacks or headshots here. It is pretty insane as Closer is like trying to kill minions and struggling.
That's half health with an ace in the hole. But that is not really what this Caitlyn is all about. A couple of autos and it will be lights out for so many members of Live Sandbox. This turret is not long for the world, will be taken down with the rest of KT. 4 members strong, heading towards this inhibitor. 5 members of Live Sandbox are here, so they can get a man advantage, but aiming, as soon as he moves forward and gets a couple of autos, someone dies. That is just how it is going to work. As Ari's in the mid lane, they have to be a little bit careful here as Dove is going to engage. Cuz just says absolutely not on my watch, my friend, is aiming, dashes forward, Closer has to flash to get out of the way. That Peacemaker was fantastic as well from aiming to just soften up the members of Live Sandbox, and they take down this inhibitor, but they're looking for more. That's a brilliant cast to deny the Devour, and aiming is now on an absolute rampage through the base of Live Sandbox. They're all on the fountain, but this game is absolutely done.
Definitely is, as they just walk forward and auto it. Live Sandbox really lost control of this one in the draft, and we talked about how flexible KT can be in draft, but this is not what I meant. I didn't mean just getting absolutely bopped in a bad bot lane.
Yeah, well, Rascal gonna have to flash out of the way of this one. As you can see, KT pretty happy to grab themselves some kills on this fountain, but the Nexus is gonna fall down, and that is a swift and one-sided victory for KT Rolster.
KT playing the Caitlyn, first picking it, and I mean, I think this game is as simple as Live Sandbox really planned on playing the Tom Kench Senna combo. They prepared it a lot, and that's no easy feat right now too, because you don't want to scrim it too much knowing that it's not going to be relevant on future patches, so you're very cautious about how much you really want to put time into this, so perhaps they just felt like we're doing this no matter what. but clearly didn't practice into the Caitlyn Lux lane or felt, you know, like maybe they practiced against it enough to where they could actually beat it and outplay it and just really farm up slowly. But they made so many mistakes in that lane that they gave the Caitlyn Lux, which was already at an advantage, so much money. She started Cult because she's like, well, this is going to be free. And then
and
they walked
it was more than free.
They walked into when they knew Life was in that brush, that was the most egregious moment. They walked into the brush where they didn't have any vision, where he just gets a double binding there. They get a second kill in the bottom lane. And from that moment on, like, nobody can even sit under the turret. And this, like I said, this whole game is defined by that bot mismatch. Rascal got a solo kill top. He did fine. You know, we got to see Arya.
Right as we were talking
game.
about, Rascal struggling up there towards the top side of the map, and then pan up, and then he's just randomly getting himself a laner kill, as we like to say. Very impressive stuff.
It's not a good start here for Liv Sandbox, but I think that was all in the draft. So we can definitely see a reset here. Is 31,000.
Not bad. And look at how linear that gold graph is. If you're a coach backstage, by the way, you see a gold graph like this, you're clapping. You're clapping when you walk into the room because this was clean. KT did not give up really anything. Yes, there's a little bit of a blip there that maybe the coaching staff will go over, but I don't think there's too much to analyze here as far as the KT situation. Cuz completely absent throughout the early stages, but honestly, he was able to be because Aiming and Life were able to just run the entire map. And I want to go back to it, right? Because you were mentioning the fact that like they must have known that this was going to happen, right? Because Tahm Kench Center was first picked. And hopefully the floating analyst chairs and the collaborative carpet space have some information for us after the break.
루시안 볼게.
루시안 노플, 루시안 노플. 그랜 맞을게, 그랜 맞을게.
그래 지금 쓴거 같아 루시안.
그랜 궁 없어, 그랜 누구냐?
앞으로 가자.
나 앞으로 온다.
게임 끝낼만해. 그냥 앞으로 가죠.
떠줘. 그랜 맞아, 그랜 맞아. 먹기 맞아. 당해 누구, 당해
세나,
누구.
세나, 세나.
세나, 세나.
제발.
1초.
나 속박.
루시안 앞에 시험을 생각하고.
타워.
얘가 다시 들어올까?
루시안은 노플이야.
아, 루시안 오늘 내가 묶어줄게. 천천히.
나 만화 없어가지고 타워 그냥
나
깔끔하게.
이거는
루시안 들어올 거야,
타워 하자.
타워 만화 없어 나. 깔끔하게
나
끝내줘.
속박만 한다.
괜찮. 얘 들어올 거 없어. 안 나온다. 서울게 이제. 싸워 끝내자.
앞으로 가. 킬 따자.
뭘 꺼내네. 잠깐만.
킬 따자. 한 캔치.
계속 봐.
다 죽여.
나이스.
나이스.
sky fall and the sun turn black. When the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer. Can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire.
Greetings, everybody, and welcome back to the Analyst Carpet Space with no chairs. It's me, Valdez, with Chronicler once again here on this lovely Thursday afternoon. And we're going to be breaking down that game that we did just see. It basically ended in the first 10 minutes when Caitlyn Lux was picked and they pushed the lane. What do you think?
I need a moment. Imagine a world where instead of picking something that doesn't have any wave clearance, a Caitlyn Lux, and let's be honest, when the K-Lane comes through, you know Lux is coming. Imagine if instead of Tom Kench, if you are so tied to the Senna, which I think is fine, champion is really strong, imagine if you pick something with a lot of wave clear, like Heimerdinger, or Cho'Gath, or Seraphine, for all I care, like something that can withstand the push, because nothing else in this draft matters. Yes, Rise got a win, doesn't count.
Poppy got another win.
This was yeah, that one does count because we like Poppy, but like Rise getting a win doesn't count because this game was, as you said, it was over in the first 10 minutes, and it was as expected from the draft. Like no other matchup even remotely mattered in the face of that bot side play.
Yeah,
Didn't
I mean,
matter.
it's crazy because like a lot of other things happened. We had a solo kill,
Yeah, it was
right?
great.
Like
It was
Rascal
fun.
got another solo kill, and
Didn't matter.
the mid lane played out, and nothing happened. They just farmed, and then Arya was like, "Oh, my Caitlyn has a bajillion CS and gold. I guess I can just sit here and win the game." Like they didn't even do anything or contribute to the win. It just ended because Caitlyn and Lux got through with no answer.
And of course, you can also say, should you go for the Senna in the first place? I think if you want to move away from that, that's completely fine as well. If you want to pick something with a lot more wave clear, we've seen the Sivir as an answer. Plenty of other opportunities you can look towards. Sivir Yumi, I think, would have been a great example, where you can at least know and withstand the pressure and withstand the push that you know is coming.
Yeah, and you know, sometimes the drafts don't matter too much. Sometimes they do. We're going to go through a highlight clip reel of why it mattered so much. So we're going to take a look at the bottom lane. This is 2 minutes, 58 seconds.
Yes.
Basically the 3-minute mark when they take their first plate.
Yeah, this is the first 3 waves, and your Senna Kench, so you can move up ever because you're playing with double ranged, because you have Tom Kench, and he doesn't do that much. And also important to know, Kyle also, which I thought was, it's not even like it was his misplay specifically that was the problem here, but he went for Ruby Crystal, he didn't go for Revitalize, went for Bone Plating instead, which I think in a lane like this, if you don't go for Doran Shield, if you don't go for Second Wind Revitalize, you are gonna have even less control over it, and it's just a back-to-back set of clips. A large part of this was also there was no mid lane supremacy. There was never any threat of Closer making his way over because Ryze matches the shove of the Lucian very well, and Closer didn't find any all-ins, and Croco was unable to have an impact. And then, like, obviously individual misplays like this are a problem, but I think it's more interesting or more noteworthy that it didn't happen before this, because this lane was just doomed.
It's too oppressive. I mean, you have to match it in some way. And even in the draft, you were talking about mid lane, like Ryze was picked first. It used to be picked as an answer to mid Lucian. I was saying it in the draft. Like, why would you pick the Lucian into that? Like, especially after the changes that Lucian has gone through, like playing it in the solo lane, it just didn't really make sense. And we saw how the game just fell apart because Caitlyn got all those turret plates before 10 minutes, and then she just went to the top lane and did the same thing.
Personally, I think that this is a mistake that, like, we see this once, and now, as long as it's not made again, I think it's fine. I think that the Senna is in a great spot, but you don't have to pair it with Kench. Like, I named the Heimerdinger earlier, I think that's a combination that can still provide a lot of pressure and is at least able to match. Because we saw, as you pointed out, the solo kill from Rascal, nothing else on the map here mattered. Kaz had a better job at making impact, but like it's easy to make an impact when your bot lane is perma shoved in and has like 5 plates 9 minutes into the game. Like everything becomes easier. There was just not really a lot to say about this game, barring that disrespect from Sandbox and then the immediate punish.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we could have had a jungler just sit bot and try to help. I don't even know if that really would have helped either.
Yeah.
You know, it probably would have just been wasting time for the Trundle.
Yeah.
It was, you know, trying to just farm up and match the Poppy, and so he wasn't really able to help out either.
Yeah, because if it ever comes to a 3v3 in that situation, like, it's immediately over, right? I think you can have some pressure on the Lux specifically, especially when she has sums, but Caitlyn has a lot of safety. And you also saw that even though they were shoved up, there was a lot of warding and whatnot for the bot lane.
They were prepared and they were ready to keep up their supremacy. And speaking of supremacy, we do have the player of the game ready to go. I wonder who can get it. The player who did the only stuff in the game, the guy who got almost 11,000 DPM. It is Amy.
Yeah, no surprises there. If we see some votes for life, I'd be happy. I think he did his job as well. It was very much a team effort, but should be no surprises there. It was just one from the bot lane. There was nothing to be done, and I personally think that in situations like this, like Aiming still played it out very well, right? Being able to push his lead the way that he did, and playing Caitlyn as you should when you're ahead, and you can basically 2-tap everyone, especially if you get an empowered headshot. Makes the champion look silly, and we saw a lot of that in action in this game as the final attempts of Liv Sandbox to make something of this game not really leading to anything.
13 out of 13. There we go. No votes for Life. Sorry, Life. You helped, I suppose, in the Caitlyn Lux duo. That's just the way it goes. But guys, that's going to do it for us here on the Carpet Space. Hopefully Game 2 has a little bit more depth than that first one. I would absolutely hope so. But for now, I'm going to throw it back to Atlas and Wolf.
Thank you very much, Valdez and Chronicler, for the swift breakdown of what was a breakdown of drafting. To be perfectly honest, hopefully Live Sandbox are going to learn from it, or just do the same thing and hope that KT falls into the same trap, because now they are on the blue side.
That's right. I mean, I don't think the game gets any more basic than that, but it is a bit troubling that from the outset of the drafting phase, even before that, we were talking about how we've seen some really questionable Live Sandbox drafts, and this one's not like one of those ones where you get outwitted or you just end up falling behind because you made a small mistake. Like, this one was just very blatant, and
yeah,
I think it's very easy to fix problems that are this glaring, but you still have all the other issues, like KT's insane flexibility. Now they're on red side, they get counter picks, like, it's going to be tough, but it all starts here.
It does indeed. We'll see whether KT are going to do their homework and ban away things like the Caitlyn Twisted Fate Corki. Corki actually slipped through the entire draft last time around. So, very interesting. Renekton going to be banned on blue side here by Live Sandbox. Zinzao, once again, going to be taken away here by KT. I don't really want to deal with Croco Zin. He is very, very good at the champion, and so will not have that opportunity. I think that Poppy deserves a look. There's certainly a lot of big picks from that last game that are going to be very, very important.
Caitlyn ban here is
on blue side.
Yeah, it's definitely
That's,
it's a question mark on that regard, but I mean, if you don't want to pick it yourself and you've got another option, I really hope we don't see something crazy like a first pick Senna. That would be super silly, but I don't think we will. Knock on wood. Let's see what Live Sandbox have planned, because this is not the first time we've seen blue side Caitlyn ban. I'll take away the Twisted Fate here, which means
Twisted Fate on blue side as well.
It feels like they're really fishing for Corki pick here, and they will have the opportunity to get it. But there's so many responses. There's so many responses here for KT to the Aphelios too, though. Yumi is still open, of course, which we've seen a little bit less this week here in the LCK Spring, but
no, it'll get Jinx threshed immediately, or at least it'll be thresh something. Possibly, what I'd love here is Thresh Poppy into the Jinx Thresh as the third pick, because of course they're not.
Yeah, you don't need the Jinx here at all, but they'll Jinx Poppy instead. Maybe they want the Thresh on the other side for some reason, because otherwise you definitely do exactly as you said, because they're not going to flex Aphelios in the top lane or something like that. So.
Yeah, I think getting the Poppy is definitely the highest.
That's the most important part of this. They are able to do it. I think it's a really easy Thresh lock in here now for Live Sandbox. The question becomes, what jungle pick do they want with this?
Yeah, and maybe Life has something else planned as well.
I mean,
for the Thresh, like you were talking about.
Yeah, Kench or Set. You know,
Kench is an interesting one. I feel like it does open a lot of doors for Life to pick a lot of interesting things towards that bottom side. His set being absolutely the forefront of my mind as Akali slips through the ban phase this time and will be picked up here by Live Sandbox.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like somewhat of a pick away here for Live Sandbox as well, but you know, we've seen Closer do very well on it in the past.
Dove as well, yeah.
Dove too. So really think this is a no-brainer Thresh pick right now, even with the Akali here. It doesn't really change too much. They've considered the Kench, but it seems like such a strong pick for both your team, but also against your opponent's team. And I would love to see some more Life set even with this Jinx here, but I don't think that's where we're going right now. I think we'll probably see a solo lane pick here or that support, and that'll be the LeBlanc to get in here for Arya. He is now 3-0 on the pick.
Yeah, pretty strong. His performances haven't necessarily been standout, but 3 wins are 3 wins. And
it's comfort for him.
Away, and it is absolutely comfort, yeah.
I think that it's a lane where it's very difficult for him to make errors or fall too far behind. So we see the Trundle ban, which is very strong into the Poppy. Not so much when you lose as hard as Live Sandbox did in the early laning phase last game, but it can be very strong. I do like this response here. Yep. Also removed the Diana. And it gets, you know, the jungle pool is thinned out pretty significantly now here for Live Sandbox.
Yeah, and the Lee Sin having to be banned as well against Rascal makes things a little bit awkward, because, you know, is Croco going back to Olaf territory and things like this, right? Jarvan is still left available. KT probably looking to, oh no, actually it's going to be the Victor instead to give Arya a little bit of a better time, try and funnel that Akali into the mid lane.
They just don't also want the really, really strong scaling that Victor provides into this draft can be an issue. And I think that the path of attack here for Live Sandbox is so complicated because you could just ban the Gragas here, but you have no idea, and there they will.
Yeah, I like Gragas because it bans both Rascal and Life, right?
Yeah, you have no idea though what KT are planning. And this is why KT's draft is so strong right now. Not because they're like one step smarter than you, but because they seem to have more options than you. The fact that you have to ban a Lee Sin in this draft is ridiculous for most teams, but for KT Rolster, they'll play it solo lane. Rascal will get those solo kills. You have to respect it. And maybe just the set again. He's right now 3-0. He has not lost a game on it, and maybe he's looking for that 4-0 now.
Yeah, his career win rate on set is absolutely absurd.
There's the Olaf you mentioned, by the way.
I hope that this is paired with an Orianna or something that can actually help Olaf be a champion past 20 minutes in the game.
I think it definitely will be. There's no other great option here unless they wanted to play like Lulu mid, which really is not a thing right now. So
Jarvan was also available, which it's quite interesting. Of course, into Poppy is a difficult pick to make work.
Into Set also.
Denies a lot of what you're trying to do. But yeah, Olaf able to just run through Set and run through Poppy as well. So that is definitely good news. As Corki left up and available. And of course, I think this makes a lot of sense for Closer to lock it in. But it does, once again, mean that you just have this Viking running around that will just get ridiculously outscaled as the game goes on.
Yeah, I mean, I would have rather seen a lot of different champions in the jungle if we're looking at this path here. It's tough because you do have a lot of AP damage between the Akali here and the Corki. But something like in Italy would have all-ined on the poke at least as Kennen appears here in draft and will actually finally make it through, but it's so difficult and so greedy to actually play this Kennen into an Akali potentially here. And that is...
I mean, I don't know. I kind of like the Kenny here because there's no... Like, how are you dealing with Kennen? Thresh? I mean, it's a Flay. Like, that's all. Like, there's no Emperor's Divide to worry about. Like, this is a pretty cool Kennen angle. Like, I'm kind of into it.
In a defensive way, I do like it a lot, as Live Sandbox do have to approach you with their Olaf, their Akali. But they do have a lot of poke, and that means that if Kennen gets spotted on his flanks and takes a bunch of damage before he can actually enter the fight, go ahead and use his belt and go in for the ultimate. Might actually just blow up before he can really get into range to be effective, but I think that considering it's Rascal, I feel less worried than I would with a lot of other top laners. Like if this matchup was reversed and we had Dove playing the Kennen into Rascal's Akali, I would say there's no hope. But considering it is a new top laner in Dove's role swap here versus one of the best top laners in the world, and I think, I'm going to say it one more time, I think he's the best top laner in the LCK at the moment. I trust this one a little bit more. I think the other parts of this composition are well-rounded. You've got the comfort pick on the set. The set is so good into this, outside of the Olaf, the composition they're running. Still think the Orianna would have been my go-to pick to round out the draft, but we'll see if the court can get that poke done here, Atlas.
Yeah, exactly. I think, Corki sort of, it felt like it had to be picked, right? Like, tier list states that Corki is just so powerful right now, and he absolutely is, right? Especially with this skin. It's just, those rockets are just a little bit more invisible. So nicely done, Closer, choosing correctly, skin-wise. But yeah, I think that Live Sandbox, this is a better draft than last time around. I think that Olaf is the one thing that really stands out in my mind. But if they manage to get the early game going and, Dove can get things under control, he's taken the flash actually this time around on the Akali as well, which is very interesting. Not going for the extra ignite pressure for post-6 possible options.
We're seeing this a lot more recently, and I do like it. It gives you a lot of... Yes, you have less kill pressure, but you have a lot more mobility, and you also have the ability to hold turret aggro. Like if there is a big dive on the top side, you can survive that much longer after your smoke screen. To give context also for this Krako Olaf pick, it's not the first time he's picked it this season, and it is one of his best and historic champions, going as far back to his early Kespa Cup appearances.
Yep.
So it's a pick that he feels very good on, and he plays it even when Olaf isn't meta, very strong into the set. So even though I'm not a huge fan of it, without an Orianna, for example. It is definitely one that he's well versed on. It's not just kind of this weird niche pick. Like, it's a comfort pick for Croco in a lot of ways.
Yeah, now it definitely feels like he's more picking for comfort rather than necessarily what the most perfect option was for the game. As Close is going to get electrocuted as he starts drinking his potions. Does have a few of those. Longsword start here as Arya actually down to the passive already after this first strike. Getting some work done here with the Gatling gun of Closer.
He's doing a great job of being annoying early. Every time you go for distortion and the Gatling gun is up, you might actually end up getting traded back into super hard in this matchup.
Yep. Doran's ring start just for the stats here for Rascal. Kind of hoping that he can get some mana, but unfortunately it's just impossible for good old Kenny.
Yeah. It's going to be obviously ranged versus Akali for the early parts of this one, and later on, Akali's burst damage can be a very, very big problem for a squishy cannon.
Yep.
Up on the top side of the map. We'll see what build Dove goes for this time around. The Chem Tank, I always mix those up, is definitely the most common build we're seeing still, but might actually be different considering this matchup here.
Yeah, could certainly be. I think that Rascal will, have a lot of control for, the vast majority of the early laning phase, and then probably just tries to avoid Dove, I guess, as the game goes on, and then focuses on those team fights. And Rascal is historically a fantastic Kennen player just in general.
Cuz here, unseen.
Yeah, and you can see Liv Sandbox getting a bit antsy. They can see that aiming is getting relatively low. You're going to be used there from Ice, going through his bullets here just a little bit. And in goes Cuz now. There's the flash face breaker, just amazing from Life as he runs himself out of the way. They manage to get the kill onto the Thresh with the Ignite as Ice is able to escape, but it is not without a lot of rewards for KT.
So well played here by Life. One of the scariest sets you will ever see.
Can you write down the POG now? You can just put it down now if you like.
It's one of the scariest sets you'll ever see in the bottom lane, and his crisp executions on these flash face breakers is so good. You can see this is his LCK total on the champion versus Thresh. He's only lost once. So
yep.
They focused down the Thresh first there with the Ignite, and then turned onto Ice, who had to use both of his summoners. So 4 summoners down for 1, essentially. Obviously the flash is down, but he still has the Hex Flash. So watch the comms here as Life goes in. He says look for Thresh, go for Thresh, and then he just continues to chase it.
Man, just really clean. It's a very, very nice flash face breaker. But also, good roam down there from Cuz, and once again, KT off to a fantastic start. Hasn't really resulted in too much when it comes to, gold and things like that. But a good start. Cuz behind a little bit, but of course, Croco power farming. We ain't no stranger to that.
Yeah, that's one of the things you can definitely get away with as the Olaf early on in games like this. And then you're very, very strong in the early game, especially on things like Rift Herald fight. As the win rate, or rather the win streak for Aphelios actually continues here.
Yeah.
Deft picking up 3 of those.
Deft having a fantastic game into Jinx, actually, yesterday.
So fantastic, that game. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, he was very, very strong. So we'll see whether Ice can channel a bit of that and try and get some wins. Of course, that was utilizing Gale Force pretty effectively.
It is also, I think, important to note, we talked about it earlier, but, Ice has played a lot of Aphelios, but has still win this 0-3.
Good chain, but Arya just not wanting to mess with the turret too much here. Sends his clone back to base, and Closer dealing with these minions. Arya can go home if he wants to, but wants to stay here. Continue being frustrating as he harasses down this Corki. Slightly ahead is the LeBlanc in the mid lane.
Yeah, minor lead is going to look for another attempt here. He's got the level 6 advantage. Just locked it in.
Yep, every time you get a Valkyrie out of Corki, you feel fantastic. It just it basically wipes out half of his mana bar, which is really good news for the LeBlanc.
Not to mention it's on a pretty long cooldown, so he's very vulnerable as Croco's here.
That's another face breaker that comes in, grabbing him, doing some work though, as you're exactly right. Croco in a great position. Life is able to keep himself alive with a Haymaker and walks his way out, so aiming, having to use the heal that time around, but unable to get the kills here, and so Liv Sandbox find themselves a much better angle this time. There's the flash, actually, as that's a great hook from Kale. Triple Flay comes in as well as another face breaker is good. Kale's going to die in aiming. Gets excited as a result. And now Croco's looking for it, but they trade back. It's a double kill. It's 3-1 for this set. 100% kill contribution. Both sides of the map. You love to see it.
Life's doing such a great job in this game. Now, unfortunately, his sacrifice is going to result in Ice getting a lot of extra farm, and it looks like at least one turret plate here on the bottom side of the map. Cuz bringing his tension mid lane for a little bit of time here as he'll actually take down this Raptor camp as Arya continues to harass. But Life bought early with that first kill a refillable potion. So even though he traded aggressively, he actually was able to come back into that fight with most of his health bar back up. Because he has those refillable pots. And so all these long extended trades into a fed set who can Haymaker means that he's sitting pretty on his health bar. Look at his health when he comes in here. He went down to like 1/4. He's now up at like 80%. And Kale going all the way on this little bit of an overextension, let's just say, is Croco is able to trade back a kill here. But still, 3 for 1. Still the winners on the side of KT Rolster.
Precisely, and it's definitely largely on the set as well. Swifty's complete, and we know that Life just loves to book it. He just runs real fast on his set, loves the phase rush, and is able to make a really good use of it. As you can see him here towards the bottom side, still continuing to deal with Ice and Kale. Good guns here on Ice right now. So KT probably not going to look for too much as Croco's roaming down. The hook is going to go wide though as Aiming would just continue to walk up. Facebreaker is good as Life trying to keep them busy as Aiming will get taken down. Now Life is running him around the map just a little bit here. Has a blast cone if he'd like to, and knows that Kale's not going to be able to flash after him. And yeah, Closer probably not wanting to run towards this set. He's pretty dangerous as Cuz going to start off this Rift Herald based on all of the attention bottom side.
Yeah, this is the one really big trade-off of trying to commit that hard and that long on the bottom side of the map, as you will end up losing out on the Rift Herald. They will be able to get a solo Infernal Drake for it, so still trading up here. As Aphelios actually not going to pick up that plate, being very safe here, not knowing exactly where Life is on the map.
Yep.
But very greedy there for the KT Rolster bottom side of the map without knowing where Croco was. It was kind of hilarious. For a second, it looked like maybe Aiming could get away after the hook missed while he was exhausted. But no, there's just too much damage here, regardless of the hook. The Chomper's here as well. He's desperately trying to use. And Life just buys as much time as possible. He's like, I don't have 6 yet, man. That's all I can do. You're on your own.
Yep. And Croco picks up his axe, lands the second one. Second time's the charm, as it turns out. So it's a good pickup, actually. The fact that Olaf is able to pick up some early kills, really, really important for continuing his relevance throughout the game as well. So good to see that Croco is actually able to stay active here in this early game. Did give Cuz the opportunity to even things out when it came to the camps. That it should be all right. Croco, the more items he gets, just the more dangerous he is going to be when phase first. So we don't really like that here in the LCK.
Yeah, not a big fan of it, but you know, it's all right.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, top side of the map has been very quiet. All the attention has been on the scaling bottom laners, the Aphelios and the Jinx. So, you know, right now a 10 farm lead for Rascal because of that early power he had, but you can see Dub is starting to trade a little bit more aggressively. Is going for that tank build. The Bomby Cinder here is online. He's got his Merc Treads and a Doran Shield, so he's very happy to take extended trades with Rascal at this stage.
Yep, and Rascal hasn't even been back yet.
Yeah.
Like, he's just sticking around for as long as humanly possible, yordily possible, I guess.
Indeed. Yeah, that's a good call, and once he does go back, he will end up putting all that gold to good use, working towards that Proto Belt.
Yeah.
So far, I mean, all the attention really has been on trying to get that bottom AD carry for both teams ahead. And so far, you could see Ice actually getting the better end of this because a lot of that gold did go to the set.
Yeah. I mean, Life is the true carry of this game, as we know. So he's doing fantastically well. Rascal going to go back home now, finally. Just cresting 104 CS. And this isn't a cannon wave, so he will be teleporting back to this one, or just waiting for it to turn up. And that is going to be how it does turn out. As Dove wanting to try and capitalize on the fact that Rascal is a little low when it comes to items.
Yeah, I mean,
like
unfortunately,
just one ring, you know?
Yeah, he's got one pot still. He can heal up a little bit. But unfortunately, he just doesn't have a jungler with him. And trying to scare Rascal a little bit there on their turret as well, but not going to get anything from it.
Yep. Chain will connect, but not too much more, as that is a Rift Maker complete for the Kennen.
Yep, just straight up.
That is a cool item.
Yeah, 110 CS early gets that, and that's a very different way to approach this. And I think part of it is because talking about what we were discussing earlier in terms of how much poke that you can sustain from a Corki before you get in, is that the Omnivant from the Riftmaker might actually really pull him up to full if he gets a big ultimate off when Live Sandbox are rushing in with this Olaf with the Akali.
Yeah.
It makes him survivable in some ways, whereas the Proto Belt is going to give you, or Rocket Belt as it's called now, will give you a little bit more extended range on that.
Dash cannon.
Yeah, the other variation.
Yes, indeed. As Rascal, yep, does find Dove here as the minions do get a bit mad, as that is a beautiful flash heroic charge, and Dove trying to run this one out, does manage to ulti out though, so slightly unfortunate there for Cuz and Rascal, who did have to invest basically everything to get that one to work, and then it didn't. Super Mega Death Rocket, let's see whether that one's going to connect as well as it gets the kill, aiming from downtown, channeling some prey with some cross-mapping.
It was calculated. They wanted to give the money to the Jinx.
There you go. That's what it was all about. That's what it was all about.
I want to make sure my Jinx gets better. I heard Life stole all the money down there, so let's just give him an opportunity to pick up that big ult kill. And there you go. Suddenly, Rascal sitting pretty on the top side of the map, just going to push another wave in, maybe grab another turret plate. So it's all worth it in the end.
Yeah, there we go. I didn't know
Calculated.
I didn't know I had like KT fan 4511 from Reddit on the broadcast, but here he is, able to give us exactly the right reasoning. Love it.
It is very much a big rocket. You know, we don't really see these connect all too often.
That's true. That was definitely the right one. Very unfortunate for Dove, but certainly good for Aiming, who was struggling. As we check this one out one more time.
So they cleared vision of this beforehand, pulled this off. Dove's ult actually dashes him out of this stun just barely, and they did not. They figured, okay, we got this kill secure. Don't actually have any more minions here, so the chase is impossible. Meanwhile, there's a rocket coming, and he watches.
He was like, yeah, it's about there.
Not
Let's
even
just
watching.
see.
야, 안
there he
무빙, 안
does
무빙
watch.
좀. 잡았다.
Got him.
지렸지?
나이스. 나이스 안무빙 콜 지렸다.
Yeah. He's
Yeah, he was trying to put pressure on him. As if at first you don't succeed, try again.
Yep.
As our closer is going to be like, yeah, no, not this time, mate. And they are going to back away, but I like the opportunism here from Cuz. Try and get some options. Closer with a big package into that mid lane, as Distortion's going to get Arya over it. As, oh my god, the Corki damage is absurd. That's the flash, but unable to actually connect the auto. But that is message received. This Corki is online.
Rascal has a wave here and ultimate, so I don't think Dove should be trading any further here. We'll actually back away after he clears that minion wave. As we're in a stage, too, where, you know, if we haven't really talked about it because we've talked a lot about the action with the set, and we were like, oh, look at what's going on with the kind of the top side. But Live Sandbox have quietly, they got the first Drake when that exchange happened bottom, and then they traded that for a Rift Herald. But now they've got 2 Drake advantage, and we're pushing towards KT Rolster really need to start actually grouping up for this objective here. And unfortunately for them, the Corki is well and truly starting to come online. I think a lot of this game is going to be decided by Rascal setting up team fights, and without that belt, it's going to be a lot tougher to do so. But, you know, he could arguably do a lot more damage if he does have that big ultimate. When he's flashless and when he doesn't have teleport to flank, he is very much kind of, I don't want to say useless in this game, but his impact is going to be much lower than potentially a flanking Akali that can actually delete this backline.
Yeah, I mean, if they can actually get on top of Closer, like if Arya can shut down Closer, then Rascal's job becomes very easy at that stage, right? He just stands on top of Amy, and then that's it.
Yeah.
And then if anyone comes towards him, he presses R, and then he's immortal.
Yeah.
And everything's fine.
Unfortunately, it hasn't worked out so far that way, but it definitely can if he plays it right, or if he's able to catch Closer when he's trying to get around and poke that damage through. This is really going to be about execution right now. It's a relatively even game otherwise.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. The bottom lane certainly not struggling nearly as much as it did last time around. Haymaker just try and keep life alive there, and he is going to be able to do that. All right, clearing out some wards as Live Sandbox get ready for this next Drake in 2.5 minutes. So maybe a little bit premature, but that's fine.
Yeah.
Bit of a Hex Fash over here as, yeah, that's some information given. Heroic Charge is actually channeled onto Croco, though, as there's the knock-up. Super Mega Death Rocket. Croco delivers it to Closer, just does a little bit of damage there, as KT do push them away.
They get Croco's Flash. They do not get Croco's ultimate, but getting the Flash is pretty massive, because that's not going to be up for that ensuing Drake fight, so pretty massive there. And with those backs here and the forced teleport, KT Rolster could have potentially made a play for that Rift Herald, and so I think there's arguably a case to be made for that, but instead, they just want to give Aiming as much gold as possible, because he did have a little bit of a, I don't want to say he had a rough start, but he's behind here.
Well, that's a fantastic Gale Force, paid for itself right there, but the chain is going to come through and Ice is going to get locked down. Does have the cleanse, Cuz looking for it, but he's overextended and now needs to run away, but the play says absolutely not. The rest of KT just focus on the turret. They understand that Cuz has just gone way too deep.
Yeah, and, you know, not only do they give a kill over here, but they're also going to lose maybe more.
How much was that chain worth, Aria?
Yeah,
as
well,
Live comes
maybe.
on in. There's the superplex as the Valkyrie comes through, but he gets his face broken, and that's a good lantern. Hook is not going to connect, though, is now aiming, dashing forward, looking for Closer. Don't get baited again. As the Live takes a lot of damage here, and Closer is going to survive for now.
KT is really floundering what was a small lead for them in the early game with some of these really, really heavy commitments. They got the bottom turret, even though they had to trade Cuz's life for it, so still some value there on the bottom side. They were hoping for both, right? Ice and the turret. And Ice's Gale Force was so good, and then Cuz just really hell-bent on getting this through. But he has so much mobility with a Thresh Lantern here, which is why this is such a common combo. And then he dies, and then the mid lane, you know, we had a little bit of a disaster there as well. Tons of damage for free also to that mid turret for Closer, so that one's very fragile now. And KT's still 2 Drakes down. They really need to start turning this one around, and Rascal has teleport, he has flash. This is a fight you absolutely want to take as KT Rolster. Can they get a flank ward for Rascal is the real question, because right now they don't have a great one, and they are not grouped up faster here on the Drake.
Yeah.
He's backing.
Ice is moving on in as well. No summoners for the Aphelios for this fight. So this is actually a huge moment for Aria to try and lock down the Aphelios. And Closer has the package available, so he's also got a target on his back at the same time. Upgrade to the Super Mega Death Rocket here for aiming. As Aria avoids the undertow quite nicely. Dove moving on over, and no teleport required here for Rascal, as it turns out.
Yeah, he's just going to walk in too, but does he find a good angle? That's the really tough question. You cannot give this one away as KT Rolster. You need to prove you can fight with this comp right now.
Yeah, all 5 members move in, but Closer is really dangerous. Package going to be used defensively, though, as Dove off on the flank. Life spotting him out. Really do like this, catching the flanks really nicely here, and KT will just take control of this Drake, and Liv Sandbox don't think that they can contest.
Now, they almost were able to deter KT from fighting this.
Oh, Rascal, this is so dangerous because doesn't find the wall there. Steadfast presence is good, though, as Superplex into the backline does a lot of work. The Poppy goes down, but they've dealt with the Corki. Life is going to be taken down as well, though, and now Croco's running away with it, and Ice is so scary. He'll get rid of the cannon, and KT just going a bit too far again.
I think KT are really, misjudging where their power is in this composition, because you get the Drake, right? You're able to finally secure that when you push Liv Sandbox away. Liv Sandbox is like, well, we're not going to make this a free trade. We're going to grab your turret. And it's in this moment, KT engaged with everything but the cannon ultimate, right? And then he ults at the last second when the fight is already over. Like, look at where Rascal is. He's at the furthest at the back. If he had a Proto Belt, you know, just raising my eyebrows that one a little bit, he might actually be in the thick of things getting these big stuns. Is able to stun Kale here, but also has to burn his stopwatch, which is extremely critical because that's a tool that buys him time here, but he shouldn't have wasted it because he's not going to have it for the subsequent fight.
Yeah.
And that's a big no-no. You know, when you don't have Proto Belt, now you don't have a stopwatch, your options are so limited as Rascal at this point.
No, it's really rough. Closer going to get zapped. Cuz moves on in, aiming completely out of mana, though. As Kale just making sure that he's playing it safe. Passing over his lantern.
Look at that gold lead really disappear.
Yeah, it's gone. It is straight up gone. This is anyone's game right now. And I think Rascal's probably a bit annoyed at the fact that he misclicked Riftmaker, I guess, because I did some research because, of course, I didn't want to get caught unawares of new item builds. It looks like, you know, this isn't necessarily very common. just yet on the
Oh, yeah.
cannon. And Dash Cannon, the ability to reposition as a champion that wants to get into a backline with a large AoE ultimate around them. Mobility, pretty good.
Because if you have Rascal in position to cut them off on the mid turret there, then it's perfect for this comp to fight like that. You've got a Poppy too, and you have the follow-up damage. Jinx's range is insane. You get single killed, and suddenly it's like you get a whole wipe plus the Drake, and you're like, yeah, you got a turret, but I got your whole team. But unfortunately, they rotated too quickly without him, and he doesn't have the dash. And yeah, there's a lot of problems with how KT is utilizing a comp, which is otherwise very strong, I think. And part of the problem is that this Jinx isn't as strong as she could be because a lot of that gold was given to a set. If a Jinx is 5-1-4 right now instead of 1-1-4, then maybe she's got a third item online. Still sitting on the PD at the moment.
Yep.
As this game is still very much in flux, and KT absolutely can win it with a good engage, but I'm starting to lose trust with their execution of the draft so far, because it's a good draft, it's just not being utilized to its fullest potential, let's say.
Yeah, I'm also, looking at a Corki and a Felios getting more items.
Yeah.
And while that happens, Dove is also there, and not a lot, relies on Dove this game at all, and Demonic Embrace is coming through pretty quickly here. Getting ready for it. And so now, KT, can they actually turn the tide? Azaria dashing forward, looking for a bit of damage onto Kale. Croco not able to actually wrap around. The zap is decent. Undertow connects onto aiming.
And it also looks like Rascal is building Shadow Flame second into all this magic resist.
I just want him to finish that Zhonya's.
Yeah, that's what you really need.
Yeah.
Because yeah, just keep that needlessly large rod for its AP, and then just switch it up entirely. Maybe even sell it to get a faster Zhonya's, because you're going to need that stopwatch. You're going to need that stasis.
Yeah.
He doesn't have one anymore because he used the last one to buy time for his death, right? I mean, it was definitely a split-second decision he made in vain, which is going to come back to bite him later on. 60 seconds until this Drake is spawned. And Live Sandbox are feeling very happy about their ability to control the setups for these Drakes, because KT haven't spent a lot of resources doing that, nor do they have a mid turret, so holding Prio in mid is so difficult for KT too. So it's kind of like the Live Sandbox are sitting pretty with an Olaf Akali, and they can poke at the KT roster members that are trying to come at them to fight for that Drake Prio, and maybe trading a Baron is the way to go. I mean, you check out that vision, okay, there's none in there.
I kind of like the idea. Trying to pull them around this map. Arya does have Void Stuff, so 2 items now completed as another package has been picked up. Closer just parks it now in this mid lane. They are going to just make sure they get this all the way to the inner turret and get all the space that they require, as these rockets, all of them, just need to be respected. Aiming splitting on the top side of the map though, so this is all a defense game for KT that they are not able to figure out. It's going to be back to come through from Dove, as aiming, well, he should be able to take down this inner turret, as the machine gun is going to stack up.
You have one, you have one player on the map who's not able to get a turret. You lose a turret and a Drake, in this exchange, and you have one Drake worth of buffer to try to just slow the game down and be like, okay, well, it's not soul, it's only soul point. We'll get him next time, right? Which, again, is not going to be enough time for this Kennen to actually build his Onius, because he went Shadow Flame into Force of Nature and a bunch of Merc Treads, Malmortius, etc. I'm not feeling really good about Rascal's ability to actually change these team fights. And also, Arya, you mentioned it so many times, how he has the potential to zone a Corki out and how he can execute this Corki and make his life miserable. It's just not happening so far this game. So,
I mean, it's just the Corki does so much damage. Like, Closer is also playing it very, very well, but I mean, I feel like it's in the numbers, right? Like, the LeBlanc dashes forward, I landed a chain, and then Closer is like, I ended your life, And, like, I think that trumps it,
I mean, at this stage, like, there's not much KT can do to threaten. I was holding that thought. I thought Rascal might go in on this, but definitely not. Should not. It's not advised. There's so much that Live Sandbox can do to control vision, and KT can't punish. They always have to be aware of these potential flanks on the Akali, because that's a good way to get a little bit of damage done.
That's why you go Void Staff second.
Yes.
Able to continue getting some work done. I like that one a lot. 3.5 minutes though on the Drake, and the Baron is well and truly in control by Live Sandbox. They've done their homework nicely. As KT really, really want to finally deal with this outer turret, and they will be able to do so. So, KT reclaim the gold lead, but it is absolutely minuscule.
Dove is in a nice spot here, but otherwise there is, you know... Okay, I thought they were actually going to commit, so maybe he's not in a nice spot because no one else is here.
Well, they spot him out. That is going to be the flash out as he does manage to backflip his way out. Good zap there as all 5 members of Live Sandbox move over, but Dove has to use his flash in order to escape, and his ultimate as well is now on cooldown.
Yeah, that's really rough. If Live Sandbox actually push mid and try to collapse faster, then he's in such a great spot to trap KT, but unfortunately the rest of his team wasn't with him on the play. As Kale just going to use this blast cone to get in instead of the hook so that he can make sure no one can fall on that side.
Oh, Closer taking a lot of damage here is aiming.
There you go.
Still have the Super Mega Death Rocket, so that's what we were talking about. You know, this is Arya's job as he's trying to get that poke in. Rascal still on the bottom side, teleport in hand though.
Ultless though, he has no ult.
Yes, not for the next little while. So he's going to stay down here, but KT have been able to successfully deter Live Sandbox from doing the Baron. And now the cards are being held by KT Rolster. Cuz trying to get out of here. 5-point strike, slowing him down for a moment, but he will be able to escape.
This is actually really well played by KT. Finally, Arya puts a big dent in the Corki's health pool, and he does it again here. So Rascal has some breathing room.
Well, Dove now looking for it, knows that he doesn't have an ult as the perfect execution is going to be there, and Rascal just nowhere to go. And gets cued to the face. That is going to be a solo kill against the solo killer. And the Akali is proving why she certainly works out as the game goes on.
But all of the gold he got from that split push means he's finally able to pick up his Zonius.
So that is, I mean, that's a consolation prize.
So,
take that.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm not trying to say it's the reason why he dies there or anything like that, but I'm saying like he was able to successfully grab that extra turret gold and finally finish this item, which he's needed so desperately in these upcoming fights. He will have his ultimate. Like, Kennen will be a champion in this upcoming fight. As he's just not able to get the... I mean, the stun doesn't last at all in this scenario.
Merc Treads are pretty strong.
Like, you see how little impact the stun makes. He's just dead.
Yep.
And the Rift Maker is going to make you a little bit more survivable with that Omnivamp, but not against a burst champion like the Akali.
No, you're just not going to be out of side lane against Dove. Unfortunately, it's just not how you're built, and it's also just not what Kennen is capable of.
But at least, you know, the objective is a success. Like, he gets the money to buy a Zonius so he could be a real Kennen in this upcoming Baron fight. So that's the win.
Yep, well, Cuz dashing on forward. Looking for Dove. Good chain connect here from Arya. Finds the second one as well. Super Mega Death Rocket will say goodnight to Dove. So makes a great play and then throws his life away. And that will give KT a massive inroad for this Baron. And this game may have just turned on its head. Croco, can he actually get through here? Does have flash available as KT are melting this one down. Good zap, and they avoid Closer as well. Arya dashes forward. Great ult from Cuz. Says goodbye poke damage and hello Baron. They grab the buff. Level 16 for both aiming and Arya and Rascal as there's a flash forward from Live. And Closer has to take the package away. The blade comes through as Arya is going to connect another chain. This guy's LeBlanc is just ridiculous today. And Life just picks him up and uses the Thresh as a taxi as they're chasing down Live Sandbox. Moonlight Vigil, though, Ice able to do some damage here as Rascal finds the flank, flashes in. Ripmaker giving him some of that health back, as you can see. As now Closer tries to run away from Arya, who is hungry for revenge, and he'll pick it up. Now just slide this one in to another Cloud Drake as well. KT were behind. They are not anymore.
No, KT in full control of the game now. Tons of money picked up here to take home and put into the shop. But this pick on to Dove is what opens it all up, because Dove is way out of position here. And once he's picked, I mean, there's just no real winning team fight anymore, especially because KT have this choke point controlled with a cannon. They have all these wards, control wards blocking any vision. They know there's nothing that the enemy team can see. So Rascal can actually just stand between the rest of his team and Live Sandbox, and there's nothing they can do. And then, as you mentioned, Arya hits a really nice chain here onto Kale, preventing him from getting out. And that's just the end of the story. Like, there's nothing you could do as Live Sandbox to get out of here anymore.
And look at Rascal, like, knows that he's not going to walk down that river. That is not how he's getting into this one.
And he gets the stun on the ice, even though Croco's ultimate will deny the same from happening to him. And it just gives so much more freedom. Life waits till the last second to hit that
Haymaker button, yeah.
to hit that true damage to finish off the Olaf. Everything about that was clean. Life has 6 kills this game.
Yeah, he does. And also aiming is 100% kill contribution. Every single kill. It's like he's sniped the couple that he wasn't near with Super Mega Death Rockets. And they're the only kills that he's got.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he's just setting them up for the rest of the team to grab them, and largely for Life to grab them. And as you can see, the gold kind of falling off a cliff here towards the end for Live Sandbox. We mentioned how linear and beautiful KT's graph was the last time around. This one, a very different game.
Post 25, you know, it's looking a little bit better, but
yeah.
It was definitely a bit of a rocky one for Rascal. One of his hardest games, I think, of the season so far. But he recovered. They got the Baron here. And their composition is you know, it's got an okay amount of siege, but it's not amazing. They're just waiting for Live Sandbox to come in so that Rascal can pop a defensive ult and they can win that front to back.
Yeah, no, exactly right.
And Live Sandbox are just kind of like, well, I'm not going to play that game. I'm not going to engage on you. I'm just going to wait for these minions to disappear.
Well, Arya has a really cool hat now. He is able to cosplay a wizard extraordinarily effectively. Cool hat, double staves, and some fancy shoes as well. Plus the magic potion, and we'll be able to take that turret pretty comfortably. Super Mega Death Rock avoided really beautifully there with a swift Valkyrie from Closer. They've broken open the base. I'm not able to get any inhibitors just yet.
I have to say I've been pretty impressed with Closer's Corki overall. Wasn't sure what to make of it when we saw it in the draft, and it will be the first time he's played it this season as Arya nearly gets the chain there onto Dove.
Yep.
But, you know, at the end of the day, Arya, even though he missed a few chains early and wasn't putting the threat onto him, has really come online in the late game. He is starting to really push this Corki out repeatedly. And now that they're grouped up as 5 and it's not Rascal trying to split push without any ability to close the gap into the enemy team, when KT are grouped as 5, Live Sandbox are having a lot bigger problems actually tearing this team apart and finding ways for this poke to be successful, because every time Closer tries, Arya is finally there.
Yeah. And as you can see as well, like, Cuz is building a lot of armor. Like, his job is to deal with ice, as it turns out. Probably needs to get a bit more magic resist, though, given the fact that Closer and Dove are going to be doing a heck of a lot of damage.
He's got that force of nature coming down the pipipeline.
Yeah,
you know,
he's on the way.
He's got the Amazon order. Doesn't have Prime, so it's going to take a little bit longer, but
we'll see whether Closer delivers it to him, because he's the one with all the packages.
yeah.
Here in Korea, there has been a recent strike as far as delivery people are concerned, so that might be why Cuz is struggling to get his force of nature.
He'll get it eventually, though. I've got faith.
Exactly, exactly. And also, you got to respect the working folks wanting to get what they need. As that's the Void stuff, and Rascal, he got his delivery, and he's very happy about that.
Yep, he is finally able to do real damage to these full health members when he does engage. Does have his flash still on cooldown, but this is KT just trying to use the residue of this Baron to kind of grind Live Sandbox out of the game, because they have so much good defensive engage. Like, we talk about this a lot with comps like this, with the Kennen, with the set, to where you're like, come at me, I'll win the fight. So you just try to push waves until they do come at you, and then you take the defensive fight. But aggressively trying to push with this advantage is very difficult. But they push it enough to where they have Cryo on Drake that spawns at 22 seconds, which will be their third cloud of the game.
It is very, very dark in that jungle, though. It's 35 seconds on the Baron. It looks like Live Sandbox wanting to just go where they're allowed to go, right? It's good poke damage onto aiming, though. Takes most of his health bar from that.
Pretty big win for Live Sandbox if they could trade for Baron, but the timing is just about 20 seconds off. They're like grouping on it, but it's going to
They will do a lot of damage. It's not exactly optimal weapons here for Ice, but he's got a lot of items, and Closer does so much consistent damage as well. And now KT have a similar issue, right? As both teams now with Cloud Soul Point, and the Baron is up in 4 seconds time. KT could just run down the mid lane, honestly, and oh, the hook goes wide. And they're unable to lock that one down. His close almost dies, actually. But does have a package to get himself out.
Very zoning is this ultimate here from Kale.
Well, Dove off to the side. Does have to backflip away from Arya, and Closer does land a few of these hooks. Super Mega Death Rocket comes in, and Light finds the flank. In goes Cuz into the backline and locks down that kill eventually, but now Dove does manage to get some backflips here, trying to keep Ice alive. He is so important, as now Croco's fighting with Arya. He's completely disconnected from his team, and all 5 members of KT are now able to start off this Baron. The Olaf nowhere in sight.
Rascal's positioning is so good, though. You can't really fight this as Live Sandbox because there's a flash cannon who's got ult available right on the edge. They got a split.
They do, as that is a Hex Flash to get Cuz out of there, as Arya dashing forward. Moonlight Vigil lands onto 5 instantly. 3 blow up. And Rascal now has to try and get this work done by himself, aiming, now trying to heal up as well off this Brambleback, but the Baron will be taken by Croco, and they manage to get some extra gold for it as well, as Rascal dives on in. Kale gets himself out of there though, and almost it works out. Super Mega Deathstroke at that time does not land. And yes, the Aphelios is taken down, so actually, fair bit of turret damage, I guess, has been eliminated, but this game will continue.
Yeah, this game will continue, and it was 2 back-to-back ill-fated Barons. The fact that Live Sandbox grouped for a, basically 10, 15-second Baron timer there meant that KT were able to clear the Drake easily and rotate over. And even without vision, they still have this incredibly strong cannon who could do a lot. They were able to break through, but then when KT actually took control of the Baron pit, starting it was definitely ill-advised, because once they did that, I mean, it was really easy for Live Sandbox to kind of play the long game and wait for that Aphelios ult. It was an amazing ult from Ice here as well. But this is the moment where KT are like, okay, we won the fight. And then they start Baron, and the second that they start Baron, that's when Ice and the crew turn. And then, okay, Baron's helping me out here. Ult comes through, hits Cuz on the edge, the last pixel.
Oh man, look at all of those years just piling down on top of KT.
Watch
Let's
his
check it out again.
Person, yeah.
야, 나이스.
No translation required on that one.
Yep. That is
Very
a happy Aphelios player.
Very greedy for KT instead of walking away and resetting there to actually look for the Baron.
Well, Dove looking for aiming here is, okay, we're going to try and block these dashes. That is going to be the GA now popped, and Cuz is just destroyed. Nowhere for aiming to go, and Live Sandbox picking up 2 stragglers here on KT's side, and no one could do anything about it. Rascal does have his ultimate, no flash available, no dash cannon either, and this is base broken. Inhibitor taken down, and the first inhib will belong to Live Sandbox.
Game 2, definitely a real game of League of Legends compared to our first one. We got a lot in this one. 24 kills across.
Now you can see Life on the back end, but Arya just nothing he can do. Closer takes down that one. As looks like this Nexus is not long for the world, as Rascal's just trying to take them on a bit of a goose chase here. Uses his Zhonya's, but he's not going to be able to do enough damage here. Moonlight Vigil sails by majestically, and that will be Live Sandbox tying up the series. We will be going to a deciding game, and Life's sets win rate will now take a bit of a battering.
I gotta say, the reason I mentioned it was more of a game than Game 2 was it's similar to Game 2 in a lot of ways in terms of the draft. The drafting here was not bad for KT, and I think the comp came together nicely, but their utilization of it was very poor. The build we saw from Rascal really hurt his ability to help team fight. And I was worried about the cannon into an Akali in a side lane. Again, I said nameplates withstanding, it's a little bit risky, but he pulled it off brilliantly in lane, built that very early Riftmaker, which meant that he couldn't actually do a lot in team fights, wasn't very impactful, and then KT made some good plays around the top side, got their way back into the game, and then all those fights, all those team fights, they just weren't able to get Rascal into a spot to where he could have big ultimates, and their decision to go back onto the Baron is what lost them the game. They went back onto the Baron, and they thought, okay, well, the Aphelios is backing. I'm going to be able to win this for sure. But they had vision in the Baron pit, and they were like, well, we're not going to back. And one Moonlight Vigil wins the game. I put my vote down for Ice, because that Moonlight Vigil, if it doesn't hit, maybe we're still in the game right now talking about what goes wrong in the next Baron fight. That doesn't happen here because that Vigil hits.
Yeah, potentially. I think that Closer probably deserves that one. I think this game was off the back of the fact that he was able to send so many members of KT home. This was heroic from Dove, but honestly, this was when KT started to circle the drain, right?
Yeah, there were a lot of errors, I think, here for KT Rolster in the mid game and then the very late game. Rascal still does the most damage with this Riftmaker build, but a lot of those ults you see for Rascal, he's like hitting half of everybody's health bar, and the team fight is over when he's doing it because he got in and ulted after the fight was over. So yeah, it does a lot of damage, but
yeah, this is one heck of a goal graph. You can see that Live Sandbox really pulled themselves out of the Mariana Trench there on that one.
Yep.
As KT, I think we could probably call this one a throw, as KT almost had a gold lead at the very end. No Elders to happen, no Souls were actually picked up, as that one was effectively denied. But damn, you know, you let a Corki get to the late game, things get pretty dangerous.
Corki damage, follow-up Aphelios damage, some Baron missed calls, and we got a crazy series on our hands here, Atlas.
We definitely do, and we'll have to see who's going to be able to bounce back more effectively after that one. You could imagine Liv Sandbox probably feeling pretty good, but let's hear from the analyst chairs after a short break.
캐는 프로.
오케이.
나 랜더 봐줄게. 랜더 봐줄게.
캐는 들어오는 거 마크 먼저 해. 얘네 중간 한번 쓸 거야.
캐는 정면에 있고 르블랑만 사이드 조심해봐.
솔라리 네버.
캐넨만
저 르블랑 쪽 코르키가 마크하고 캐는 너네 딜러진 따로 있어 얘들아. 코르키랑 앞에 붙어있지 마.
랜더 가능하고 계속 랜더 8초.
나 아래게 될게
코르키 앞에 붙어있지 말고 나랑 세트 맞댈게. 세트 내가 맞댈게.
나 캐넨 볼게.
세트 내가 맞댈게. 야 캐는. 야 캐는 이때 마크 중. 캐는 이때 마크 중. 캐는 먼저 잡자.
나 캐넨 볼게.
캐넨.
나이스.
오케이 잘했다. 괜찮아.
허연포 지렸네.
잘했어요.
화염포 찔렀어.
뭐야?
지렸고.
롤도 보고 LCK도 복습하고 영어도 배우는 의외로 유익한 컨텐츠.
범연아 밥 먹어라 하고 엄마가 방문을 열어도 급하게 알트탭 누를 필요가 없습니다.
보육쌤과
정연쌤의
레어 클래스
지금 시작합니다.
매주 LCK 중계에서 나온 표현을 가르쳐주는 Call of the Week. 지난주 프레드프리언 대 젠지 경기를 한번 다시 볼까요?
That he could be under fire, and this is really impressive. This is a player that got caught out in the top lane so many times. And he is playing pretty chill.
He's playing pretty chill. 모건이 라인 안쪽에서 플레이하는 걸 보고 칠하게 플레이한다고 말하죠. 칠, 아주 재미있는 단어예요. 원래 쌀쌀한, 차가운, 냉기, 오한 이란 뜻인데 이럴 때 여유롭다, 느긋하다는 뜻이에요. Chilly winter morning은 쌀쌀한 겨울 아침이지만 I'm just chilling at home은 나 그냥 집에서 쉬는 중입니다. 완전 다른 느낌이죠. Hey, don't worry. Just chill. 야, 괜찮아. 진정해. 침착해. 여유롭게 해. Relax처럼 쓸 수 있고요. Lol Park is so chill tonight. 조용한 mood 설명할 수도 있어요. He's playing pretty chill. 여유롭다는 chill이었습니다.
협곡에서 자주 쓰는 단어나 표현을 딥하게 파고드는 롤링 인 더 딥. LCK를 보다 보면 이런 말이 참 많이 나오죠. CC기가 예술로 들어갔다. 이 팀은 CC 지옥이다. 여기서 CC가 뭘 말하는지는 플레이하는 사람도 알고 또 보는 사람도 알지만 정확히 무슨 뜻인지 여러분은 알고 계신가요? 게임에서의 CC기, CC 스킬은 바로 Crowd Control, 군중 제어라는 뜻입니다. 내가 스킬을 썼을 때 상대가 마음대로 움직이지 못하도록 행동을 제어하고 행동에 제한을 둔다는 의미로 crowd, 사람들, 군중, 무리, 그리고 control, 지배, 제어, 조절이 합쳐진 단어입니다. CC는 일상생활 중에 정말 많이 볼 수 있는 두 문자어 중 하나인데요. 클템님, 그 이메일 저한테도 CC 좀 걸어주세요. 할 때의 carbon copy, 복사본, 참조. 유튜브에 있는 CC 버튼은 closed caption, 자막이란 뜻입니다. 우리나라에선 CC가 캠퍼스 커플로도 많이 알려져 있죠. 지금까지 군중 제어 스킬을 뜻하는 크라우드 컨트롤을 한번 배워봤습니다.
롤 챔피언 대사로 영어를 배우는 Champion Says. 오늘의 주인공은 리그 오브 레전드 공식 커플 자야와 러칸입니다. 협곡으로 데이트 가는 자야와 러칸. 두 챔피언은 어디로 갈지 고민하다가 자야가 러칸한테 물어봐요.
Where do we go?
Wherever our hearts desire.
Where do we go? 우리 어디 가?
Wherever our hearts desire. 마음 내키는 곳이면 어디든. Wherever, 어디에나 어디든 이란 뜻인데요. 친구가 너 라인 어디 갈래? 물어봤을 때 wherever 이렇게 대답하면 아무데나 어느 라인이든 상관없어 이런 뜻이에요. Heart, 마음, desire, 바라다, 갈망하다 두 단어 합쳐져서 마음 가는 대로, 마음 내키는 대로 라는 뜻이에요. 레헨 선수가 지난번에 갑자기 시니스 픽해서 모두 놀랐죠.
아직도 3이나 보면은 마오카이 서폿이랑 혹시
He definitely picked whatever his heart desired. 마음 가는 대로 시니스 픽했다는 말입니다. 하지만 롤 플레이 할 때는 꼭 팀원들과 잘 이야기하고 픽해야 돼요. 게임도 보고 영어도 배우는
울프쌤과 정연쌤의 레알 클래스.
오늘은 chill, crowd control, wherever 배워봤어요.
다음 시간에 또 만나요.
See you next time.
Thank you, Wolf and Changyeon, for that amazing English class, and also Atlas for his cast. That was game number 2, a big comeback from Liv Sandbox towards the end of the game. That Aphelios and Corki getting a little bit out of hand, and KT with some risky maneuvers.
As it turns out, Liv Sandbox, they might be towards the bottom end of the LCK, but if you give them a couple of champions and you don't lose the game in the first 10 minutes, they can still go toe-to-toe. And I think what we saw here was a KT that was playing a little bit too fast and loose with a really big lead that they were able to get, especially in the mid-game. And with a draft like this, really not excusable in terms of how far ahead they were.
They were extremely far ahead. I mean, even the Jinx was super fed. There were some question marks in terms of builds. Even Wolf was mentioning it during the game. Rascal's build, a huge question mark ping from us. Not sure what was going on there with the Shadow Flame into that much MR. And then eventually going for Void Staff. Could have built that earlier, would have helped out a lot. We really loved Arya's build.
He did great.
Fortunately, didn't help to carry. He was trying so hard to basically single-handedly carry that game, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, and I think that the issue that KT ran into later was that they didn't really have the patience to set up their fights. And it makes sense because their comp kind of wants to do different things. You have two champions, in a LeBlanc and a Jinx, that kind of just want to sit. But the Corki, just by existing, forces you to make aggressive plays. And that's where you see the Set and the Cannon come in. But then Cannon, as pointed out, I think the Riftmaker it's okay when you're looking at laning, but in terms of team fight, it doesn't allow you to get to the back line. Then the Shadow Flame as well. You saw he was barely able to get through things like the Maul, and he never really got close to ice. And because of that, there wasn't that much backline threat, and if you don't have enough backline threat against the Phalios and a Corki, they're going to run away with the game.
You're going to lose eventually.
Yep.
And we did see that happen. We're going to take a look at some of the highlights here from game number 1. This is where things were going well for KT. When they got this pick onto Dove, and they were able to turn it into a Baron play.
And I think the KT also kind of felt like they were in more control of this game than they were. Because for the larger part, they were the ones shoving, right? They were the ones getting off the successful plays. And then you have situations like this where they chase the entirety of Liv Sandbox just across the map. Again, highlight to Arya for both his build and his LeBlanc play in general. Much rather see him on this than the Rise. Very happy about that. But we're going to see an example even of that. Like, look at how little damage Rascal is going to do here, right? And it's one of those situations where those champions should not be as healthy as they are here. And it's not that big in the grand scheme of things, but it forces out another flash for Arya, right? It elongates the play a little bit. And later in the game, we're also going to see the same issue where they're just not able to get through the Phelos in time. And then, you know, the play we're building up towards.
Yeah, that last highlight, it's one you might want to close your eyes for. If you're scared of Aphelios in particular, you know, maybe fireworks aren't your thing. Bright flashy lights. Yeah, it starts off fantastically. KT, you're like, wow, okay, you know, we got the pick. A lot of the Corki, things are going well. And then that is the real issue, because now you have some poke, and you think the Corki's gone, so we should be fine here, right? And no, and look, Flash and Ultimate still available for Rascal. I don't think they really expect Liv Sandbox to contest as much as they do, and some indecisiveness really playing parts here, because that was some 200 years in. We've not seen after, I want to say, like the 5th or 6th round of nerfs that Aphelios has received, because that was the kind of nightmare scenario where, like, late game Aphelios, generally going for Infernum is not what you want to do, but when you have that much items, he was, I think, sitting on 4.5 at that point, and you get the crits, the team just blows up. Yep, just clip that, put it wherever you want, and you'll get a lot of likes. Pretty disgusting what we did see from there. And it wasn't even like the game immediately ended, but you could tell after that it was basically over, because, I mean, they lost the Baron, they lost 4 members, Aphelios picked up even more gold that he didn't even need. We're going to take a look at who picks up the player of the game from that one. It will be Ice actually picking up his first player of the game.
I think justifiably so. Really nice comeback of him in the first game. He was partially due to the pick, but also due to the execution, a big problem for Liv Sandbox. But this is Ice's great escape, and he has multiple of these moments. And it is here, I think, where you see some of the limitations of the composition that you have here from KT if you don't execute it cleanly, right? And as the cast already mentioned, here is another example where it's a very disjointed fight. It feels like Rascal isn't even in this fight until later, and Ice's positioning has been extremely crisp throughout the entirety of this game. He was never really in front of the LeBlanc, the rest of his team doing a great job. Shout out also to KL, who I think did a good job. Fresh
One more time.
Closer, one more time, doesn't get old. Closer, who really kept him in the game with the amount of poke, as Atlas and Wolf were saying as well.
Yeah, well, we'll take a look at the votes here. We do have one media vote for Kyle. I think that's fine.
I like it.
In this case, like, he was part of the Great Escape. He was part of why Aphelios was able to get through the early game and help out there. And eventually, Aphelios with that many items into so many champions that are just going to dive him, he's going to have a great time. Didn't even have to have that ultimate. But it was enough in the end. So guys, we will have game number 3 coming your way right now. I'll pass it over to Atlas and Wolf.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, on the analyst rug and carpet space. And here we are for game number 3. Let's see whether Liv Sandbox can follow on from the momentum built after that comeback victory.
That is the question. I mean, there was certainly some hiccups on that one for KT, and we'll see what the draft looks like here in Game 3, because in Game 1, really big draft issue for Liv Sandbox. KT Game 2, draft execution was definitely the issue. The composition didn't work out, and Like, I think Chronicler put it best. Like, I feel like he summed up what I was trying to say in so few words by just saying, like, they played fast and loose with a lead that they really just didn't have. They had a pretty significant lead earlier, but they lost a lot of it, and then they just kept acting like they were 10K gold ahead. And you can't play like that or you will get punished.
That is exactly right. I also think that picking the Jinx after seeing the Aphelios was a mistake. Just pick Thresh instead, right? Deny that.
That was such an easy denial.
Yeah. You just pick Thresh, Poppy, and then you win the draft from that point on. So would have really liked to have seen that as well. But Life probably just wanting to flex on his set. And honestly, it worked for a large part of the game, but didn't have the longevity that a Corki Aphelios is going to have in the later stages of the game. Let's see how the things change, though, as Renekton, once again on the ban list, was of course banned first up on blue side, and as we know, good old Rascal, very, very happy to be on the Crocodile. Caitlyn going to be banned this time, so we are going to see a bit of a difference, but KT banning the Akali, the Karma, and the Xin Zhao, just like they did in game number 1.
Corki's up. Corki's up. I would love to see Arya pick it up early, but he's
as well.
He's also very good at Twisted Fate, and it's arguably, some people would say, the champion that really put him on the map, but it is very face-up to pick this early and does warp the draft quite a bit, but he's just so strong at setting up, you know, early game control at the top side of the map, as well as shutting down a lot of AD carries in this meta that you just grab him.
Oh, closer! Back to his Aurelia, one of his favorites. This could, of course, be Dove on the top side of the map, so you don't really want to get ahead of yourself, but this 100% punishes Twisted Fate, and Closer is so good at this champion.
Yeah, I think it's a really niche response here based on how good Closer is, you know, as a player on this specific champion, and I think it will go to Closer this game. We'll see how the draft progresses before we sign the contract on that one, but...
That's Rek'Sai. All right,
okay.
She's going to get locked in.
So first time here.
Uh-huh.
And you have the Rek'Sai, you have a little bit of extra long-range engage with the Twisted Fate. This is all going to be about topside control here. It's soul lane control, really, just in general, for KT Rolster with this draft, regardless of what else they pick here. And it's also the very rare AD carryless start to a draft. We usually see that picked up very early. Now, the Caitlyn and the Aphelios are both locked in, but KT could just take Jinx here. Nope, just going to get all the rascally sin.
All right.
Let's get it all, let's lock it all up.
2 junglers, I like it a lot, as that is Fiora. All right, this series just got completely insane very, very quickly. Closer, just lock it in. Lock in the Fiora, I want to see it. As that's Yasuo, I guess.
I think the Jace is the
I think
correct
Jace
option.
makes a lot more sense, and, you know, Camille's fine as well. And they are
Fiora.
going to take that one. Oh, it is the Fiora. Okay, we're getting exactly what we wanted here. As, yep, Live Sandbox's draft is hectic, to say the least. But they are taking Split Push into a TF, right?
Yeah. Also,
and this is fighting fire with fire. They're going to have the macro to back this up.
They have 2 melee champions here who could side lane extremely well, but also can find themselves losing longevity in a game if they don't get ahead early. Like, Aurelia could, you know, obviously side lane regardless of kill score and regardless of how she does in the early laning phase. Same to be said of Fiora, but how well can they team fight with a Diana is really going to be the tough question. Now, the Jinx I was talking about picking up in that 3rd rotation for KT, since they took the Lee Sin for Rascal instead, is going to be now banned away and removed. And look at how thin this AD carry pool is getting now with the Aphelios, the Kalista, the Jhin is gone, the Jinx. Ban Senna here, maybe? Or Ezreal? Yeah, because
ban Ezreal, and then, maybe...
There's the Senna. Yeah, I think the
Senna's
Senna's the safe call here.
Do you know what I can see? I can see Aiming playing his Ashe. His Ashe was absolutely fantastic. This is going back quite a ways.
Very good with TF.
Yeah, I like it. I like the extra global, you know?
Yeah, I actually like it a lot.
Okay, it's going to be Lucian Nami or something like that on the bottom side of the map. Sounds like a lot of fun.
There's a lot of CC with Nami, and Tidal Wave can actually just stop the entire Live Sandbox team from functioning. So I think it's a pretty good call.
Yeah.
Considering we've got the Aurelia, Fiora, the Diana is going to have to close that gap. You have the kick for disengage, but you don't have a lot of range. And you know what? You know what does have a lot of range? You know, there's a lot of scaling as the Twitch, but will be the Xayah. Looks like for a little bit more safety in these fights. Honestly, I like the Ezreal here for Live Sandbox. You've got such an incredible front line.
I think it's way better, especially because it can self-peel, right?
Yeah.
You can actually get yourself out of the way of a lot of these issues. You can also buffer Arcane Shift when you are getting bubbled and things like that. And it just suits the composition so much more because everyone else is going in, right? Live Sandbox, their composition is just going to be dive, dive, dive. And then Ice just will need to, you know, survive the situation. But the thing that I'm really interested in is this Rek'Sai. And Cuz has been playing it a little bit in solo queue. Of course, when Cuz debuted, I'm going to take you on a little bit of a trip down memory lane, ladies and gentlemen. When he debuted, his first game that he ever played, I believe this was in Kesper Cup, and it was like 2017 or something like that, 2018 maybe. But he played the Rek'Sai, and he went down bottom lane and got a quadra kill in like one of his first games for Longzhu back in the day. And it was very impressive. It actually began a very storied run for that roster that you might remember as being very, very dominant throughout the years. But that was a long time ago, and Rek'Sai, she is a very different champion now.
In current year, in this draft, I think it's going to be very difficult to dominate the solo laners. It is, of course, going to be the Fiora on the top side of the map, and Closer will be playing that Aurelia. It's difficult to get ahead versus this style of composition. If Croco follows the Rek'Sai around close 6, and you could really turn things around, the scaling with this Ezreal is really good. So it's going to be tough. We'll talk about some of the finer points as we get into the Rift itself, but this should be a banger third game here.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how this Fiora is going to go. I think that she's a really fun champion to watch, but also I think eyes need to be glued to that mid lane. Closer taking on Arya's Twisted Fate, as you mentioned already. I mean, Arya, a fantastic Twisted Fate player, but Closer's Aurelia certainly is something to watch out for.
Yeah, it is the champion he really excelled on for T1 last year, where he was able to, I mean, shape entire games around his Aurelia, team fights, the laning phase. He was extremely dominant. Now, for KT's comp, you know, you have this Lee Sin that's going to fall off fairly late on in the game, except for ability to disengage against Vanguard's Edge. Fiora is trying to get in there and stab your backline up. But the low range with this Lucian Nami pick means I think that KT are really going to have to get a pretty nice lead early here and kind of just keep riding that that wave. And I know it's appropriate because we got Nami here. Ride that tidal wave all the way through the mid game and have a big enough lead to where you can win out, because Croco's going to scale insanely. Ice is going to scale insanely. These two solo laners are going to be able to way outdo anything a Twisted Fate and Lee Sin can do, unless they make errors or are left alone, right? I mean, sometimes you might end up having Arya ult in and killing the other laner, but if Arya's giving resources to shut down a Fiora or an Aurelia who's side laning, then the other one gets massive value on the other side of the map. That's the scary thing about this and why it's so cool into the Twisted Fate first pick.
Yeah. And Closer, this is just one of those picks, right? Like, melee assassins into Twisted Fate have always been a thing. Is Dove getting trolled a little bit by the weak spot, but Rascal is really struggling already. And, you know, she's a Grand Duelist, right? Like, Fiora pretty good in this exact
Grasp as well on the Fiora. This is going to be, it's like, really looking for that value.
Stun comes down as Arya in trouble. Conqueror going to be procced, but Arya able to get a little bit of damage back and has to now chug through these corrupting pot charges.
Something Valdez and I talked about as we see the win rate here for the Diana. It's on a streak right now, 3-0. Something Valdez and I talked about last week with the Twisted Fate pick is how he's often very much high prio in bans, as well, that might have to wait a second.
Yeah, Rascal, this is a long lane now, able to safeguard his way out. Thankfully has a conga lining minion wave heading forward as Flawless Duet not quite able to connect there by Closer.
But the part of what I was saying about the Twisted Fate here is that it's very strong in terms of setting up a really good composition for it, but if you pick it super early in the draft, it can be very easily responded to, and it's great to see Live Sandbox after a Game 1 draft where they really botched it, coming back here in this third game and having such a great response to it, as I think we do have to mention. You were talking about Cuz's Longzhu start there, 14-6.
Yeah, he's pretty good at this champion, but it's been a while since he's played her. Now we're going to have to, like, okay.
CG people are just going to show us, like, a million things.
Yep, now we're back to talking about the Rise. because, of course, we had the wrong info earlier. We're going to just make sure that we rectify that for you guys. As in goes Cuz. There's the knock-up. Gold card going to connect here as well, and the ganking power of Rek'Sai still exists, right?
This is why the Rek'Sai is picked here with this Twisted Fate. There's so much long-range engage, and the gold card setup is so amazing if you don't have vision. And neither of these champions have amazing, ability to turn a fight.
Oh, Rascal gets the Q to connect, and that is just going to be it. The solo kill onto the Fiora. Rascal's Lee Sin never disappoints. What is that, 8 now?
Yeah, and he's able to do it against the Flash as well.
Yeah.
That secures that extra Q there for the execution damage and takes out the Fiora after what was such a rocky start. Now he's got a massive lead, forces out that teleport from Dove. It's actually a level up.
Yeah, Dove is also going to have to tank this whole
weak
minion
spot
wave if he wants to stop this. And yeah, trolled by the weak spot. Feels bad.
The second time in a row he gets the back spot.
This is actually really good for Dove, though. He holds the wave long enough to get it away from the turret. And so we'll be able to deny a little bit here from Rascal, who doesn't have his teleport. So he can't miss this minion wave, right?
Yeah.
It will just die. So Cuz needs to come up and help out. As again, man, this is not great. Weak spot RNG here for
It's
Dove.
really bad for Dove, but I mean, he can still trade pretty nicely and can chip away. Twisted Fate doesn't have 6 yet, so I don't think you want to time this dive just yet. You need that ultimate first.
Yep, Tremor Sense online here, and that spots KL out as Rascal with some funny business. Yeah, good riposte there from Dove. Cuz slinks his way out.
I'm just happy I finally get to cast a Fiora game. We've had so many times this has almost happened here in the LCK throughout, my still very short LCK casting career, but actually going to get it this time. Is watch Rascal hit this despite the flash. Just too fast for him.
The old point-blank Q situation.
Because he's so close, there's just nothing you could do, even if you flash. Like, just already stuck to you.
Yep.
He tries to react, but he can't react faster than the spell comes out. Very well played. First blood to the only top Lee Sin in the LCK. No one is even trying it. Just Rascal.
And he's so good at it as well. Didn't even have to invest the flash for that situation, right? Like, oof. That's definitely feels bad for Dove, right? Getting outplayed by the champion that you've had counterpick on as well. Can't feel good, as that is going to be the Drake taken here by KT. Hextech going to be the next one. So we've got a mountain or an ocean or an infernal as our sole options. Of course, Chemtech Drake has been removed until further notice. The people spoke and Riot listened.
Yep, it's gone for now. Sure it will pop its Drake body, or I guess fly down into the pit. They kind of fly in there. Well,
yep.
Show back up one day.
I hope not, for the sake of the Poros.
Maybe they'll get an emissions check on the before he can come back to the Rift.
Yeah, we're gonna actually patch. We need to install more solar panels in Runeterra before that one works. Is okay. Bit of an engage there onto Kale, but it's a big minion wave that he has to contend with, and Ice not able to follow up through it because, of course, Mystic Shot, pesky ability, not able to go through, much like the Piercing Light does, and misses a few of those CS as well. So
we did get a nasty gas Drake and an electric Drake, didn't we, at the same time?
We did.
One of those won out in the end.
Pretty topical.
But
I like that one.
This
sidestep.
This bot lane is going very well for aiming in life early on.
Yeah, as Croco makes his way down bottom lane, Life has to flash. There's the flash in. Moonfall's brilliant as aiming. Has to flash to get himself out. Every summoner, but the fish still goes down.
Yeah, he had, the support also of Closer coming down from the mid lane. Like, this was a very, very strong play from Liv Sandbox. Now, KT are going to be able to steal a blue buff away, and they will have Prio briefly here on this Rift Herald, but a really nicely timed play when they hit level 6. A little bit mistimed the engage there, but they were able to very well hide that Croco was coming down. And now they have total vision control over the bottom side of the map and are going to rush over to take control over this Rift Herald. Cuz gets both the blue there and take the red.
Yep, tunnels his way forward as well. Rek'Sai did get slight buffs. We actually mentioned this.
Oh, yeah.
It was in 12.1. We mentioned this on the broadcast, I believe, on day 1 of the LCK for 2022. It's just a bit of damage on your Q, nothing really to write home about. And also slightly increased cooldown on the tunneling. situation. So that's a bit of a nerf. But
Yeah.
does do, you know, a lot of damage. And it is probably going to be the Prowler's Claw build that Cuz is going to go for. It kind of feels like you can double ult, which is kind of cool. Let's see how he does go as this game goes on. Not going to be the tanky Rek'Sai that we used to see from Cuz.
Yeah. Going to be a dead Nami down here, obviously. Now, we haven't yet seen a big play from Arya. And Arya is going to be the one who pairs the best with Rek'Sai.
Oh, no.
Speaking of, in the mid lane.
Yep, Cuz looking for that knock-up. There's the flash. Flawless Duet comes in as Cuz is going to miss the knock-up. Still a fair bit of damage, but the Queen's Wrath comes out, and that will be able to trade it 1-for-1. Rek'Sai getting a kill, definitely good news, but Arya not quite able to help him survive that situation, as there was too much help.
I think you're very happy with this as Liv Sandbox, because now you have complete control over the bottom lane, where again, Lucian, Nami is trying to push this wave so hard.
Well, here on the top side of the map, oh man, Rascal is so clean. I mean, yes, I mean, that's a pretty set play from the Lee Sin, but it is just great to watch every time. Teleport comes towards the top lane to try and salvage.
The cool thing about it is that there was a very obvious play to make after Cuz dies, bottom lane, where you actually go down here and look for the scoop up of this Nami Lucian, but instead they made the top play. So we watched this happen, and you know, ends up being traded back here very well by Closer with a perfect Vanguard's Edge. Gets one more minion so he can get the ultimate attack speed there, and then goes through. And then look at what's happening on the bottom side of the map. It's so obvious that there's a play being made here by the enemy Diana down there, so you know that she's going to be on the opposite side of the map to where Arya can global his way up here. This is up for a kill.
I like how I got excited about that play. It was like the most, I pressed R, and then I followed the R with the Q. But still, the setup was great, being able to track the cooldown of the riposte, and Dove had, you know, basically nothing he could do in that situation whatsoever.
Yeah, I thought the coolest part about it was just how they read Krako's movement and read the fact that their most vulnerable spot was bottom side, so instead of protecting bot, they just attacked top, instead found another weak point on the map. And a Fed Lee Sin is kind of their win condition right now to keep the ball rolling here as KT rolls. So they got that first Drake, and they can group up now for the second one as soon as it spawns here. As once again, they are looking top side.
And I feel like Hirai backstage between these games was like, all right, pull yourselves together. We're a better team than this. And you can see that KT are definitely much less fast and loose gaming, you know, outside of, I guess, Rascal styling a little bit there towards the top side. But that is the right kind of fast and loose gaming, you know?
So they are able to identify, I believe that Bloom actually hit the Diana. No, it did not. This is not where you want to be as KT right now. If you think this is going to be a set play, there's a Diana on the other side.
Oh, yep, and the Tremor Sense working out really nicely. Of course, it is it's a bit of a change-up of how you play the game. Very similar to what Evelyn used to do when she was like perma-invisible, right? Like your warding patterns had to completely change, and sometimes teams got caught unawares if she wasn't, you know, right in the thick of the meta. But Rek'Sai does a similar thing, right? You have to be careful of the extra vision that you do get as the Rek'Sai. Something we used to talk about a lot when she was played a whole lot more. Is now just going to be taking this Drake.
Because they are able to react to the Diana and the bot prio is still here, they're going to be able to get this Drake for free. Fortunately for Liv Sandbox, their defensive play on the top side, predicting what Cuz was going to do, doesn't work out because of that Tremor Sense.
Yeah, there's the flash forward. Moonfall comes down again as Cuz is just dead. Yes, there was a cool tidal wave, but that did not really matter. It is going to be still 2 Drakes, I guess, as the grand challenge is once again issued. As there's a gold card put up there, and Dove not actually having to use the flash, but doesn't have the ult now. Rascal has his. As Kale not going to find the Zenith Blade, unfortunately for him, but still going to be absolutely A-OK. Eclipse, one heck of an ability.
So I think you're very happy, actually, as KT with what occurs. Yeah, you do lose one player here, but you're able to get the Drake. You look for a play topside, which was almost worked out. If you end up getting that kill, you're feeling amazing, but I think you're still feeling very good about this exchange because you need to have Drake control on your side with this composition before that scaling really starts to crack in, and where you start to see the amazing side laning power that Liv Sandbox is going to have in this comp. So they were a little bit slow to stop the Drake itself. Good punish grabbing a kill here, but getting the Drake itself was the most important part of this.
Yep.
And so, you know, how well can KT continue to push this very slight tempo advantage they have is the real question here. Because they've done a pretty good job of it so far here with this Rek'Sai pick.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether it's all necessarily Rascal. Yes, he managed to get a kill earlier, but as you can see, he's still very, very close to where Croco is right now. Although, wait, hang on, never mind. Croco's way out ahead. I was like looking for Croco's name. I'm like, he's just got the most gold in the game because he's been farming a heck of a lot. 2-0-1 as well, benefactor of all of the ganks from Live Sandbox, and are continuing to be good. This would be 6-0 if Croco wins this game for Diana here in the LCK.
Yeah, and I mean, unless something really changes quickly here for KT, Arya.
There's the ulti through as ㅣ trying to dash this one out. Arya getting underneath the turret, and that is not going to be a dive for either Croco or ㅣ. Kale coming in a little bit late there as Twisted Fate is going to mop up these minions under the turret. Life has to be careful. Warding missions for the Nami. You don't want to turn into, you know, fish fingers.
So if things don't change quickly here for KT, if they can't actually push a deeper lead here, then I do think we might be seeing that win rate continue for the Diana, because everything is going pretty swimmingly right now on the other side. Because yes, Ezreal's 20 CS down, but eventually you're going to be way more valuable than that.
Well, there's the knock-up onto ㅣ. Arya gets on in there. Good exhaust onto Croco to try and avoid death, but Cuz is just dead one more time. Rascal turned up, but he's immediately going to have to get out, and that is now 2 kills for the Aurelia. And if you're a KT fan, that is not what you want to see.
No, it's definitely not. As aiming is going to get a little bit of extra gold here on the turret, but the longevity of the gold is not there. As Rascal looks for a play.
Yeah, that is going to be Goredrinker doing some work as the Q connects. What, 1 versus 3?
That's Rascal, best top player in the LCK. Not so excited about his cannon so far today, but otherwise looking very good. Makes it happen with the double kick there as they're under turret. He's the turret aggro, executes them there, has the Goredrinker.
Damn.
And I mean, he played it super well, and he's 3-0 in this game as the strongest player on the side of KT, and this is one of the things we could talk about for Lee Sin so much, is how much you can snowball a game and how ahead you can get. The rest of the team, though, isn't up to his standard. They aren't up to the lead that he has. And yes, a pick like this is going to start adding up here for the side of Live Sandbox. They're getting all this extra gold. The mid-game was basically free for them, outside of a few hiccups against Rascal. So much extra gold going over this Aurelia, and once again, Life on this Nami is just trying to clean up the mess.
Yeah,
as we watch this kick play. Oh, the double. And he's under turret there, so they just go in, grab that extra execute damage on the Q.
Bit of disrespect from Live Sandbox, but massive props to Rascal for going for the play. Absolutely understanding what his limits were. Really nicely done.
Aiming in this game is 0-0-0 Lucian, who got a lot of gold early and picked up a Gale Force, but unfortunately is just in general going to be chipped out by the Ezreal. Like, he's always going to be able to just queue him and harass him and annoy him in this mid lane. If Aiming ever wants to try to be aggressive and look for a kill, he's got so many ways, Ice does, to have his team back him up. Even the Leona here is going to be so fantastic for him. Plus, you can, from such a long way away, get the Diana in there, you can get the Fiora in there. So Aiming's longevity in this game is very low. I mean, lower than a Lucian even normally would be as an AD carry, part of why he's not played as one.
Ooh, that's a great Zenith play to come through there as Aiming is going to use that cleanse, get himself out of the way, is now the dash over and immediately has to flash. Croco just comes out of nowhere. You can see the terror in Aiming, even finds the Moonfall in the back line. Fantastic stuff. That's the gold card that is going to connect as, okay, Cuz doesn't quite find the ulti damage, but will eventually just bite down on the Diana and grab that kill. Rascal just deals with the other 3, and KT do walk away with a trade of 1 for 2. So they'll be happy about that.
Yep, Rascal's looking for more here.
Yeah, diving onto ㅣ here as the challenge is issued. Safeguard now on cooldown, and that is going to be the kick reposted, and Rascal finally punished.
Finally. But I want to see the player cams here, because I just want to see like how the rest of KT is still moving around the map. Like how are the champions moving when literally Rascal's already picked them up, strapped them to his back, and he's got 4 players on his head. How are they still playing the game? How long are those cords for the keyboards? Because Rascal is literally trying to take this team right now and carry them on his back without a backpack, and it's
oh, we don't know. Hang on, let's check the stage. Let's check the stage. 1 second. No backpack at all.
Yeah, no.
And I can't. The players even look like they're actually in their chairs, but we know that is not how this game is going.
He's trying so hard to punish some of the positional errors of Live Sandbox. Like, he's trying to do anything he can And this is a really nice follow-up, good bubble there, but there's just too much damage here for Liv Sandbox, and Kroko is ready to hit an ult button here. Gets the double, and yes, Rascal gets a kill on the other side, but you'll absolutely take that as Liv Sandbox, as they're ready to turn this further.
Yeah.
And, I mean, this is the stage of the game where KT should still look very strong and very powerful, but they're already at the twilight of this composition, as Rascal really wants to make this play happen, but the riposte is so good here on the kick attempt.
Yeah, and it's pretty optimistic. Like, normally he'd be waiting for the riposte before he even goes for anything like that, but found himself in a desperate scenario as Dove's dead. I assume it was Rascal.
Yeah, I think so. Look, he's got a 5. Like,
that's 9. That's 9 solo kills.
He's like
against his lane opponent.
He just puts his palm out and asks Hirai to stand on it. He's like, he's like, please.
You're running out of analogies, Wolf. Oh God.
Like, how much can he carry?
This many, and he just indicates to everything.
As Dove just gets caught back.
Alcove Gaming.
Yeah. Doesn't even get the blast going to help him out. Rascal takes it with him. Safeguards for the chase. Flash kick, Q, execute. Bam. Gets one more auto to put her out of her misery there. And Rascal, 5 kills in this game, but he's still at least in. That's the problem. He can kill people on the side lane. He can catch somebody when Liv Sandbox are overextended.
What? Ice and Kale are also dead?
We're in replay hell.
Yeah, we are absolutely in replay hell. Can we get back to the correct timeline? I don't know where we are. Oh, God. Okay, well, we might catch this one live as now Dove, once again, dealing with Rascal. Kroko coming down, and, I mean, Kroko is the actual danger zone, as he could probably get that.
He's, like, not sure. He's like, I don't know, can I do this?
Yeah, trying to catch him backing here as Moonfall, not going to quite do enough damage, and now the teleport going to be invested as well. The Q is going to miss. Safeguard, now can Rascal actually do the great escape? He's going to, the answer is absolutely not.
Unfortunately for their composition, there's no one else. All right, hold on. Let's watch how this happens. Okay, well.
God, okay.
Big damage there. And then they've got the Twisted Fate to lock down.
It looked like Aiming was charging that up at the beginning. He's like, okay, and go. Yeah, and just obliterated the Ezreal.
He's got a decent amount of gold under his belt, but it was a really well coordinated play there.
Yeah.
This game is still open.
Well, Aiming gonna have to get underneath this turret. He's not very safe though, as you can see. Closer happy to chill under there for quite a while. Of course, you can, if you want to know how to use the word chill, Wolf has a great lesson on LoL Real Class. So if you struggle to understand that, but yeah.
Yeah, you got to.
Closer was definitely chilling.
Check out the VOD on the LCK Global channel. We're not done yet.
Not quite. Rascal teleporting in. Not going to get hit by that Mystic shot, as we've got a Destiny here as well. Q going to miss. That's going to say goodnight to any sort of aggression.
Rascal does make mistakes. He can make errors. I know I'm sounding like a Rascal fanboy, but I'm really just trying to look at the one way this goes okay for KT, because everything else on the map is a disaster. But this is just really well played by Closer. A niche pick in this meta, you know, the first time we're seeing it here in the LCK, but when you have the Twisted Fate early face-up, which is, you know, we were talking about a little bit earlier, we haven't seen any team really do that. We're seeing it, even some is banned in the second ban phase, because you have to build a comp to use the TF, and this Aurelia is working out swimmingly.
Not
Rascal's
quite
cold.
as well as Rascal is. 2.3k ahead, but he's Lee Sin. It's got a bit of an expiry date.
Like, they are ahead in gold because of him.
No, absolutely. Yeah, it's half of his lead is in fact the advantage. But thankfully, Kroko is also just gigantic. And Cuz, I mean, he's playing Rek'Sai. She just isn't really the same level of usefulness as she used to be. And is just going to continue, you know, falling off as the game goes on. The lethality build, not exactly with the largest amount of longevity.
It's a you know, tempo-based comp they're running with the Lucian, you know, the Twisted Fate. You had to have a way bigger lead than they technically still have in gold, but this is not an advantage for KT. Make no mistake.
Whoa! Ice just did. Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
He's untouchable too. Like, who can get on top of him? Nobody. He gets gold card and he's like, yeah, I'm chilling.
Yeah, Arcane Shift. That is going to be Aiming. Throwing down the back massage. Not going to be a lot of work done there by Croco, but does manage to use the Zhonya's in time. Rascal looking for the backline opportunities. He does get the kick back, but Vanguard's edge is just a little bit too good. Rascal gets into the backline. Is the grand challenge going to work out? And the answer is absolutely yes. And Cuz is like, where did my team go? And then he joins them in the death chamber.
And that should be a pretty early Baron play here for Live Sandbox. They have the Infernal Drake up as well, which is fantastic for their already better scaling composition. It'll be their second. KT have none of those. Just a little bit of extra check here with the blue trinket as they head over. And even though there's no smite, they have nothing to worry about because Cuz died last in the fight. Will not be here if there is a contest, and there won't be. Now, at least KT are able to trade back this Infernal. It looks like here they're able to identify, yeah, okay, they're doing Baron. We'll take this. No way, no way, no way.
There is no smite. Okay, they'll just say thanks to Leash. And Aiming is able to eventually take that one down. But a Baron 24 minutes into the game with this Live Sandbox composition. If you're a Live Sandbox fan, and I know you're out there, they are in prime position this game on the back of Croco and Closer.
This is really reminiscent of the first loss KT had to Damwon Kia, where Rascal is trying to do anything. He's trying to flank, he's trying to find an opportunity, and he's doing so well, but it's just not enough at the end of the day. And this is a really well played out team fight for Live Sandbox. They're very slow, they're playing around their range advantage. They have the Ezreal to re-engage with the Irelia, who's now 5-1-3, has her Sterox, and even picked up a BF sword and a stopwatch. So Closer can be anywhere, he could do anything he wants, and the expiration date of this comp, we hit it a long time ago. Rascal is trying to cheat it, but even Rascal has limits.
Yeah, he's still lying in wait here. The champion that's like really been sort of left behind is Cuz, right? Like,
yeah, the Rek'Sai has no function in this game anymore.
No, and look, I'm still trying to work out when she did.
I mean, look, if she was able to be a little bit more successful with those ganks, could have been pretty massive, but unfortunately just didn't find the windows to snowball the Twisted Fate and Lee Sin the way that she wanted to, or the bot lane with a Lucian that could have gotten snowballed. Yeah. I love the Fiora, who's also very behind, just built Hullbreaker and is like, well, I'll kill the turrets at least, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm still relevant, by the way. Like, hello, anyone remember me? Like, I'm Dove and I have a Hullbreaker.
I mean, Dove actually did great in the last fight, right? Like, the fact that the Grand Challenge was entirely taken,
yeah, it was a big
means
heal.
that big heal field was actually very relevant and did cause Cuz to look even more silly in that last moment, because everyone's health bars were just massive. But still, KT trying their very best to defend.
Now, KT need to take the Fiora and the Irelia, put them not in the mid lane, and then they'll be able to get even more advantages. They're scared of Rascal, which I can respect and understand, because to be honest, I'm going to wait till he's out of here before I'm going down after the third game is over, regardless of win or lose. I'm scared of him.
Yeah.
That Lee Sin kick is coming for me, but now you've got this Irelia in a side lane who can deal with the Lee Sin. Like, he's fed enough and Closer on this Irelia to deal with Rascal in the side lane, can actually fight him, can duel him, can push hard. And if you commit resources to push Closer back here, that's when, like I said, the Fiora becomes a problem.
Well, now Closer is going to try and take the fight, does manage to land the stun, and manages to stick onto Rascal here, and has to use the kick in order to disengage from Closer. It's exactly what Closer was looking for. Rest of the team turns up, and inner turret will go down. This Baron finally getting some value. Only 11 seconds to go on that one. True Shot Barrage finds life, almost just straight up kills him. As they will break open the base. Live Sandbox still here looking for more. No kick. And it looks like there's no options here for KT. Zarya still in that mid lane, just dealing with minion waves, and Cuz just trying his very best to get some more farm.
They just are able to drip that final value out of the Baron into an inhibitor. Alternatively, I really do still feel Dove could have been on the bottom side of the map while this push was happening to push further, especially because he has a Hullbreaker, but they wanted to guarantee the inhibitor, so respect the choice. As even though this comp can 1-3-1 so hard, they're not really going to utilize that because they're so ahead that if they group up, there's no way they can lose a team fight, and their comp just gets stronger and stronger and stronger. Like, there is no... It gets better from here for KT Rollstrom. Unfortunately, KT fans, there's no good news in this comp. The Lucian isn't suddenly going to really scale up later on, nor will the Twisted Fate. Remember that famous Twisted Fate game with Chovy where he was at the enemy nexus trying to split push his way through and everyone criticized him? Well, in the late game, sometimes that's all Twisted Fate can do if you're losing really, really hard in a game like this. This guy's rapid fire cannon, but Ice has Crown, so he's not going to get blown up. He's totally safe. He's totally fine.
I don't know where the target is, to be perfectly honest, for this Twisted Fate. However, can still, you know, the Destiny is so powerful, right? And that's what you can theoretically use. But the problem is, and I made an almost Freudian slip there by saying you can lose it. But the problem is that when you are playing Twisted Fate, you need to have some sort of pressure to play around. And as soon as you can do that, you can snowball that pressure so incredibly effectively, and that's why Twisted Fate is so coveted. It's just when there's zero pressure, there's even more zero pressure. You know, it's like the times by zero issue.
Yep. This game is starting to get as close to as over as the first game was. It took quite a few longer of tens of minutes. We're hitting the 30-minute mark. The last one was over at 10 in game 1, remember? And now we're starting to get to the point where, like, KT have like no options this game. Rascal is just side laning super hard.
I mean, they could steal this Infernal Soul.
They just don't time, maybe. They don't have any vision of where anyone is standing on Live Sandbox, so they can't even get near it.
They steal the red buff.
Yeah, I mean that's what they're gonna do because that's all they can do is try to split the map and go, okay, well you guys are all on Drake, so I'm gonna try to get another turret on the other side. But
ooh, Rocco not going to face check. True Shot Barrage, half health aiming. Thankfully, he's got a little bit of lifesteal, so he'll be all right. Infinity Edge coming up soon for aiming, but Ice is just so extraordinarily strong right now. He's going to go back. We'll see what he actually picks up here. It might just be Sherilda's, or he could just finish off the GA if he'd like to.
I mean, he can do no wrong.
Yeah, a lot of options.
And right now, it looks like KT are just kind of trying to use their Drake advantage to wait it out and hope for player error on the side of Live Sandbox. And I think this is a strategy that will work for about 4 or 5 more minutes at best because you can just kind of sit and hunker down. But eventually, Live Sandbox will get a Baron and push through.
Oh, Destiny and Blue Trinket used at the same time. It's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah.
The big tools now have been taken away. True Shot Barrage once again fishing. Here is Ice, but
He'll get his crown shattered, which is pretty nice here, so at least there's an opportunity now as Live Sandbox can turn on a dime with this Diana pick into these choke points. So you just can't contest this as KT. There is no Drake on the other side of the map. And this is where I was saying, like, you can play it slow, but then eventually the Baron will catch up with you. They'll look for another inhibitor. And you're just hoping as KT that Live Sandbox make a huge mistake or somebody goes too far out into the jungle, you get a pick, and then maybe you win a 5v4 team fight because that's your only win condition. And Rascal's like, please just give me that chance, give me that opportunity. But the Live Sandbox say, no, I'm going to get Baron, I'm going to group up as 5, and I'm going to push all the way to your Nexus. That's the idea.
Yep. True Shot Barrage is just going to take an entire champion's health bar off of the bottom lane of KT. And Aiming and Life are just being kept in check right now. The culling, yeah, we make that massage joke a lot, but I mean that's all it really is starting to look like here from this KT80 carry. Yep, Q connects, and so Aiming's like, well, I'm not going any further forward, and it looks like Live Sandbox just want to take this all the way down the top lane as Croco gets exhausted, does go golden in the end. It's a great tidal wave to try and get that CC, and now Croco will be taken down, but now Closer gets into the back line. Not going to be able to jump onto the fountain, though, as that is a couple of kills going down. Cuz and Ari are both dead, but Rascal's still alive, and Aiming is still doing damage, but the challenge has been issued, and Rascal will go down, and then Aiming eventually does fall. Closes Aurelia. This stage of the game, so dangerous, and Live Sandbox, they lose game 1 so quickly, and then come back with a vengeance.
Very, very dominant third game here. They had a draft that had a lot more longevity, and I think that first pick, Twisted Fate, left itself open to a very late game composition and also very difficult to snowball lanes where you have a Lee Sin and a Twisted Fate in your soul lanes with this Rek'Sai pick that's supposed to empower a Twisted Fate who's gold carding and setting up kills. It did not work out. And I think for the first time in a while, Live Sandbox can rejoice a little bit here and take solace in the fact that they drafted well in the final game, even though there were some hiccups along the way.
That is so cute. Of course, just teasing Dove there just a little bit because, of course, I had a bit of a rough time in the earlier stages. But you saw the congratulations given to Closer. He had such an incredible performance, especially later in the game, like you were mentioning.
Yeah.
Rascal, like, look at this. Him and Acorn. Acorn's like, Yeah, man, I know it was rough. I've been through this, you know. I was also once in your shoes.
And Rascal is a player who will be able to bounce back from this, I feel, you know, and has bounced back from losses already this season, most notably that Dom 1 Kia loss at the beginning. But, you know, I think there's a lot that needs to be discussed in terms of the KT coaching staff right now, and Acorn is going to have to be at the forefront of that as to how to utilize comps and how we want to draft and how the win conditions work, because we keep seeing KT comps that can work, but they aren't executed well, which is really reminiscent, to be totally frank with you guys, of what we saw a lot of KT do in 2021, where it's like, oh, good draft, solid team, all right, and then the win conditions just aren't hit. They're not checking the boxes, and with an explosive late-game draft like what Live Sandbox made, you don't have time to be indecisive. You don't have time to make small errors or be slow.
Yeah, especially when, like, KT they designed that draft around getting early snowballs, things like this. The Rek'Sai seemed like desperation for Cuz, unfortunately. Was definitely one of his crutches that he used to use a long time ago, but she's been out of the meta for a really long time. We were actually joking about the fact that we even mentioned the Rek'Sai buffs in 12.1, just because we didn't think that it was ever going to bring her back. And we saw kind of why, right? Like, just dives in, and normally in solo queue you don't have very much coordination, so maybe you catch someone unawares and find yourself a few kills, but just did not happen here. Live Sandbox a little bit too good to get outplayed by that, and even though Rascal tried his very best, it just wasn't enough. As we check out this solo kill from Rascal at the beginning of the game, it was very, very nice.
So many of these plays were almost plays for Cuz, Aria, and Rascal that didn't happen because guess who runs over? Croco. Croco was where he needed to be in the early game so efficiently that every time it looked like there was an opportunity for an amazing play with the Rek'Sai, get that snowball going, Croco said, no, I'm actually here, so you can't actually force this because I will turn it. Post 6, he was always there. And then Closer had just such a fantastic game. He actually got my vote. I'll spoil it early because I thought he handled every single team fight beautifully. He side laned better than Dove did. Yeah, Croco just turns this so beautifully.
Yeah, I think it's between Croco and Closer. I hope that it's just votes for those two, and we'll see which one wins, right? Yeah, I think either of them are going to feel pretty good.
I almost put the box for Croco, and I was like, I don't know, I think Closer deserves credit, and I do love to see when players play a champion they're so famous for and find success, you know?
I think it's like the fact that he was playing, you know, Closer's Aurelia. I definitely love that as aiming, demonstrating that, you know, the Lucian still is able to do some things, but it just didn't work out as the game went on, right?
Yeah, it's funny how I'm watching this this highlight for Game 3 that KT did not win, but it feels like it's all a KT highlight.
I mean, that was the early game night, right? Like, that was how it worked, but Croco in team fights and like this, like the Vanguard's edge, the follow-up, the fact that Dove manages to knock on all of the weak points and then get the heals, and then, you know, Cuz looks like this at the end of that situation, right?
The fight was so good because they pushed away from Cuz
라인 들어갈 때
and
내가
then
걸어서
turned on
생각하게
him at
할게
the
이거.
end.
라인 쳐봐, 라인 쳐봐.
As we'll watch the final moments here, very, very final moments.
야, 두명 빠졌어, 두명 빠졌어, 공 받고.
And we'll listen to the communication here from Live Sandbox.
아래. 천천히 봐, 천천히.
Pushing
루시안,
towards the
루시안
bottom.
높여, 루시안 높여. 얘들아, 터쳐봐.
No flash on Lucian.
루시안 높으랴, 루시안 높여.
나 루시안 본다.
터쳐봐.
Calling out no flash on Lucian and on the Lee Sin.
얘들아, 좋았어.
Croco is so hyped, man. He's like, great work, guys.
오랜만이야.
It's been a long time, he says there. I think it was Closer there. Long time since they've had this much success. Long time since we've seen his Aurelia, but he pulled it together there in the end.
Yeah, big smile on Closer's face, and a well-deserved one there as well. As we have a look at some of the damage, you know, aiming actually doing a bit more than I was expecting, to be perfectly honest. But this game was about Closer finding the right angles. Aria was largely invisible that game, unfortunately. A little bit of a shame. Managed to make his way top lane and really help reassert the dominance that Rascal had already put in place. But outside of that, they just never felt like there was any sort of like foothold that they could get, right?
Yeah,
he got halfway up the mountain, then he's like, where do my hands go? And really didn't have very many options as things were starting to fall apart. The Aurelia Fiora combo, dynamite in a side lane, but they can also team fight effectively as well. But, ladies and gentlemen, you don't have to hear us waffle on about it for the entire time. We can throw it over to the analytical rug and let the gentlemen, Valdez and Chronicler, take you through it.
Thank you, Atlas and Wolf. As you can clearly see, it is a carpet that we are in front of. That's why it's called the Analyst carpet. Definitely not the Atlas carpet. Definitely not. This was game number 3. As you can see, the draft pretty fiery. Not exactly what we expected. A lot of aggressive picks, actually, from both sides. You know, Rascal got his hands on his top lane Lee Sin once again. We got Lucianami back. What was your take on this?
It's really interesting. The Rek'Sai, I'm not a fan of. Personally, I think that it can be good specifically into things like the Lee, where you have a very easy way to kind of abuse that pick. But same for the Lucianami. It was KT going very all in. And yes, there were a ton of 80 carries banned. But I feel like maybe you can dig deep. Maybe you pick up a mage to give yourself some longevity. Because what we saw here is that with KT not really snowballing an early lead, and even with Dove on the Fiora falling behind early, right? It was the team fighting power specifically of Closer and Croco that worked out so well on this Aurelia that was very clearly ready to be taken into that TF.
Yeah, ready for that pick and just ready in general. Like they were talking about, you know, Closer loves this kind of pick, super comfort for it. He was able to pick it first because he saw the TF. And they were able to draft around it really nicely. Whereas on the other side, as you mentioned, you know, not that much damage, very short range, you know, kind of falls off a little bit as we did see. And the game did eventually go that far. So nice little pickup win there for Liv Sandbox. A bit unfortunate, you know, if you're a KT fan, especially after that first game, it was just such a stomp, so dominant. It just felt like it was over from there. But Liv Sandbox with some fighting power.
Maybe one day we will collectively learn the importance of drafts, and it's fine if you have a draft that's like a little bit back and forth. I think that in this case, I like the Liv Sandbox draft more, but we saw the opportunities that the KT draft had, right? It was a 20-30 CS lead for the bot lane, the Electrocute Nami with the Lucian is one that we've seen work a lot of times, but it never really snowballed into the kind of lead it needs to be, and Azriel was fully online, and then again, as we're gonna go into the highlights later on, like, I want you to watch those team fights. Croco and Closer play those so well.
Yeah, extremely clean, and we do have those highlights ready to go right now, so why don't we jump into the first one. Just a really fun time in this game.
And key thing for me is, again, the amount of pressure that is coming through. Croco, yeah, he goes down here afterwards, right? But look at the amount of space that he buys for the rest of his team. And then we're going to see Closer use that space. And that is a pattern that will repeat itself in a lot of the highlights and repeat itself in a lot of these fights, where it was Closer, or Croco rather, starting it off, and Closer really getting it done afterwards. I wasn't a fan of Dove's Fiora, but here, carrying the kick really, really big. Because otherwise this play might not lead to anything. They might not get the Drake, and then later down the line that might lead to an Infernal Soul. But in the end, they're fine there. Don't build Hillbreaker if you're going to only group. That's not the way to go. That's what Dove did. We don't really like. Just go Titanic.
Yeah, that's the first time we've seen that item in quite a while as well in the LCK. Every once in a while pops its head out. Don't really like to see that one. Why don't we go ahead and take a look at our second highlights here and just break down this insane fight towards the end of this game. So chaotic this was, but Liv Sandbox scaling really shining through.
And at this point, it's also the point where the Rek'Sai naturally start falling off, right? And the lead that was found not quite big enough. Eventually, yeah, sure, Croco is going to go down, but look at how much longer he stays alive, how much people he draws into him. And on the other end, again, it's Closer, right? Closer is the one that zones. Closer's ultimate. I don't think he missed a single one throughout the entirety of that, or at least not in high-stakes situations, hitting a couple of really difficult ones as well. And there was a reason. He was known for his Aurelia, right? And it's easy to forget because he was playing behind the greatest player of all time on T1, but he was at least rumored at some point to like be the next guy. And I think that in terms of mechanics, moments like this, you can see that.
Yeah, I think he had a lot of fun, and I'm sure he's very happy that KT gave him the opportunity to get to that point. Also, Ice with a big carry in game number 2. Finally, slowly beginning to fill that that hole in the bottom side for Liv Sandbox. You know, we were hoping for kind of a player like Prince did in that same organization to slowly come up and become actually a fantastic player. So interesting to see how that goes as well in the Liv Sandbox story. But guys, we do have the player of the game ready to go. Let's take a look at who it is. It will be Closer. No surprise there.
I really wanted to vote for Croco because I love Croco. Been big Croco fan since the beginning, but you had to give it to Closer, right? One of the issues that Aurelius often run into, especially if they don't get a sizable lead in lane, which was okay, but it was not like he completely bullied Ari out of the game early, is that especially into compositions that have a lot of CC, the Rek'Sai knockup, the gold card, it becomes really hard to find kind of the sweet spot between going in aggressively, which you need to do, like your backline threat is one of the biggest parts why Aurelia is so fit, and then simultaneously not dying. And I think Closer here showcased beautifully how to walk that line, going in and out, repositioning himself multiple times, exhausting enemy cooldowns, and then when he sees the opportunity, fully commits, picks up the kills, and controls the fight, especially with those Vanguard's edges, very, very nicely.
Yeah, just some of those mechanical plays were insane. Even the flash engage onto aiming. As you can see, 3 go for Croco. That's totally fine. We are fans of that here over at the Croco fan club. President right here, Mr. Chronicler. So yeah, 10-3 seems pretty good. Live Sandbox pick up the win. We are going to be hearing from Closer in the interview as well.
Okay. Closer and Ice, I think a cool combo. And for Live Sandbox, there's still question marks. That first game draft, I don't think we're going to forget anytime soon, but I'm happy to see this team at least live up to some of its potential.
Yeah, I mean, there's a certain charm about Live Sandbox. You know, they were kind of the romantic team of yesteryear, actually. Yep, last year.
Forgot about that, yeah.
And they still got a little bit of that charm as well. But guys, we do have the interview ready. I'm going to hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the interpret translation, joined by Ice and Closer from Live Sandbox. Congratulations! Ice! The 3-match losing streak has come to an end, and this is your first POG here in the LCK, and also first win for you in the LCK as well. How are you feeling? It didn't take that long, to be honest, but I'm happy that we're able to end our losing streak. How is performing on the LCK stage? You know, I was pretty nervous in the beginning, but now I just have the eager to become better. What about having an interview on stage? A little bit uncomfortable yet. I will help you to feel a lot comfortable on stage interviews as well. And Closer, this is your first POG interview of the year as well. Somehow, we got the win, so it feels great. Yeah, it's been a very long while. How do you feel about, you know, having an interview in front of the live audience? Yeah, I'm so happy to see them here, and also it feels even better to play on stage as well, thanks to all the fans here in the arena. Game number 1. Even though you guys did drop the first game, I want to ask you about the bottom lane comp. You know, Caitlyn Lux was actually let through to the hands of the opponent, and you guys decided to put Senna Tomkinch. I mean, we didn't really practice that much, but we just wanted to give it a go. Then why? We just wanted to focus on the top side, you know, we just wanted to play around the top lane, so we just wanted to just hold on the bottom lane, but it didn't really work well. So, and then you guys first picked Aphelios in game 2. What happened during the feedback? I actually was pretty vocal during the feedback. I kind of told them I want to play different champion. And we did have some hyper carry moment with your ult around the Baron fight. Was that the moment you realized that you'll be closing out the game? Poppy was super low, so I just like trying to use my ult, and then somehow I got triple kills. He just used the ult. Said, Ice, what the other teammates say? We were like, just wow, that's crazy. Just using the ult will be the tip from Ice with the Aphelios ult. In game 3, we had 4 AD carry bans from Live Sandbox. Was that in order to shut aiming down? As long as we can keep balance down on the bottom lane, we were sure that we will be able to, you know, have a better game and get the victory. And we had a very interesting pick and ban in game 3. TF was let through, and then you guys countered it with Irelia, a champion that you're so famous on. I mean, I just wanted to play aggressively, you know, we really had to just send it, you know. I've never practiced it, but I got the feeling this is the right time for Irelia. Was that then, was the Twisted Fate a bait for Irelia? Yes, of course. It was all set up. And then we did see the reason why you guys set up for that matchup on the mid lane. And Closer, are you confident in the champion like anytime? Do you think you're the best Irelia player in the LCK? Yes, pretty much, you know, I can just play that champion anytime and I'm very confident in Irelia. And then we also saw Rek'Sai after about a year. Did you see that coming? Nope, to be honest. But because he's really good at Rek'Sai. So I did, you know, feel the pressure and I was pretty surprised to see that locked in. Then how did it, what was the plan playing against Rek'Sai? That champion has really strong gank power, so I just wanted to play it safe in the early game because I knew that we have a higher power spike in the later phase. And Pawn is your mid lane coach in Leaf Sandbox, so what kind of advice did he give you? You know, he taught me a lot about the playstyle, and also he's giving me a lot of details, something that I always miss and don't know. Having such a legendary former player as a personal coach would help a lot. And I heard that you actually want to play 1v1 against him. Is that because he's so strict? No, because he's so legendary. I always wanted to play against him in the LCK. Then any message over to Coach Pawn? His birthday was yesterday, so I promised him. He actually asked me to give him a birthday present as a victory today, so I think I made it happen. And congratulations on your birthday, and also thank you for all your lessons and coachings. I actually didn't send him any birthday wishes, but I know I'm late, but happy birthday. And another birthday wish from Subin as well for Pawn. And your next opponent is Hana Life Esports. What's your mindset heading into that match? We have a very long way to go. We're going to practice hard in order to get another win in that match. And Closer, is there any message you would like to send to the fans? Thank you for all the support. And if you guys come back next time, I will make sure to win that match as well. And this will be the end of the interview from Closer Ice from Leap Sandbox, and back to the analyst desk. Thank you.
There is no analysis, but thank you very much, Ji-sun, for that awesome translation, as always. Happy birthday, Feels Birthday Man, for Pawn. Get it out in the chat as well. We're going to take a look at the standings and see where we are after this. Both teams 2 and 3.
Score's not as good for Live Sandbox, and I think this is something, it's a feeling that a lot of KT fans are familiar with, which is promise and then whether or not the deliverance of that promise comes. I think that this in of itself is not the worst. One loss isn't going to make you too worried, but it is something that we've seen in the past, so I'd be a little careful. Maybe no more Rek'Sai, you know, try to go a little bit more conventional with the drafts.
I think that would be a good idea. Guys, we have a gigantic matchup coming up next. T1, one of the big three here at the LCK, up against Nongshim, a huge challenger that is performing extremely well and also has Peter on the roster. Guys, we're going to take a bit of a break. When we do come back, we will come with that second match.
게임도 보고 LCK도 복습하고 영어도 배우는 의외로 유익한 콘텐츠.
범연아 밥 먹어라 하고 엄마가 방문을 열어도 급하게 알트탭 누를 필요가 없습니다.
울프쌤과
정연쌤의
레어 클래스
지금 시작합니다.
매주 LCK 중계에서 나온 표현을 가르쳐주는 Call of the Week. 지난주 프레드 프리언 대 젠지 경기를 한번 다시 볼까요?
That he could be under fire, and this is really impressive. This is a player that got caught out in the top lane so many times. And is playing pretty chill.
He's playing pretty chill. 모건이 라인 안쪽에서 플레이하는 걸 보고 칠하게 플레이한다고 말하죠. 칠, 아주 재미있는 단어예요. 원래 쌀쌀한, 차가운, 냉기, 오한 이란 뜻인데 이럴 때 여유롭다, 느긋하다는 뜻이에요. Chilly winter morning은 쌀쌀한 겨울 아침이지만 I'm just chilling at home은 나 그냥 집에서 쉬는 중입니다. 완전 다른 느낌이죠. Hey, don't worry. Just chill. 야, 괜찮아. 진정해. 침착해. 여유롭게 해. Relax처럼 쓸 수 있고요. Lowell Park is so chill tonight. 조용한 mood 설명할 수도 있어요. He's playing pretty chill. 여유롭다는 chill이었습니다.
협곡에서 자주 쓰는 단어나 표현을 딥하게 파고드는 롤링 인 더 딥. LCK를 보다 보면 이런 말이 참 많이 나오죠. CC기가 예술로 들어갔다. 이 팀은 CC 지옥이다. 여기서 CC가 뭘 말하는지는 플레이하는 사람도 알고 또 보는 사람도 알지만 정확히 무슨 뜻인지 여러분은 알고 계신가요? 게임에서의 CC기, CC 스킬은 바로 crowd control, 군중 제어라는 뜻입니다. 내가 스킬을 썼을 때 상대가 마음대로 움직이지 못하도록 행동을 제어하고 행동에 제한을 둔다는 의미로 crowd, 사람들, 군중, 무리, 그리고 control, 지배, 제어, 조절이 합쳐진 단어입니다. CC는 일상생활 중에 정말 많이 볼 수 있는 두 문자어 중 하나인데요. 클템님, 그 이메일 저한테도 CC 좀 걸어주세요. 할 때의 carbon copy, 복사본, 참조. 유튜브에 있는 CC 버튼은 closed caption, 자막이란 뜻입니다. 우리나라에선 CC가 캠퍼스 커플로도 많이 알려져 있죠. 지금까지 군중 제어 스킬을 뜻하는 크라우드 컨트롤을 한번 배워봤습니다.
롤 챔피언 대사로 영어를 배우는 Champion Says. 오늘의 주인공은 리그 오브 레전드 공식 커플 자야와 러칸입니다. 협곡으로 데이트 가는 자야와 러칸. 두 챔피언은 어디로 갈지 고민하다가 자야가 러칸한테 물어봐요.
Where do we go?
Wherever our heart's desire.
Where do we go? 우리 어디 가?
Wherever our heart's desire. 마음 내키는 곳이면 어디든. Wherever, 어디에나 어디든 이란 뜻인데요. 친구가 너 라인 어디 갈래? 물어봤을 때 wherever 이렇게 대답하면 아무데나 어느 라인이든 상관없어 이런 뜻이에요. Heart, 마음, desire, 바라다, 갈망하다 두 단어 합쳐져서 마음 가는 대로, 마음 내키는 대로 라는 뜻이에요. 레헨 선수가 지난번에 갑자기 신스트 픽해서 모두 놀랐죠.
아직도 3이나 보면은 마오카이 서폿이랑 혹시
He definitely picked whatever his heart desired. 마음 가는 대로 신스트 픽했다는 말입니다. 하지만 롤 플레이 할 때는 꼭 팀원들과 잘 이야기하고 픽해야 돼요. 게임도 보고 영어도 배우는
울프쌤과 정연쌤의 레알 클래스.
오늘은 chill, crowd control, wherever 배워봤어요.
다음 시간에 또 만나요.
See you next time.
sky fall and the sun turn black. When the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer. Can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. just came here and I haven't thought this through. Heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another drink, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that pain, but it's light from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Since I left you, you haven't left my mind. You keep me awake, so for my own sake, I had to come and see your face. Can't erase you anyway. So here we go again. Touch your skin, pull me in. You and me, head swimming. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are, the lightness in the dark. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are. Give me your failures. for you to come through, for all of your promises to be true. It's heartbreaking, and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, then to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second match of the night. T1 taking on Nongshim Red Force. It is now time for things to get real for T1 fans.
It is. It's the first real test this team has had so far. They haven't faced either of the big three, and now they're hitting number 4 in Nongshim, who's trying to crack their way.
Technically number 3.
Yeah, trying to crack their way into that top 3 standings in the LCK for spring so far. And this one should be a really good one. I'm excited mostly, personally, for the Owner matchup against Dread, because I think Dread might be the best jungler in the LCK right now. Owner, very, very strong player who's, I don't want to call him up and coming, because I think he's kind of earned his stripes, to be honest, here after his first year last year.
I mean, you know, getting to the semifinals at Worlds and then going 5 games ain't bad. You know, you take that, absolutely. But I think I'm drawn to the top side of the map. I'm drawn to the Zeus versus Canna matchup. Can the old T1 top laner get some revenge on the new blood that they've employed? Let's get into the points of the match for this one. As to start things off, 4-match win streak. T1 are the most winningest team in the LCK thus far, percentage-wise. Of course, Gen G managed to just pick up a 2-0, so they are ahead as far as the amount of games played and stuff like that. However, T1, when they're on the Rift, they win more than any other teams so far this year.
But as it's mentioned, it's the first time they hit a West bracket team, aka a top 5 team here in the LCK. All of their wins thus far have been against the weaker ones, so this is the first real test, and it is going to be very exciting to see how all these matchups do collide on the Rift.
Yep.
And as you mentioned, 2021 T1 top laners class. We're having a few of these right now as T1 has split their double roster of last year up across multiple teams. And Kana will face off against Zeus here, and Faker, of course. Well, too bad I wasn't able to punish Closer, so I'll punish Kana twice as much.
Well, looking forward to seeing how that top matchup is going to go. I have a feeling that right now, Canard probably has a slight edge, but I think that we all understand that the ceiling for Closer is extraordinarily high. So very much looking forward to seeing what Canard can do on, you know, with this opportunity that he has very early in the season. And Dread is T1 versus Dread is exactly what this is. And you illustrated this earlier, saying that you were excited about this, but Dread leading in the POG votes, 500 points. Like, I think there's only 2 games that he hasn't picked it up for his team. Like, it's absolutely absurd. This guy, like, solo interviews like a boss now. He's had a lot of practice. It's just how it works. And Owner definitely has been put to the test last year, and so far this year has looked fantastic. I think this is the biggest test that Dread's had, but I think he might be up for it.
And now Gumayusi in superb form. Can he get revenge on Ghost, who stopped him at the World Semifinals, who stopped him at the Grand Finals, of course, of the LCK Summer in 2021 as well. And then the other bot matchup there on the bottom side, 2 young supports, but one a veteran in Keria against Peter. Who will be the cuter and better support today is the question.
I think we know who's going to be cuter.
Do we?
I'm going to leave that up to interpretation. Do you know what I think is hilarious? Is that I know there is a battle going on in Valdez's head right now, because he was probably the biggest Keria fan that Keria had in the universe. He was just gigantically all for that guy. But now that Peter's come out, he won't shut up about Peter.
Yeah, no, he's quite conflicting. He's like that meme with the dude looking at the other girl.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. And like, if I was Keria, I'd be getting a little bit frustrated. Maybe that is going to fuel what is our most powerful bottom lane here tonight. So I don't think that Gumayusi and Keria will have much trouble winning lane. My thing is that Ghost is very good at not necessarily losing without really participating in the laning phase. As we are going to introduce T1 first. Of course, Zeus, Owner, Faker, Gumayusi, and Keria will be taken to the Rift here today. Bit of a smile there on Guma's face as Gumayusi has really come into his own. He used to look like stoic, like kind of angry all the time, and now there's just this confidence oozing from the guy.
Yeah, you can really feel the confidence. You can feel that he's gunning to be the #1 AD carry. He said it in his interviews, and that is his goal. He wants to prove to the world that...
He's almost there.
Because his older brother, Innovation, conquered StarCraft 2, right? And
yes, he
lifted the World Championship trophy, and he said, I am the best StarCraft 2 player of all time, and now Gumayusi wants to have his. And he's already the most winning POG of 80 carries here in the LCK, but again, against weaker opponents. In this real test against a World Championship player, Ghost, I'm very excited to see how it all comes together.
Oh, Jesus, I can't handle it. The real battle. I hope you guys watch the POG State. You can catch up on exactly what the real battle actually is. But here's the real team. And in comes Nongshim Red Force, a team that had a really rough start. They lost a match against Harma Life Esports, and we were like, oh man, there's such big names. What's going on? Then Peter came in, and they have just been winning ever since.
By the way...
And Dread's hair looks so slick.
I was going to do the wolf thing. You got ahead of me on that one.
Yeah, sorry. I got a little bit over it.
He's got the silver hair going on, and this is actually a very Kana thing to do. Kana has actually kept his hair color pretty much the same so far this season. But Dread, I think Dread is actually making a big statement with his #1 in POG. He's coming out. He's pointing metaphorically at Owner across the stage here and saying, "I'm taking you out tonight. This is not going to be. This is not an East Side team you're up against now. This is the new super team that Nongshim has put together." And you know, at the beginning we were saying, I don't know if Effort's going to come back, and I think that question is becoming more and more less likely for Effort to return as Peter has looked better and better. Ghost looks better with him, and this is a matchup about the jungle, I think, to me. If Nongshim do not get stopped there, then I think the sky is the limit. This is the exciting matchup in terms of T1, in terms of Kana being the old T1 player, Zeus has stepped into the shoes as the new one.
Yep.
I think you put it very well earlier. You and I have been talking about this a lot off camera before the broadcast, but Kana is stronger now, but most people believe that because Zeus is young and has so much potential, he will eventually eclipse him. So this is kind of an apprentice versus the master type scenario here in the top side of the map. However, with T1's strong wins so far, some of Zeus' stats look a lot better here. The KDA shining through here. Damage percent as well for both these players is very high.
Yeah, although Kana is relied upon a little bit more by his team, but it is definitely a situation where Kana needs to have that sort of damage share. Kana is like, he's an all-or-nothing type player, and if he doesn't have that carry performance, it's often the opposite that is true. So I'm looking forward to seeing a different style of Kana, and he has been developing this on Nongshim a little bit more, but also they've just been winning a lot more, and Dread's been having a lot more control of his jungle as well, and of the enemy jungle. The guy is just really terrifying, and I think this man on your screen is not going to allow Dread to just do whatever the heck he wants, like change his hair on a whim. By the way, one of the fan signs, G-Sun translated for us, said, Nongshim's future brighter than Dread's hair.
That was a fast reaction seeing Dread's hair reveal.
Yeah.
Hands on it, but
it was probably on social media or something.
I'm sure there was another place to see it. But the top matchup, what's really exciting about it too, beyond the apprentice versus the master scenario, is I think in terms of the champions these two players are playing, it's very much a sword versus shield. Kana likes to play strong side. He picks the Graves. He tries to get ahead on it. He's played the Gwen. He's often played the Jace, right? Whereas Zeus likes to play the Gnar, the Gragas. He wants to sit back and take the aggression, defend through, and play that kind of more weak side so the rest of his bot lanes, the bot lane Gumusi and Faker can kind of carry later on. So a lot more attention given to Kana oftentimes because of that and because of the champions he's chosen. So I do want to see where that priority goes as we head into the draft.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, just looking at Peter there, he just gives off so much nice guy energy.
He really does.
Like so much. And for like a League of Legends player, very competitive player here as well, it's not normally what you get, like as far as the aura of a player is concerned. And there's something just really, really refreshing.
I hope we don't get to see what the Venom arc of Peter looks like. Where, like he's snapping his fingers, walking down.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say like it's like Bully Maguire, Bully Maguire, Peter. We can't have that. We can't let this success get to his head. You know, I wasn't a Spider-Man 3 fan.
Wasn't anybody really?
I mean, I think they are now, just because of the memes.
Effort is Sandman. All right, let's go to the draft.
No, please. Okay, T1 versus Nongshim. T1 will be on the blue side. They decided to hop on blue. And Nongshim haven't actually done a lot of winning on the red side. They have won one game, and they have had every series outside of one go to a 3-game series as well. Nongshim definitely like to get themselves back onto the blue side if they can. So if they win here, it's going to be a big statement that they are making, as Twisted Fate taken off the board and Graves taken away from Kana.
Yep. Definitely one of the better players to put Twisted Fate on is Faker.
Yes, indeed.
Because his macro sense, his game sense, his experience allows him to quite literally be the commander for this team. And Twisted Fate is such a great champion in the hands of a player like Faker, as we've seen in the past. Part of why his Rise has had so much success, because it's a similar boat. Yep, Karma banned away here, so we don't have the Yuumi nor the Karma. Some of our bottom teams here in the LCK don't put as much attention on those, but with Peter on the enemy side here for T1, they are just not going to let the Yuumi through. The Karma will follow. And we do have Corki open here if Faker wants to pick it up early.
Oh, he'd be so frustrated if he did. He's been outspoken about not being too much of a fan of being put on Corki duty, but if you're looking down the tier list, he's going to have to do it.
Yeah,
biting the bullet.
I think that's part of, I mean, if you're Nongshim too, you're like, I know he doesn't want to play it. Maybe we'll let that one through and see what we can do to respond.
BDD as well was the most heavily punished for playing
Yes.
Corki as well. So we'll see
That's-
whether he has learnt from those mistakes.
It's very true. And we'll see if BDD wants to pick up something like a Victor early here to just be able to match the scaling. We won't ever be able to match the poke or the range. But they're looking for the Thresh Jinx here, it looks like, with no pickup here yet for T1. I think you do take both.
I would very much like that. Or lock away something for Dread, potentially. That is an option, but I think Jinx Thresh is just too good to pick away here. T1 will have the opportunity to head towards that Aphelios combination with the Corki. Really play it slow, play it out towards the late stages of the game, and then do some ridiculous stuff. And it looks like they're opting in for a lot of years on the Rift.
That's what we did see in that Live Sandbox series earlier. How much, if you get those health bars low, the Aphelios can end the game. So, gonna look that one in, it looks like here, but I don't think you necessarily need a support right now as T1. Karia's got a massive support pool, so you could just lock down an owner's jungle pick here. The Xinjiao is open.
If they want the Nautilus, I think they have to pick it here. But maybe they just don't, right? 15 seconds to go, and I think Ona getting a priority jungler could be a very good option.
It would kind of also force Nongshim to match, otherwise they will get choked out of the jungle pool, so that's why I like it a lot here. But nope, just gonna be the Kench. Okay, Keria, good old Kench player here in the LCK. He's got a lot of games on it.
He certainly does, and this is going to be another unique champion. So that is an 8th unique champion for Keria. He has played Karma twice and Rakan twice, but then it's like a single game on Nautilus, Lulu, Gragas, Lux, and Thresh.
Yep.
For Keria, as BDD is going to take away this priority Diana for Dread, and I love this personally.
I mean, you've already got so much scaling with the Jinx, you have the Diana on top of it, and you don't waste a lot of time engaging into this Corki when you're running a comp like this. You can just go in, get the box on top of you, and you're basically saying, I'm coming to you, T1, and I'm not going to give you a lot of space to hit that poke. We're going to be playing this lightning fast. And this is where the jungle pool starts getting choked out, right? You see the Poppy removed here now, which is a must ban because Diana needs that ability to dash in and set up the engage.
Yep.
And then I think you'll probably see the Xinjiao ban come through here to follow.
I think it's really interesting. The T1 prioritized getting the Tahm Kench instead of just locking away the Poppy. They could have just taken that. It would have helped deny potentially the Diana as well.
It's also a champion that Owner is very good at. He hasn't played it yet this season, but he was actually playing it faster than most last year when it was starting to rise in popularity.
Yeah.
We saw it at Worlds. He played it at Worlds. I think the Xinjiao is kind of a no-brainer here, unless they're thinking about banning that Nidalee that we've seen so much. There's the Xinjiao. Owner has played a lot of Nidalee. I think it's quite a bit of magic damage with the poke you already have on the Corki to lock it in here, but it's definitely something I think T1 will consider yet again, as the Gnar is denied here. That is a
Gragas. Yeah, I was going to say the Gragas angle is a little bit worrying. Similar story for Zeus. One of his most played champions is the Gragas with 2 games, because he's played like a couple of games on Gnar, but then like Jax, Jace, Gwen, Camille, Fiora.
Yeah, I think you don't really even want to take it as Nongshim here either. Like you could say, oh, you ban the Gnar and we'll take the Gragas ourselves, but I don't think they want that in this comp. They want to have a little bit more side lane pressure in the top side of the map for Kana. Kana doesn't like to play those weak side champions as much. And as Zeus here, you could still take the Gragas face up, that's totally fine, but they won't have that hard counter in the Gnar that we've seen have so much success here in the LCK. So I think that's where you're looking. And then the Viego will come through here. Viego's so good with poke compositions like this one because you can get those health bars low so we can actually go finish those targets off and then get the resets. Options here, you know, for Nongshim, the Jace is still open, but you're already kind of competing with a bit of a poke war here, so you don't necessarily want that.
Akali is still open as well, but I like the Jace. Get a little bit more of that physical damage. Otherwise, it is like 3 magic, like heavy magic damage dealers for the top side. So I agree with you. I think Jace is a good choice.
Yeah, you can engage with the Diana, put a box on top of it with Peter there, and then Jace hits a Shock Blast, and then Victor just walks in to clean it up with the Jinx. It's such a great comp here. For T1, their composition is really reliant on Faker hitting those rockets. If he's not able to get the poke done or have really nice packages in these fights, then it is going to be very difficult to pull this game off. But Owner does have a lot of agency in this game, and early on, too, in some of these lanes where Nongshim are going to be looking to try to get prio, he can punish and start to get a lead himself.
Yeah.
But if I look at just these two compositions in isolation, I really think Nongshim got the better one. They have really nice late game scaling, and their comp is much more well-rounded.
Yeah, I guess so. As far as front to back is concerned, I agree with you. I think that there are a lot of like niche little answers that T1 do have for a lot of micro situations, and it allows Faker to play really far up with those rockets, knowing that he has carrier there to get that Devour off if some of this single target CC is going to land. So much of this for Nongshim hinges on what Dread can get done, because AoE CC is how you deal with the Tahm Kench protection system. And then it becomes into like Zeus being able to then scatter everyone, fake with the package, things like that.
Yeah,
a lot of this will be very intricate.
It's very intricate, and it's very much going to be about how much these teams are able to set up on objectives, how well the execution goes for these. Because, like you said, Dread ults in, and then the cask ruins the entire follow-up, and then suddenly we're still back to neutral, and Faker's shooting rockets, right? I mean, anything could happen in this game. I think we're definitely looking forward to a first game here of fireworks, some late game scaling, some really intricate team fights.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it as well. As here we are onto the Rift for game number 1, our title match of the night, T1 versus Nongshim. Just to catch you guys up, it is a rough week for T1. After this match, they do have to face Damwon Kia as well this week. That's what happens when you have some of the lower tier teams in your early couple of weeks. But T1 have still just looked fantastic regardless of the opposition thus far. And we'll see how they do go here. This is one of their first big tests.
I think a lot of people would say it's almost unfair for T1 to have that much time to learn the meta and play against these weaker teams and grow and build that synergy. But the cool thing about this for T1, and the thing that really kind of invalidates that idea, is this team is mostly unchanged. They already have their synergy built. This is a team that went to the semifinals of Worlds with everyone but Zeus,
who was still on the team, right? And
yeah.
he played for them last year, so it's not even that much of a new person has to fit
exactly.
in. Right?
So that's why I think T1, I think a lot of people who don't trust T1 yet because of that strength of schedule, I think might be surprised tonight as to how they perform against a stronger team.
Well, Peter and Ghost coordinating skins really beautifully here, and that is very important. As BDD trying to trade this one with Faker. Trying to deny as much of that first strike gold as possible. Doesn't really work out as both chugging through their pots.
Yeah, we do see this matchup. A lot of the time, the Corki overextends in these trades, but Faker's doing a good job so far.
Yep. You say the Corki, it was largely BDD that did have that.
He was the main
issue.
Yeah, he was the main offender. I think he's now trying to repeat what happened to him to Faker.
Exactly. Learn from your experiences. It's the perfect way to approach it right now. Doing okay when it comes to farm and things like that. As Canna, I mean, Zeus not going to have the greatest time up here in the top lane, and both of these top laners know each other very, very well, of course.
And this goes back, Atlas, to the sword and shield, right? Kana is the sword and Zeus is the shield in terms of the champions they play, in terms of how they play strong and weak side. As once again, the victor is getting the better hand of this. These extended trades Faker is taking.
Yep, the classic should have taken Ignite type feeling being had by BDD here, but decent spacing there from Faker, and he's chugging through his potion. He does have a biscuit as backup, but you can see that BDD's having a great time. And Faker just waits for the minion wave to crash towards the turret. This is sort of the life of a Corki, right?
Yeah, that's how it goes.
Spend the first little while not having a great time, and then you just throw rockets from a really long way away. And then you keep Gatling gunning, no matter what's happening. As I thought this bug might have been fixed within 7 years of it happening.
At least it doesn't persist globally throughout the map. I've cast a few different esports I won't name where sometimes a bug like that happens and then it's just there for the whole game.
Did you know about the Amumu AoE crying?
Yes, I knew about that.
That one was a goodie. That was a real goodie. That one got patched real quick.
This is a lot of attention to the top side of the map here. Smite fight.
Owner's going to win, yeah. However, Dread might be able to find him here. Dashes on over. This battle is being won by Owner for now, though, as Diana has won these fights in the past, but not this time. Owner is going to get the better of him.
Yeah, they both have Conqueror, but, Diana's base attack speed is not that great. I think you don't want to actually go for the extended trade there, and Dread actually loses Flash in the exchange, so that's pretty massive because when he hits 6, he has a lot of kill pressure in both of these solo lanes. Not so much anymore because he's not going to have extra mobility to get on top of those enemy laners on T1's side. So it's actually a pretty massive win for Owner, you know, all things considered here.
Yeah.
I mean, getting the crab is nice in itself, but being able to force that flash is even better.
Yeah, you can see Dread just wanted to try and punish him for that one, but slinks off into, you know, Viego's mist and then gets the better end of the trade. It's really nicely done as Zea's taking a lot of damage here from Canna. Kind of a bit out of juice right now. We'll have to try and get some more mana back, but does have some biscuits to eat through, and that might help out.
He'll be all right. He's going to sit up here and continue to push this wave. And Faker, you know, this is, you might actually misjudge this if this is your first time watching the Corki and Victor matchup. It looks like he's getting dunked on, but actually this is unfortunately just how it goes. Corki does lose a lot of CS in those early trades. It's not the first time we've seen this 10 CS deficit in the matchup. And not just that BDD one as well. It actually happens a lot. But he's just going to sit back and farm. It's all good. It's good for BDD, and that's part of why you pick this Victor into the Corki. But you can see the reason why when you watch this outranging and outpoking and death rays coming through.
Yeah, wants to get that level 6 does Faker before he can start, you know, offering some of his own back. But right now, Fast Bomb just doesn't quite have the range as BDD leveling up that death ray, and it's really starting to work out the way its namesake is suggesting. Having a little bit of a check-in on that bottom side, you can see pretty even as Nongshim actually is starting to get it over the other side of the map. So that actually looks like Gumushi does have slight advantage as the back's probably just worked out a little bit better for Gumushi. Certainly good news for him because you can see, yeah, Nongshim still shoving this one forward. 81.8% win rate, 9-2 on the Aphelios thus far.
Remember, he was a lot of the time when Aphelios was super strong last year, playing behind Teddy in some of those critical matches, the playoffs, etc. But a lot of that Aphelios win rate you see is actually from Spring last year, in fact, where he was playing a lot of that. And then, you know, now this year, he's doing very, very well on the champion. So sitting at the 3-0 at the moment, looking very clean.
Yeah.
Very good start. He is really trying to prove he's the best AD carry in the world. Still got a lot more proving to do in that regard, but it's about as good of a start as you could hope for.
Yeah, I think he's made absolutely the best start you could possibly get, being on the team with the most victories here in the LCK, as Dread was thinking about coming down towards this bottom lane as Peter is going to get licked.
They have to be
just wondering. He looks a little bit like a... I really do like that skin, but it sometimes looks like there's a furnace stuck on his head.
Yeah, I can kind of see that.
Especially when he, it's like a little furnace.
It's a bit of a hothead. That sounds like it'd be really uncomfortable.
Yeah.
It's giving me some like
a fiery crown. It's like kind of cool, but it's like, what are you cooking up there?
Yeah.
I want like Master Chef and this skin to like get together, and the Master Chef is like actually cooking something.
He looks like
the crown. He takes it off, and they make something.
It's like that Kirby cooking power. Just sucks up everything on the map and turns it into a little food. Yeah. I think he kind of looks like the Zora King from the...
Oh, yeah!
Yeah, he's got that kind of
He
vibe.
moves a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
He doesn't do... Oh. Is that the sound that he makes when he moves?
Something like that, yeah. I'm not as good as just doing the impression as you, but...
And then it takes like 15 years? Oh, man. And back then, like, the concept of skipping a cutscene didn't even really exist. Like, I've never even thought
They were trying to figure out cutscenes, much less the skipping.
That's true.
Well, it looks like actually Nongshim are going to get away with this Drake for free because it's very difficult to contest here with the back timing for Gumi and this means that they get away with this, and they have this kind of free timing to rotate up and look for what is one of the strongest moments for Nongshim is right when Diana hits 6, and they have a big combo available with the Victor.
Yep.
I think T1 should be very wary about how they do this because they will very likely have to turn. Now, if Nongshim just simply give this up, I'll be surprised.
There's not a lot of vision available, and you can see Canna's getting shoved in underneath this turret, doesn't have a lot of mana, couldn't really offer anything, and so T1 execute based on that timing. Well, Gumayushi's actually taking some turret plates here on the bottom side as well in this 1v1. You can see he's really starting to stream ahead. When it comes to the farm numbers. Ghost not necessarily known for dominating lanes or anything like that, but this is pretty vintage Gumayushi stuff here towards the bottom side of the map.
And I actually was surprised to see Ghost, and I thought he was on the way to the Herald, but he was not. He was just on a kind of an awkward timing back. Looked like he was deciding whether he would go to Herald and then comes here late, which means the plate goes down as you mentioned. So T1 going to get an extra plate for free and those Herald plates eventually.
Yep. And good ward there from Zeus as well. Spots the fact that Dread's in the area. And nothing going to really happen here as the Grag is just doing his best to stay safe. There's counter underneath this turret, actually falling behind a little bit when it comes to the bomb. It does have a bunch of it to pick up right now.
Playing very, very defensively, Kana is here because he knows that he could get dove at any moment. The Rift Herald Gold is going all over to this Gragas. Usually you want to put that attention on the Aphelios, as Owner has not been seen. But Kana's game sense is telling him something's not right here. They're both missing. This doesn't make sense. He doesn't have a ward, so he's just going to play it safe. Checks with a Shock Blast.
Oh, really smart
Checks with
play.
Empowered Shock Blast. He's like, no, I'm pretty sure you're in there. I'm actually going to empower this with the Acceleration Gate.
Yeah. That's actually really measured play here from Kana, and he's actually overextended in the path.
Yeah.
I've been looking forward to the, okay, Carrier is going to flash and then Abyssal Voyage his way out of potential danger.
Not a good place to be for that Catfish with the distance between him and Gumayusi and that brush there. It would have been really difficult for Guma to come over and help him out, especially because they didn't know where Dread is. They will now.
Yeah, flash play comes in, great devour, but the hook was right there from Peter. Exhaust comes down, now the Moonfall lands just under Gumayusi. Carrier has done all the tanking that he can, and Guma finally goes down. Ghost gets excited, but the play comes back. The Heartseeker will be enough to do it though as BDD makes his way in. Owner's being a jinx though, and he's pretty scary while he's doing it. Chaos Storm comes down. Peter not going to be able to find the hook this time around, and the Abyssal Voyage gets Carrier out to safety once again. They lose Gumayusi, but everything else goes so well for T1.
Yeah, even Faker getting a plate in the mid lane might get a second one here if no one comes over to assist, as it's going to be a long time before BD gets back over here. Looks like just quickly enough, but with Owner showing up, he's going to get more than one more plate. He's going to get a whole bunch of them here with the Rift Herald going down, and this is where if you're, you already got that kill on the Aphelios bottom side, he's got a plate there, and Faker's already in position, you can just maximize the speed at which Faker can start getting these very critical items online.
Yeah.
So you watch this.
Great, yeah. Peter plays this really well, but it just doesn't seem to be enough.
A play forward here, but I mean, look, the problem is it's a Tom Kench, and Gumayusi is just where he needs to be on the outside of that box, has that extra shielding, and just has enough damage here. And even though he goes down, Ghost has to give his life for it, so it's a 2-for-1.
Yep.
Plus the plate in mid Faker's about to pick up. You can see it on the mini-map.
And the Super Mega Death Rocket got eaten as well by a full health Viego. It was a good flash from Gumayusi to make sure that that one didn't register the damage to secure the kill right there. Still, the flash, he was probably going to die anyway. But yeah, it allowed Owner to tank that one up and then punish Ghost accordingly.
The big item here for the Diana is now online with that rocket belt, so she is ready to long distance engage into team fights here. And this is one of the big spike for Diana early is her ultimate, and then the second one is when she gets her belt, because then she can engage super, super hard with ultimate from far away. And this is where the positioning of Faker and also Zeus, who can help peel for this and set up for a defensive turn, is going to be so critical. And we talked about it a lot already, but now it's time to actually prove as Faker where, you could use this Corki to poke, but how much greed are we going to see with the poke, and how well is he going to be able to get vision from his teammates as to where Dread is at all times? Because this is when the game can really turn on its head.
Oh, that hook was sick. Play comes back there as Carrier's going to get slowed down by the box, but Gumayusi pops out. He's got full health. And Dread and Peter not going to be enough to protect this one. BDD turns up though. And I think that T1 might respect that. Empowered Shock Blast lands onto Zeus, but we're just going to pan away from the top lane. As, okay, all of the boys have turned up. Owner's going to have to Heartbreaker to get himself out. Doesn't have Flash available, but damn, that would have given me a heart attack, I'll tell you that much. As Carrier's going to try and get out, but yeah, that Abyssal Voyage was not going to be enough, as Faker will take the mid turret.
Faker's going to take a whole mid turret for free here. I think that this is a big win for T1, but man, watching that whole exchange happen and then listening to Dongjun's voice get higher and higher the whole time was actually a real treat. Now, Faker did, grab the whole turret here and is at full health, but contesting this Drake, I think, is actually pretty doable here for T1. Like, I don't think they necessarily give this a free. Owner's going to look for a smite fight.
Yeah, possible 50-50 here, but Peter puts himself in position. And it will be the Cloud Soul. Heck yeah. What a time to be an Atlas.
So things are going pretty smoothly for T1 here. They have a pretty significant gold lead. The lack of Drakes is somewhat concerning, but the Aphelios has picked up a significant amount of gold. Zeus is actually pushing a Jason in the Gragas versus Jace, which is always a good thing to see. But, you know, I think, once again, this game is going to be about execution, and the lead that T1 have so far isn't big enough in terms of the gold lead to where we could say they have a massive lead. I think the game is still very, very even, because later on, they can very easily, T1, if they play it well, start to turn the tides on Drakes. Yep. Now, Owner here, really nice flash, Heartbreaker. Actually, it was just a Heartbreaker there from him, not the flash.
Yeah, flash is still on cooldown, but yeah, Carrier just didn't
lands on the zap. He lands on the zap. What are you going to do?
Yeah. Peter's been playing very, very nice.
His thrash is clean.
Yeah, really looking good.
He's got his stopwatch up.
The clip's done here for Canna as well. See whether that helps him out. Was recently struggling a little bit in the matchup as Rock is going to connect onto Faker as Shirley is now caught the attention of T1. I don't think that Nongshim are going to be able to contest this one either. Not as valuable as close-ish, yeah.
Not enough though. So nice win here for T1, but they won't be able to get as much gold out of this one as they did the previous because plates are gone, of course. The second Herald, that's how it goes.
Yep.
And look at where Dread is right now. I love this because he's stealing away some of the jungle here of Owner while also allowing Kana to freely push this bottom turret and grab all the extra farm that comes with it. This is a really great way to get an otherwise not empowered Jace a bunch of extra gold that he needs so desperately. And there's enough time here to actually rotate over potentially here for the defense. It's not going to be able to stop this first turret from going down, but I don't think they'll be able to get an extra charge onto the inner.
You'd hope not, because that would be pretty disastrous. You can see Kana, if he trades it, I mean, you'll take that as Nongshim, absolutely.
And do they get it is the question. It looks like the answer is yes.
Not going to be able to get the turret, though.
And will Jace, that's the thing.
Yeah, if Kana gets it, I mean, he just needs another W in gun form, and he'll be absolutely fine. Yeah, there we go. So that is actually a win for Nongshim.
Yeah, I really like how Dread and Kana played this.
Zeus finds the body slam onto Kana as Kana dives back in. Yeah, gets himself a bit of a shield and runs away. There is a Tom Kench on his way down, though, so they're not done with this one yet. There's the flash into the Abyssal Voyage. Carrier really wants this one as the flash comes out from Kana as well. There is still a turret here, and the hammer is going to boop them back, so maybe a little bit overly aggressive there from Carrier, perhaps.
Big macro win from Nongshim. They're able to get the flash and the exhaust out of Carrier. They prevent that top turret from going down, the inner there on Nongshim's side, while getting one for Kana. And I think even if Kana dies there, which he did not, but even if he dies there, you're still winning because he got that gold he so desperately needed, and you've bought a ton of space on the map. So Nongshim basically made it look like the Rift Herald was theirs in terms of value, what they got out of this. Where the gold sits here, you know, is so important when we look at these compositions, and as Nongshim are at a 2-kill game right now, the Diana and Jinx being the ones who have it is important, but you do need that Jace to get those items online so he can also start matching some of that poke and setting up for these fights.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing how some of these actual team fights are going to go, because Faker has just been uninhibited this entire game. This Corki has just been allowed to scale, even in farm, as you can see now, against this Victor. And yes, the early laning phase was a bit of a struggle, but as soon as the mid-game hit, I mean, Faker just kept to himself, started farming up, and as soon as he gets to these 2-3 items,
yeah,
the Corki gets so scary.
And they're giving him, you know, majority of the farm here that's in the side lane, and that is how he's just going to finish these off. Got to be so careful about roams like this too as Nongshim, because if you don't know where the Viego is, as they do now, as he shows bottom side, you might actually end up getting countered here.
Yep.
When you do go for these ganks. I think trying to kill Faker because he has Valkyrie, he still has Flash, is just not realistic at this point for Nongshim. They're just going to trade turrets. We're having one of those turret trade macro games here.
And we're playing chicken to see who's going to come back and defend first. And the answer for Nongshim here is they're going to do their very best to use Shock Blasts and, you know, Ghost with some range in order to do it, as Owner slinks back into his mist, and he'll be all right.
Now, the big win here for T1 is that where they decided to trade for turrets has a spawning objective right next to it. So
indeed,
this is definitely a big win for them. Faker gets out at the right time. And if Nongshim come to contest here, Faker is going to have an opportunity to take out that inner turret top side. Like, this is a big macro win here for T1. And Faker will just carefully check.
I don't know about this one, Dread. Faker's got a package.
Yeah,
I don't think you'll stop him from delivering it.
Might be able to waste the package, but I think you don't even want to go in on that.
Yeah, package is a lot of damage, you know.
Yeah.
So a scary time. That being said, Dread, if he had been a little bit more fed, might have gone for it. But
the cool thing about this for Faker too is if Nongshim aren't topside there and they contest Drake, then you actually get all that inner turret gold, and then you're in even more.
Did he get it? Oh my goodness, he did.
What a
Faker stealing it away with a big one. That'll do it. Gets the transformation as well of his mirror mana at the same time. Oh, it's all coming up corky.
Certainly is. This is going to be. It feels like we've just watched the opening act of a concert, but the show's about to, start. Like Faker just stuck his head between the curtains, and all the fans are like, yeah, they're like the rocker hands and stuff. You can hear the guitars, like the riffing in the back.
Yeah,
like, oh,
we're tuning things up. We're almost ready.
Like, I think that's where we're at right now in this game.
Yep.
Because it really is going to be about execution. Almost everything that's happened up until this point, outside of the Drakes, feels almost irrelevant because
we're currently moving the drum kits into position and stuff like that, Wolf.
Yeah.
That's what we need to do. And, it might be a Phil Collins concert, so that's like 7 drum kits that you need to move into position. That's an old person. I apologize. It's probably outside of the demographic.
Well, I just hope that more young people can find out about how great Phil Collins is.
That is a very good point. That is a very good point.
I appreciate what you're doing here. Even if they don't know, maybe they will look it up.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. And honestly, who hasn't watched Tarzan? Like, surely. It's a great movie. The Disney one, but is what I'm referring to, of course. There's a lot of Tarzans.
Yeah. Do
you know what I haven't watched in a long time, Wolf? George of the Jungle.
Yeah, I feel like that one didn't age as well as I thought last time I watched it, which was probably like 10 years ago, but maybe I
haven't watched it in
try.
like 20 years or something like that. Good old
That's
Brendan
the one where
Fraser.
That's the one where he like eats the coffee, right?
Yeah, something like that. It was kind of like it was almost like a revival of Encino Man. Brendan Fraser's first go around where it was like a caveman that got thawed. That one was great though, because like his friend, it was really, really funny. Anyway, we might actually have a little bit of no, it's a bit of a K-Ram.
Yeah, that's the movie that taught me that Swahili was a language, which was cool to know as a kid.
Yeah, that is actually.
It wasn't made up. I was like, oh, that's real. Like when I was a kid, I was like, oh, they made that up for the movie. But I was like, oh, that's actually like one of the most commonly spoken languages in Africa. I learned a lot. Thanks, George of the Jungle.
There you go. George of the Jungle. And now everybody else is learning from George of the Jungle as well. As more macro play coming in.
More turret trades?
Yep, as BDD is here, but yeah, spots the fact that everyone is around and Canna's on the bottom side of the map, and we are just trading turrets all over the place. Ghost and Canna are both trying to get this one done around this map. As you can see, chompers go down, Carrier gets slowed. You're gonna have to walk away from this one. Teleport from the Baron pit comes on in, as that is a great lantern and an even better hook as well. As Zeus just gets told to get the heck out of there, needs to disengage now as Dread flashes, goes golden as well, but not able to get the kills, and the Heartbreaker comes back. It's heartbreaking for Nongshim as well, as now they're turning the fight around. Owner dives right in, but I don't know whether that was a little bit too excited, as the Aphelios is also going to go down, and Nongshim will reign supreme in the end.
Oh man, we are getting such a great game here, and it's not over yet, this fight.
Whoa, Ono was so excited in that fight. That was just a little bit much, as Peter's going to get another flash. This guy's Thresh is just insane, as now Carrier is getting poked out. Who's got the better poke? The team with the Corki or the team without?
I mean, the Jace here makes it a very, very hard question to answer, especially in some of these scenarios where all the minions are cleared and T1 are just cowering behind a turret in a small lane where you can hit their shock blast. But so much happened in that fight. Dread's perfect engage was so beautiful to watch. His stopwatch has now been upgraded so he could do it again in a few seconds when that ultimate is online. But he goes in with an amazing stopwatch play. Unfortunately, he basically just gives Owner a first engage here, because he's like, all right, I'm going and we're turning this. Look at how low Zeus is. I'm going in. And then stopwatches after the ultimate here. And then Owner's like, well, I'm going to get that first reset then, thank you very much. Then he goes forward here and looks for the kills, but immediately is caught by, that's right, Peter, who helps set up everything here on the defensive side. Then they blast through and get a kill there on the Gumayusi, and it ends up being a trade here. So we still, as the dust settles, don't have a clear victor in terms of gold.
Outside of BDD.
Yes.
At least we will always have a clear victor in this game. Every single time you'll be able to find one.
Well, I mean,
Otherwise, I'm gonna
sometimes
be
it's
taken.
owner, but you know.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. And BDD definitely wouldn't be the victor in that circumstance either. As T1, they're going to return the favor here with another siege in this mid lane. Hook not going to connect onto Faker there, but the poke damage does. As that shock blast was pretty scary.
So the win on the team fight, even though it was very marginal in terms of the reset, is just enough to give T1 the push they need here and a Drake. So second Drake now going over to T1. And so we're even on Drakes. Now this game just can't get closer, can it?
Nope, it certainly cannot. As yep, there's the Drake. Does go down as Nongshim now looking to try and get into this river, clear out the vision, and set up for a potential Baron as Ghost. Able to get some damage onto Faker here, and even the Zap lands. Super Mega Death Rocket just to try and lower Faker's health bar, but that is a great locket in order to shield him up from Carrier as owner. Oh, man, Ghost is real. The bottom lane for Nongshim playing really, really well.
Yeah, Ghost Zaps have been so good.
Yeah.
Too. And like the way this team coordinates together. I mean, after what was a very messy first series for us tonight, I'm like,
that
this
might have an impact, but it still looks really good. As another hook this time onto Gumayusi as Carrier just evaporates. The same can be said for Gumayusi as well, and Nongshim. Oh man, that was the pick of destiny, and just write it down. Give Peter the pog right now.
Well, Nongshim have to win the game first before we can go all the way.
Maybe you could just get two of the sheets and just put an NS on top of one of them and a T1 on top of the other one.
Well, Peter, he's hit this hook several games now. This is his third game of Thresh this season. He loves that location. He's found so many opportunities to pick the enemy AD carry there. They make it the set play again.
Yep.
Now Faker is just slowly trying to get into range, but he's getting poked out by the Jace.
Yeah, another shock blast is going to connect there on the T1's mid laner. They should be able to lock this one. Oh, and it steals it away! Oh, he will pay for it with his life, but he'll take that trade any day of the week. And Nongshim did all the work. There's even more poke coming out of Faker now as they're all on the run with low health bars. And all of the work that Nongshim just did is absolutely for nothing.
Absolutely for nothing indeed. The poke that they had coming through there for Kana made it look like they were going to be able to chip Faker out, but he's able to do just enough damage there in the fight, even though Owner was dead. If Owner lives there and then they hit that poke, then he's going to get several resets in the fight. It all starts off with Peter, who's peeking very high.
He was definitely a bit of a peeker there.
And he does peek over the wall here and grabs 2 kills. And then they set up for the Baron, but it's still low death timers. It's still early days. Look at how much damage Faker's able to do while Owner steals. And he's just sitting here free-shotting this whole team.
This is the first big mistake that has been made this game, is flipping for the Baron here. You never have to do that. You should always try and turn, make sure that Owner can't get there. They had a man advantage. There was absolutely no need to just flip for that one.
Yeah, there's just no reason. We saw the same mistake made by KT in the previous series. We see it a lot. Teams' eyes get bigger than their stomachs, and
yeah. Zeus taking a fair bit of damage here. Peter's going to be fine, and it will protect him.
It's especially egregious into a comp that has the insanely fast cooldown of the rockets coming through. Because yeah, Kana pokes back at Faker too and can put him down to half health with one empowered shock blast, but Faker can just keep pressing it. He can just keep shooting those out, right? And that's why his poke is going to be more consistent in these scenarios, especially when you're already damaged from a Baron buff, or Baron fight rather.
Ooh, ow. Shock blast connects onto Gumayusi this time around, but it won't be enough to get T1 away from this turret. And the Baron that Nongshim worked so hard to bring down is now a thorn in their side. As you can see, slight dip. Nongshim had a gold lead for a couple of seconds, and then Owner came in and took it away.
T1 using this Baron buff to control a lot of the waves, but aren't able to really put on any permanent damage here, unfortunately, to Nongshim, because Nongshim's wave clear is so insane. And with this Victor, you're just very happy to sit here, take those waves, take that extra money and farm. And they don't even get any of the inhibitor turrets hurt.
Yeah, no, nothing. I did just because there was a Void Staff built second, and we always want to congratulate our mid laners for doing that. Looks like it's going to be Lichbane next for BDD, the new and improved Lichbane on this patch.
Yeah, like to see it.
Yeah, weaving in those autos a little bit more than you otherwise would.
Yeah.
Pretty cool idea.
Victor, definitely one of the biggest winners of this.
Yeah, the Lichbane rework, Lichbane situation.
Yeah.
I think the cooldown of Lichbane now is like the amount of weaving that you can do to utilize it even further is much higher, but I haven't done the math for it, I apologize.
That's all right. As T1, they have a lot of control with the remnants of this Baron buff, but they need to be careful about tunnel visioning too hard here, because yes, you should be able to grab this turret, but you're giving BDD a lot of free time to side lane on the other side of the map. Now, he won't be able to put on any permanent damage either, because he'll get collapsed on if he tries.
Oh, that rocket. I like how Jonas Strong's like, yep, we're like almost at 30 minutes. These rockets, every single one needs a slight zoom in.
It looks like Atlas Nongshim are just going to give the Drake up and actually look to try to push for an inhibitor instead. The problem is this is pretty face-up, this plan. They've walked through several wards. They've really shown that they're doing this, and so...
Oh, the back actually gets stopped by the rocket, but Faker, speaking of rockets, is just going to be able to deny this. Oh, BDD almost just straight up dies.
And the turret lives?
Yeah.
1 health? Oh, no, 26. I saw the one at the bottom.
I like how
right.
Faker was just Valkyrieing for fun in celebration as the minions end up destroying the turret anyway.
Gold deny, I suppose, a little bit there, but Faker himself defeats the whole macro play, the whole idea from Nongshim, which was to set up that push with the Victor and then group up and look for an inhibitor for that soul point. But because Faker is quirky with 4 items, excuse me now, he can alone defend it, and they get a free Drake. Now they're on soul point with 3 Cloud Drakes, so they're really, really sitting pretty right now.
Yeah. That's it's a lot of running around the map, and giving T1 more access to better macro is, I feel, a mistake. That's all right. One more until the coveted Cloud Soul, my personal favorite.
Of course, no bias here.
Yep. A lot of extra movement speed, man. It's pretty big. But Faker's going to be able to... actually, no, it's only smites that one away.
It's big movement speed, which does really lend itself to the composition that T1 already has, because the movement speed is going to allow better repositioning, it's going to allow better objective setup, it's going to allow for more macro plays. And
oh my god!
Yeah, you
can't eat too many more of those.
You cannot get hit by these, and Nongshim cannot win the poke war because, like I said, the cooldown of Faker's ultimate versus the cooldown of Kana's Q, very different.
Yeah. Zeus looking for an opportunity. The return damage, though, is really big. The flash has to come through. Super Mega Death Rocket comes down, but Keria had eaten the Gragas. And BDD, yeah, you have to be so careful. Constant vigilance here from Nongshim with Faker in this position. Nongshim demonstrating that he's got a little bit back, but they're using the minion wave as a shield against all of the poke damage that's coming in. They don't have it anymore, though, as the Shock Blast almost tags Gumayusi there, just barely.
Nongshim need to be willing to pull the trigger in moments like this. Unfortunately, with this turret still alive, they couldn't look for a choke point fight there, but they need to be willing to actually just go in off of Dread's call and actually look for the setup of Dread's ultimate to lead into Kana's poke there, coming through with the Shock Blast, and win a team fight that way. All it takes is 1 kill onto Ghost. He gets excited, BDD is doing a ton of damage in the back line, and it all works out nicely. But if you just kind of keep slowly grouping up and looking for those opportunities instead of making them, then T1 will always win the poke war and will always have that slight advantage. So I think Nongshim need to be ready to pull the trigger a little bit faster, because there have been a few opportunities for Dread. He's got Flash, he's got his Rocket Belt, he's got Zhonya's. Like, the sky's the limit as to where he can engage from. He just needs to be willing to do it, and the team needs to be ready to follow up. That's what this comp is about, because T1's poke comp is working swimmingly.
Yeah, I mean, the poke comp, by which you mean Faker.
Yes.
He is the poke comp.
That's the quirky, he's the quirky comp, I guess I should say, and it's Faker who's piloting it this time.
Well, that's it's an adorable ward. Just having a look around here in the mid lane. Very, very cute. I like that. At least there is the spirit of a corgi, even if Faker didn't choose the skin, because
All right, this is another choke point. You can look to control as Nongshim here, but you have to be brave enough to, you know, start a Baron, for example, and Kana.
It is just, you know, poke war. Ghost has to be a bit careful here.
Kana has teleport, so he can back here and return straight away to this fight.
If you'll see. Needs to, yeah.
Yeah, if T1 were to come in, but he could just walk in, of course, if T1 are going to play this out slow, as they will, because they want to clear the wave, and this is going to continue.
Yeah. Death Rays need to be respected. A lot of damage on BDD right now, especially in closer range for this particular Victor with his Lich Bane. There's
some good poke.
Oh my god! Well, Dread Gonna have to throw down the Moonlight Vigil, gets taken down extraordinarily low and then immediately punished. The hook is gonna connect onto Keria. Chaos Storm's there as well, but it's not going to kill him. Gumushi over the wall, that is a stopwatch. It's gonna get broken as Keria actually flashes to get out of the disappearing Chaos Storm.
Miscalculates a little bit on the timer on that one, but you can respect it because, you know,
yeah,
if it kills him, it actually is so significant. So, you know, a small misplay there and definitely didn't need to flash it, but better safe than sorry is what Keria is going to say about this one. As Nongshim are once again losing out on the exchange, and it's not an extremely long cooldown on Diana's ultimate. However, it's not going to be up when Dread gets here, and he's not going to be here in time to contest. Will not be able to contest the smite here, and T1 will yet again grab a second Baron off of better team play around blowing up the Diana early. And this tank build for the Gragas for Zeus works out so extremely well in this game. He just blocks so much of that damage. Now he's got his Frozen Heart online.
It's 100% that rocket. That rocket stopped everything, right? Because Nongshim, instead of going in, instead of following Dread, they were like, oh, that hurt. And they moved back instead of being able to follow up, as we've got another fight coming through here. Another great devour comes down from Keria, though, to deny it. The disengage from this Tahm Kench really playing very, very well here for T1.
That cast was amazing, too.
And we get the Cloud Soul. The answer's no. BDD, in fact, is the one that locks that one down. Canna off to the side. Super Mega Death Rocket will sail around Runeterra from now until infinity.
I feel like we have...
And that's an inhibitor turret that went down in the meantime. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
The Nongshim.
We have 8 glass cannons in this game, it feels like, and then we have Zeus and Keria.
Yeah.
I'm watching anybody gets hit by anything and the health bar is down at 2/3, so we're seeing this very slow, you know, it's a game of chicken to a certain extent, but watch how quickly Zeus reacts to this, casks out. Keria gets to eat there, the Devourer, so he's totally fine. And yet still with these choke points, you just don't want to engage as T1 here, even though Dread ends up taking a massive amount of damage. T1 are not on the same page to go in and punish, but they don't have to take this fight because they're the ones on soul point first. Now it's tied up even, but they walk away with no deaths, relatively unscathed here.
Yeah. And Ghost even picked up a Hex Drinker. I don't know how much that's going to help.
It's very opportunistic.
It's very cute. It's very cute. I like the idea. He's like, I need some magic resist.
He opened the shop and he pressed the magic resist button. He was like, what do we got in the shop from
What
you?
can I afford? There's this like cape thing here. This is the sword. This suits me. I'm all for this one. Locks that one down. And look, it's a smart idea. Will slow down the Infinity Edge just a little bit as he's just sitting on a crit cloak right now. And if you can avoid the rockets, like just before, actually, honestly, a lot of those rockets were hurting a bit more than that one, as Faker takes a lot of damage. Has to Valkyrie out. Super Mega Death Rocket. Yeah, that's listing lazily to the right. It's a pretty sick strategy.
And no inhibitors down mean we're just going to continue this dance for a little bit longer, as this is still a game that could be winnable for either sides. We are getting to the point of...
I mean, it's just one team fight, right?
Exactly. We're getting to the point where one team fight means you just walk down mid and in the game. Maybe in Nongshim's case, top, because that's where they have that turret down. Just depends on the game state.
Yep.
But we're at a point where T1's successful fighting over these 3 Cloud Drakes that they got individually and the poke that they won to make sure that that could happen, all those advantages they had, the 5,000 gold lead you see, really doesn't matter if they botch the engage or Dread gets a really nice flank and there's a big Diana ult or too many shock blasts hit from Kana. Like, I feel like you could just say the gold difference is negligible in this game because it's really just about the execution of these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so much money on both sides, right? And the execution is super, super important. And I think it's crazy because there's 2 Barons. T1 have had 2 Barons, and their base is in more shambles than Nongshim's.
So such good defense of Baron, Nongshim's comp does.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that, you know, they still have Canada there with a bunch of wave clear. They've even got Jinx with a lot of wave clear, and the Victor especially, tears through the minion waves. So as you can see, just seems to be a soul farm for Peter.
It's been such a game of tennis, this game, in terms of the macro and how many waves have been sent here to Nongshim but aren't threatening turrets really. Like, Nongshim's like, yeah, I'm just not going to risk anything here. Let's see how far up you want to push where you don't have vision in our base, and if you go too far, we can engage on you. But if we just sit back and don't engage, then we can clear this up. We're going to wait for that next objective to spawn because we have insane wave clear, as you and I have been pointing out.
I take it all back. If the big one lands, Ghost basically dies.
He does have to go back and heal up, but when you're...
How close to an Infinity Edge is he?
We'll find out.
How close to a More of Malmortius is he? Oh no. Not quite there. Hex Drinker got in the way just a little bit, but that's all right. And he's probably like, he went back to Boris and he was like, hey, this doesn't work. Well, did you see what happened?
The funny thing is, remember how we talked about Jace needs that money? He's got a lot less kills than the Jinx does, but he's still much more relevant in this game state because of how the poke works and everything else.
Yeah.
And even though...
Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay, Infinity Edge done. 4 items, 4.5 if you include the Hex Drinker, and I will.
But
give it to him.
The thing about Ghost in this game is until the fight goes, like until all hell breaks loose and Dread presses the R button and he's actually given a chance to auto attack, his relevancy in the game is honestly less than Peter's. Peter can actually set up a kill and then Ghost can get excited. Like, it's once he does get the opportunity to hit all those autos and do all those damages, you know, hit the big...
do them big damages!
Once he gets a chance to actually auto, he'll be relevant with all these items. But like right now, the fact that he hits it isn't relevant until that fight happens. And if this continues, we may break a longest game in the LCK record. I think it's sitting at 50 minutes, no, 48 minutes right now. So...
And if the fight never happens, does Jinx even make a sound? Wait, there's an analogy about this. Because right now, there just hasn't been much. The zap coming on down as Faker gives us a thumbs up.
He's waiting so he can maximize package
value. Exactly. Got to get that package value as much as possible. There's T1 are just going to be able to get themselves a Cloud Soul, but Nongshim, they watched DRX versus Rundong Freaks, and they knew that Cloud Souls equal a loss.
I knew this was going to come up. And it's the 4 Cloud Soul.
Yeah.
Not a lot of slows on the side of Nongshim for the slow resist to matter a lot, but the movement speed is pretty massive here.
Yeah, being able to get into position much faster than anybody else.
And speaking of which, they are going to get Prio on this Baron after getting the objective free. This is it, Dread. Are we going to see the big ult? Or are you just going to slowly lose the game? That's the real question.
There's no control ward here on this Baron either. As you can see, Nongshim, they know exactly what's happening, but Dread has to get into position if they want this. The 3rd Baron comes down, and Nongshim do nothing about it.
Yeah, they didn't have any vision, like you mentioned. Now they're going to try to race a Baron recall to get an inner turret here in the mid lane, and they will get that, but it's not going to be permanent damage because I don't think there's any chance that they're able to take out this inhibitor or the inhibitor turret that defends it. And so we reset here, and T1 are going to push Baron waves until the Elder comes up, and
I mean, if Faker can spend like more than 3 seconds alone with this turret, it's dead.
Yeah.
As is the inhibitor. As they don't have the empowered backs like T1 does, and so Faker will get up here. Does have 2 siege minions as well as BDD turns up. Needs to be respected, of course, but Faker gets into range. And yeah, they do defend the inhibitor, but not the inhibitor turret, and the rest of T1 are now here in position. That was a whoopsie from Nongshim.
The movement speed is really helping Faker get out of here. They can't
True. Cloud Soul, am I right?
They can't catch up with him, and he gets away with it for free. They don't have lockdown with the 2 champs they sent. There's no CC to lock down a Corki, so he gets away with it free. Now they keep the inhibitor, but I guess who's on it now? It's Owner.
Yeah, Owner just poking his head in, and you can see Nongshim. I mean, they want a team fight, but T1 are just spreading them around their base. And they will take the middle inhibitor, and the top one is very soon to go as well. Minion Wave a long way away from T1 on the bottom side of the map. They just want to guarantee that they pick up 2 inhibs for this, and then they can reset, go grab that wave, push it on in, and then it should be pretty textbook as BDD gets taken down very, very low. Super Mega Death Rocket not really living up to its name right now, as Ghost is looking to clear out some minions. So,
it's another scenario of that wave clear for Nongshim doing so much work.
And I mean, yeah, they haven't lost the game. They don't have very many structures left in their home facility.
So, you mentioned earlier you used the specific words, Nongshim want a team fight, and they definitely do. Their comp wants to do that, but I'm starting to wonder if they actually really...
No, I agree.
Because
I actually felt a bit silly when I said that, because they haven't wanted to team fight for quite some time.
They should want to team fight, but I do wonder, I'm starting to wonder if they ever will, because... They had so many opportunities in the mid-game to do so. They didn't pull the trigger. And now, with all these Baron minions coming through and the super minions from these downed inhibitors, their opportunities to fight are even worse than they've ever been this game, because for the first time they have permanent damage on their base. And T1 is not going to walk into your base and say, yeah, I'll give you a free team fight. But it looks like the way Nongshim are standing and have been standing for the last 13 minutes of gameplay, they're really hoping it's going to happen. And I've got bad news, Nongshim. It's not going to happen. They're not just going to walk in and give you a free fight.
Yeah, Dread. Taken down to almost nothing just from a couple of rockets. BDD the same fate. Faker just doing way too much. as Ghost could get taken down here. Moonlight Vigil comes on in. Does have a redemption to keep him alive, but that is not going to work on this turret. Zeus just providing frontline, and T1 are suffocating Nongshim out of this game.
5 seconds on the Baron. It's almost enough to get that third inhibitor.
Yeah, it is going to wear off here, as that's a shock blast that connects. Faker gets a bit of his own medicine there, as the rocket not going to connect onto Dread this time. So they save one inhibitor.
Yeah.
And now we've got 2 minutes on the Elder Drake, and maybe that's where we're going to see a fight.
Well, the thing about T1's position with all these super minions is that they can pull Nongshim into their base, so teleports are going to be important. Right now, BDD and Kana both have theirs, but to be able to have an advantageous position for Dread on this Diana to take the team fight they want is going to be basically impossible because they will have to be doing wave cleanup for the next few minutes. And look at the timer of the Elder Drake, 140 versus an inhibitor 245, 227. So it works out very well here for T1. And I just don't imagine a world where if Nongshim couldn't fight when those ideal conditions were there, that they could ever pull it off here against the Elder. But they have to. It's their only choice. It's their only option.
Yeah, and T1, they're wanting to just lie in wait, steal away the jungle, of course, but also catch them unawares. They try and move into the darkness. Carrier moves on over here as T1 have some unfinished business. That super minion giving Canna a hard time, and it means that he's not going to be getting back, as that's a teleport to come on in here, but very defensive from Nongshim's top laner.
Yeah. In one way, they've at least bought time on one of these waves as they approach the Elder. The top wave is going to be set for a while. The mid wave is definitely one they're going to work on before this spawns, but there's just no time. As T1 are just grouping up. Look at all the pings. Look at all the request pings. Like, stay here, stay here, stay here, group here, clear vision here. As Nongshim have one path to this Elder, and T1 already trumped it. They're already here faster. They have teleports to rejoin this fight.
We've got a lot of flashes available on the side of Nongshim, so I guess there's that, as Canna is possibly going to face check Owner. He doesn't. Walks on back. It's going to be usually not quite in range to do any real damage. Zeus, very, very tanky. The rest of the team. Oh my god.
Can't fight anymore. You just can't do it.
Yep, Dread can't go in.
That's it. Like that poke is like basic game winning for T1 now, amongst all the other things that happened in the last 20 minutes. But
well,
that's the last nail in the coffin.
5 seconds, and he went to the Krug camp in order to try and get some health back. As Redemption comes on in, Canna not going to get the heal from it, unfortunately. His barrel even hurts. As the Elder's getting taken, and Nongshim, you have to do something.
You gotta do something.
You got to try and do anything. Faker's got a package to deliver, and he might just deliver it to your Nexus, and you're not even going to be there. You're not going to be home.
Yeah, I mean,
are we base racing? What's happening here? You don't have any structures.
This is a bad look for Nongshim. I hate to say it. You don't win this race.
Well, I mean, they're still going to go for it, I guess, but I don't think it's going to work. They're going to try as Zeus comes in and says, absolutely not. And T1, they don't even need to win a team fight. There, in fact, wasn't one. What felt like 30 minutes.
The craziest part about this is that for T1, you're scared of the team fight. You're worried about the team fight. You're like, the one way we lose this game is a sick team fight from Dread. And then Nongshim just didn't even try. And once Dread got hit by that poke from Corki, that big one, he had to go get some health from the Krugs, as you mentioned. He wasn't there for the redemption, but he was up at mostly full health. But by the time he got back after healing up, they couldn't look for the Elder anymore. And, I mean, Kana did his best to try to side lane so they could relieve some of the pressure, the top lane pressure being the biggest issue. So he went there top side to push that one out so they wouldn't have to be on the opposite side of the map as the Elder Drake clearing those minions. But T1 just played the map better. We had a big turret trade in the early game. We were just scaling. But then T1 started hitting the marks. They started hitting those rockets. And
yeah, as soon as Faker came online, it felt like there was just nothing that Nongshim were capable of doing. I mean, and then Nongshim stopped doing anything. It was like that one rocket hit onto the 2 members of Nongshim when they were coming around the corner into the topside river, and then Dread engaged. No one did anything, and from that point on, Nongshim just stopped.
It's an infuriating situation too. I think everybody's feeling the tension there in the coaching booth because the decision to try to base race there too was also never going to work. You have a better chance of backing and trying to win a fight under turrets, but they weren't even willing to take that fight, Atlas. It's definitely one where the coaching staff is going to be very upset, I think, with the decision-making. Early game, fine. Macro was fine in parts of the mid-game, but the late-game decision-making, It wasn't there.
Yeah, the thing that sort of worries me just a little bit is just the fact that, like, Corki is ridiculous. When you get to the later stages, and I imagine that Nongshim just felt trumped, right? Like, what are they supposed to do in that instance? Like, Diana goes in, immediately dies. There's not a lot that she can actually do to get the fight working. So I think looking towards the draft, trying to figure out what you can do in game number 2 on a side that you're a little bit more comfortable on, could be the answer. And we get to go to a short break. And then after that, we get to chat to 2 gentlemen on an analytical rug about how that game went.
이거 이제 과감하게 좀 하자.
탑라인 기다리면 돼.
해봐.
야 밀어
뭐야
밀어.
이러네? 이거 끝나야 돼 끝나야 돼. 우리
미쳤다,
빨리 해야 돼 빨리 해야 돼.
컨셉 중인데.
야 이거 빨리
이거
빨리
해갖고 막게, 막게.
더 빨리 타야 돼. 더.
뭐야 이 사람들. 뭐야 뭐하냐. 나이스. 뭐야.
Actually started. Like, it's not that good. This is really cute. Karis is going to get knocked up, but is Cuz too far forward? The answer is absolutely not, as aiming blows everyone up. That is so many years that we just experienced. As in the meantime, Rascal gets in towards the backline, snipes Sandy. Sniping the sniper. By Lava, who's playing phenomenally on this LeBlanc. As in goes Doran, now they're going to look to try and force this battle. Hannah tries to get out, but he's unable to. Stunned up by the Everfrost. Brilliant taunt from Chovy, who goes into his Zonyas immediately, and this is the example of the team fight we were looking for. Morgan. Go.
looks like somebody's teleporting underneath there. Will be the Gwen as we try to get on top of the Poppy, and that might just be the killing sentence there. BDD gets into the back line and nearly blows up Rascal, but he stays alive. And Aiming is doing a good job of kiting him out. So many low health bars here, cuz getting on top of Peter gonna allow Aiming to kite it back, but now it's all up to him. But at the end of the day, not going to do too much. Sandy takes some damage before we even begin, as Doran is really getting in there. As, on fleek, okay, he decides he does not want to use his Crescent Guard, as that is a massive body slam into 3 people. This fight is over.
As the Elder Drake's going to reset, of course it does. Jeff not quite able to find too many of them. Kingen snagged. There's the flash body slam. Good flash from Kingen, gets himself out of the way. As Björzik, he finds himself a stun as well. And now the Naba is almost ready. That's the 4-man Nah. In goes Zek. He's been waiting for this moment and picks up the 900 gold. And this is exactly what we were talking about. Zeka picks up the double.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here on the Analyst Carpet Space. It's me, Valdez, with Chronicler yet again. We're going to jump into that really exciting game number 1. Quite back and forth, and in the end, Corki wins.
Yeah, there was something we might call action early on, but the Corki got first picked on blue side, and it was a good pick. Because if you look at both these two drafts, I think that there's a lot of elements. I think the bot lane, you give a slight edge to Nongshim, right? The Jinx, I think, is quite good into the Aphelios. The Diana doesn't really fit as well into the comp. The main thing she provides is a form of engage, and then you have more zone control and poke with the Victor and the Jace. And then on the flip side, for T1, a little bit skirmishing power with that Viego, and then the Gragas, again, for engage, although we did saw Zeus go for a little bit more of a laning-oriented build with the Comet, but still went tank, which I think in this comp, definitely the right call. But as we saw as it played out, none of it mattered except the Corki pick, effectively. That was the only relevant thing.
Yeah, it ended up being the only relevant thing because a lot of the early game was basically pretty close, but there were some nice leads that T1 were able to get with some good macro plays, which we will get to in a moment. But it kind of came down to both sides having some really nice poke and scaling, and then it going very even into the late game, and then whoever had the better poke was going to win because, you know, we were talking about this during the break. there's kind of a lack of engage. You only have Diana or Gragas, one for each side, and if their abilities are down, they can't really do much except sit back and poke.
Yeah, that's the big thing. If you look at these engage comp or these comps here, they're amazing at disengaging between Kench and Gragas, and then you have Victor and Fresh. Like, there are nightmares to engage into. But both comps only have one primary form of engage, either Gragas or Diana, and if those two don't go, and you saw both Zaze and Dread try, and it failed, so then they just sat there because they didn't really have an alternative option. And then what wins?
Corki. Corki wins. Jace was trying, and so was Jinx a little bit. With her little rockets, they don't quite compare. Guys, we're going to take a look at the first highlight and jump a little bit into how T1 was winning this early macro game.
Yeah, what's really interesting for T1 is that even though we see some mistakes in the early game, is how they set themselves up for success regardless. Because this skirmish actually works out well, right? It's a relatively even trade. In the end, it goes 2-for-1 in favor of T1. But even if Owner didn't get this next kill, BDD rotates up from mid lane. And what is happening while this is going on is Faker is getting the gold that he needs. Corki, very much a pick that doesn't come online until he hits his 2 items. And as you see BDD make his way down here, Faker says, no, I will not join, thank you. I am completely fine. And BDD, not able to influence the play at all. Victor, not a champion necessarily, is really good in these type of roaming situations, wanting to try and help out, but not getting anything besides a flash. And Faker says, okay, that's fine, I guess. I just want my 2 items. I don't really care about anything else on the map going on. And he picks up plates. And T1 repeats this. And that's why we get to the point where in the mid game, Faker already very much accelerated, picked up a bounty as well. Because this is a repeat. Same thing happening. Yes, they pick up Carrier in the end, but it's a 4-man investment. And while Nongshim, I think, has the right idea in trying to make plays across the map, look what's happening.
Yeah. Your Corki is getting loot-ins at about 17 minutes into the game is what's happening.
Yeah.
And that's a 2-item spike that he got extremely early on and probably led to part of the reason why Nongshim were like, well, we have some opportunities to engage, but if we don't find it, we just got to sit here and die. And that did happen for a lot of it. And it's pretty interesting how Nongshim are kind of playing around the lack of the early teleport, right? Like with the unleashed teleport and the teleport changes in 12.1, it's like, well, either I got to run down there or I just let him 3v3. And a lot of the times it was very obvious when he was rotating. So guys, we do have the second highlight ready to go. Let's jump into this and talk a bit about it.
And this is the one upside, and I think what Nongshim identified very quickly is that if they can get a pick, the whole equation changes, right? And that's what you see here. But this steal from Owner is so incredibly important because if you are actually behind on the back foot as T1, you're going to run into a lot of the issues. And the siege is incredible from Nongshim because the lack of engage still applies, but they don't get the Baron. And then after this point, also T1 never ever walks into unwarded territory unless they have everyone there, or if it's Zeus. And he got hooked like 5 times. I thought he died like 3-4 times. It was. Carrier was there, and he was so tanky, he just couldn't get anything done.
He was full tank Gragas with the Tom Kench, who was always in position, right? They played really well as a unit, and yeah, after that moment, it was like, well, Nongshim didn't have the opportunity to Baron push because they lost the Baron. Faker got another kill, got even more fed, and then it was just, what are you going to do? You're not going to engage into him. Guys, we do have the player of the game ready to go. Let's check out who does pick it up. Will be Faker, 200 points, 2-0-0. I feel like it was more than 2-0-0. But definitely some pretty high numbers.
He did 53%. You know who the next highest damage dealer on his team was? Zeus. It was not the Aphelios. Because Aphelios in this cup into the enemy does nothing, right? Like the champ just doesn't provide anything. And it is not right, I think, generally, to go for a specific one pick and it's like this pick, this is the problem. But in this case, it kind of was, right? Like, look at the back line, and you can't move up as long as Faker is not dealt with.
I love Corki gameplay, just like sit there in your little thing, shoot out a rocket, and then Valkyrie over the wall and shoot another one, and you're never in any danger, ever. Feels good. Big Corki fan, by the way, always was. 13 out of 13 makes sense. Faker does pick it up. Did hit a lot of those rockets, at least in the late game, so definitely did deserve it there. Guys, it's going to do it for the analyst carpet space for this moment. Will we have a game 3, or will T1 close it out 2-0? Let's hand it over to Atlas and Wolf for the cast.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Absolutely fantastic work there on the analytical rug. Absolutely loved it. And T1, yes, can they make it the 2-0, or will Nongshim strike back? Will they find the correct ban key?
I can guarantee you one thing. This game 2 will not have a Corki in it, and it will look very, very different. As we're starting to see all the great Jangu drawings here. Character more commonly known as Shin-chan in Japan and in the United States, but love to see the drawing. One of my favorite characters, very popular show here in Korea.
You do very much like using emotes of that particular character.
I love Jangu, but Nongshim will choose blue side, and T1 will not give them Corki, and we will have a very different game with actual team fights, because this was actually one of those moments where, you know, we that last game we talked about how like Faker took his head and poked out the curtains, and we're like, the rock show is going to start, but actually it just never happened. The band ran away with the money and didn't perform.
Is that Dr. Octopus Carrier? He's played 4 unique champions or something? Is that how that works? It's kind of cool. Does he play them all at the same time because he's got 8 arms?
I think he just plays one at a time. I think that's how it works. But he keeps them on his arms when he's not playing them. Kana is really thinking about what's in that.
Oh, I think it was like a Hello Peter type situation. That was a Peter Pan reference, and I missed it.
There you go.
I missed it. I'm a silly Billy. That's all.
Dread looked very emotional after that first loss, and still does on camera here. As you can see, he's very frustrated with that game because he was given very few opportunities to engage, and Faker always had his number. He kept getting chipped down to 1/3 health before he could actually
they got corkied, right? And it's a very frustrating way to lose the game. Because I think after he missed that smite, which is probably why he's very frustrated, because they flipped a Baron, they lost it, and that lost them the game. That moment right there, that was the moment where Nongshim got the picks that they needed in order to guarantee a fight, and then they made the wrong choice, flipping for a Baron, threw that one away, and from that point on, they just circled the drain and then went down the hole. And
it could have looked the exact opposite for Nongshim if they had gotten the Baron, because they have insane siege and wave clear. We talked about how they used it defensively. Offensively, they might have been able to get an inhibitor off of that Baron. And then some of that poke from Faker would have been so much more difficult to pull off, and things could have been very different. But yeah, that was the moment where everything went wrong, outside of leaving the Corki open, because that first pick for T1 was also where things really went wrong. See if T1 leave it open this time. I guaranteed it wouldn't be the case, and my guarantee stays true, because I think that you have 0% chance of seeing that champion again in the rest of this series.
Yep, I think Twisted Fate, Caitlyn Corki is mandatory red side bans. I think the only thing that you might be able to get away with is leaving up the TF if you've got a very clear-cut plan in order to deal with it. And we saw that happen. Live Sandbox did very, very well with their Aurelia pick, but not everyone has closer, right? And I think it just makes some sense. We'll see whether T1 does do their homework.
I think you can ban Diana here as T1 and the Caitlyn and feel pretty good about the scenario, especially because the Aphelios is already here. But they don't want to give the Renekton over, so that's going to be where the priority lands here in that first banning phase. So I think now you definitely got to ban the Caitlyn as T1.
Yes, 100%. There is no way that champion is getting through. Nongshim could even like just ban Jinx or something like that. Be a bit crazy here.
I wouldn't mind it, to be honest. Given where things stand in the meta right now, I think Twisted Fate is not something you're as scared of.
Oh, wow, okay.
Hanging on blue side is a bit of a...
That is a ghost team maneuver right there.
Yeah.
Means that Nongshim can just like lock in Jinx themselves, theoretically.
T1 might be like, I'm not letting that through.
Well, Twisted Fate is still very important, but Karma is where T1 have put a lot of their priority.
So watch how this draft is shaped too, because remember last time we talked about picking the TF early in the draft can really lead to great counters and make it difficult to pull it off. I feel like neither of these teams will snatch it up early, because these are extremely high-level LCK teams. They're our top 4 teams right now, and both vying for first place really at the moment. So as I say it,
gonna do it.
They actually just lock it in here. So let's see how T1 responds, because they don't have closer this time on their roster. It's Faker only now, and I don't think he'll be locking in the Aurelia early with a Fiora.
Well, we'll see. I'd be very excited to see it. T1 could just lock away the Jinx Thresh if they'd like to.
I think it's a safe response for now.
Yeah, with the amount of AD carries that are banned away, you know, there's a big 3 at the moment. 2 of them are on the ban list. The other one is this champion right here.
Yeah.
She's hovering, and I do like the idea of taking it away. But I also like Twisted Fate with a far more, you know, backseat style of AD carry, like the Jhin, for example.
Yeah.
Allow Peter to exit the lane, and then follow where the Twisted Fate wants to go.
Jhin Yuumi can be very scary for Nongshim here.
Yeah, could be a good... And remember, Peter made his debut on the Cat on a Book. That was his way of playing it.
They don't have to grab the Thresh yet. They want to get some extra late game scaling here for Faker and what is a pretty strong blind pick right now in this meta. So there's a lot of different ways for Nongshim to lock up the trap. They might want to get something that has CC on the top side of the map for the Twisted Fate so he can constantly go up there. But the problem is doing it this early in the draft means you give T1 more answers. Taking the Jhin is the next tier of AD carry, but Nongshim might have other plans. But if you're going to grab it now, you can grab the Yuumi, and then you can also get a jungle that can be very terrifying with Twisted Fate, like even a Talon, for example. Talon, Yuumi, Twisted Fate, you just become hellish to deal with in the early game, and you're roaming around, getting kills. But it's a very high-tempo style of play.
And also, Talon was nerfed a little bit on this
match.
That's
true.
It might not have been that huge of a nerf. However, here in Korea, if a champion gets nerfed at all, we just never play it ever again. Have you seen Lulu? 1 second, by the way.
Yeah, not.
Have you seen her? No.
Not been seen in a single draft.
That's not how that works.
So
it is the Yuumi Jhin, exactly as predicted. I like this idea, but it will mean that Dread's champion pool will get thinned.
It also makes it really easy for them to just pick Thresh here. Although, they will take the Jarvan instead, so they've got other plans for that bottom lane. It's Keria can play, it's Keria can play anything, can play the Nautilus, and... You know.
I mean, Tahm Kench Thresh is probably going to be the bans here because Keria's Tahm Kench was something that he was obviously very excited to play.
Yeah.
The amount of Flash Abyssal Voyages that he was throwing out, that shows a man who's having too good of a time on a Catfish in the bottom lane.
Can be very annoying to play into the Yuumi Jhin, but I think given how much power he has even outside of the lane, it's such a strong pick for him. Either way, I think the focal point will be those support bans, as you say, to see which ones they do end up becoming.
I think Thresh is probably the no-brainer,
That's
so they
the
take
easy
that one away first.
And then Nautilus, also a strong option, but...
Poppy is still available.
Yeah.
And Jarvan was just locked in, so T1 have to ban Poppy. That has to be the next ban.
I think it's a pretty easy call, just considering the power that he has over Jarvan, or she has rather over Jarvan. If that does come through. They'll ban the Xin Zhao instead. No, I think Poppy doesn't suit the Twisted Fate very well because she's very slow to actually rotate around the map, doesn't have guaranteed follow-up for the gold card. I mean, the charge is decent if you can get somebody into a wall, but it doesn't have a lot of synergy with the Yuumi either.
You can leave the Thresh up, though, and Poppy really does a great job denying a lot of lanterning, and if the Thresh wants to follow a hook or anything like that, and also ruins Jarvan's day completely. So I really like the idea of...
I'm with you on it. I'm with you on it. I think it's not a terrible choice, but I'm...
Yeah, but you're right. Like, it's less, you know, Yuumi power and things like that.
Yeah, I'm wondering where they're going to go with this, because... There's, I mean...
Camille Poppy. I think Camille Poppy is that's the standard choice, but Nongshim might go somewhere else.
Camille is pretty easy. Like, okay, this is going to sound crazy, but what if it was like Zed and Camille?
That would be sick.
Lee Sin is a good pick here.
Ooh, I hope that's Canna.
But there's also not a lot of magic damage here. What if it's like Lee Sin Nidalee? Lee Sin top for Kana, Nidalee comes through, then you short up your damage profile. This is a really weird draft, and it's actually about to hit like a dead end here for Nongshim if they can't figure it out, because you can tell based on Dread's face right now and how slowly this is getting locked in that they didn't really know where they were going with the end of this.
I want this to be Lee Sin top, I really do. And I want either, like, I mean, Poppy's still fine, but still a lot of other choices. Akali being considered here for Canna. That would be aggressive. Definitely fighting fire with fire. This is exactly the matchup that if you're a T1 fan, like, this is the test that you want for Zeus, right?
Yeah.
You didn't want the Gragas, like, meh, no, that's not what we want. We're taking bullets from a Jace the entire time, but no, it is going to be that Lee Sin and Akali on Nongshim's side. And so that means it's not going to be any Poppies at all that we're going to see. And Keria thinking about grabbing his Lux here.
The Lux is this comp is so squishy for Nongshim. Like, look at it. It is not going to be, Force of Natures is so far beyond, like, where we're looking. The Lux gives you a lot of extra damage, plus the ability to stop a Lee Sin in this track, stop a Akali from getting on top of you. But it'll be the Lulu instead.
All right, that 1 second
you
doesn't
jinxed
scare
it.
Carrier.
You jinxed it, and now we get that strong Jinx Lulu lane that we've seen so much in the past, just not this week. I have to say, I think this is a huge draft gap for T1. I think they are in full control of this game. They have the better late game scaling. They have a champion set that's very difficult to punish with the Twisted Fate. I think Twisted Fate may end up being one of these trap card picks here in the LCK, because a lot of people are picking it up early, and with the Lee Sin, Akali, like, you're not going to be really dominating a Gwyn too hard in this game as long as owners hover in the top side of the map.
We've seen a few different things when it comes to the Gwen Akali matchup, and I think there are windows where Akali does get an advantage. Plus, the new Chem Tank build is very powerful and does provide you with a lot more of that tankiness that honestly an assassin should just never have, to be perfectly honest. I'm looking forward to seeing how Nongshim plays the Twisted Fate draft rather than what we saw earlier today, because I felt like KT did underutilize the power that the Twisted Fate has. We know that BDD has been playing this champion for a very, very long time. This is one of those picks that's in his wheelhouse, and Faker knows all about TF. Like, Faker is like the TF guy, and so shutting it down is definitely going to be his thing. And like, I'm seeing that the Gwen's a little bit confusing to me, right? Because I'm looking at this comp and like, this could have been 4 years ago. That could have been Bang & Wolf playing Jinx and Lulu on the bottom side of the map and the Victor on Faker in the mid lane. And it's just a bit of a blast from the past. Looking at some of these champions.
It really feels that way.
I'm getting a bit nostalgic, you know?
And hey, last year T1 very, very close to regaining back control of the LCK. Made it to a grand finals, 1 game away from going to world finals, where they may have beaten once again EDG as they did.
Yeah, they did that before quite a few times.
And you know, maybe we are returning. Maybe this is the beginning of a return to T1 dominance. Gen G is looking fantastic. That's why these series are so cool with our west side of the bracket at the moment.
Yeah.
The setup here for Nongshim to get value of this Twisted Fate, I think, is more difficult to pull off than the Rek'Sai in terms of how you do it, but in terms of how much power it has at its higher ceiling with stronger players here in Nongshim, I think it's a better setup. It's really just about how much respect Zaya shows, and he also didn't take Flash, wants to be very aggressive in the lane, which does indicate, I think, that Owner is going to be spending a majority of his time on the top side of the map to make sure that Twisted Fate Destiny Gate is not ruining the tempo of this game.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping that that doesn't happen, though. I really want the assassin Manu, you know? Canna versus Zeus. And Peter. Yeah, okay. He's just got zoomies. He's fine. Not going to take Prowling Projectile first off here. And the cat on a book. Just wanting to get that level 2 so that I can pair up with Ghost and just chill.
Just farming out some of that Spell Thief's Edge as well. Yep. But it's a good start here in this bot duo for T1. As the top side of the map will be a little bit of that mono a mono for the earlier part of this, especially pre-6's.
Oh, wow. We're going aggressive. Yeah, the exhaust. Carry taking a bit of damage. But sometimes you just want to use some summon spells, you know? Peter has the Ignite ready if they want to go more aggressive. As that ward goes down. Level 2 gained there by T1 as Ghost grabs his as well. There's the you and me. And the Prowling Projectile will connect onto Gumiushi.
Gotta be so careful as Peter with no exhaust here of trading that aggressively, as Dread's looking for something here. Level 3 gank imminent. If they can set up a gold card here, this could be the death of Faker or at least a flash.
We'll see how BDD plays it because
he has to sell this so hard.
Yeah, he does. And so far, yep, there's the flash as Faker is going to get queued by Dread. The flash is going to be used, and he makes it underneath the turret. He'll have to go home, teleport back, and that is flashes traded in that mid lane for both the Twisted Fate and the Victor. Jarvan, another early game ganker. BDD needs to pass the same test, but without his flash, as Owner is just going to wrap his way around. This is greedy positioning from BDD.
He is holding the gold card ready. He knows this is a possibility.
Oh, Cannon going to get successfully zoned there from Faker. So neither of these mid laners has flash. One of them has a cannon denied. I'm going to say that that is points for Faker there.
The biggest win here, you know, for the trade is that the flashes are both down, and this is a big win for Owner because he can actually make a lot more happen than Elysian, who's kickless pre-6 on the Jarvan with flag drag. So He's going to be able to come over here, take this red buff away from Dread. They've got 2 wards over here. He is really tracking where Dread is at all times. And if you can take the flash away from a Twisted Fate, keep the Twisted Fate on the back foot, the Twisted Fate isn't going to get that macro advantage, isn't going to be able to use his level 6 ultimate to, roam around the map would be as much of a threat. If you could just keep the Twisted Fate down, you could scale so much more comfortably through the mid game, and that's the name of the game here. And Owner is already, before we even hit the 5-minute mark, just making sure he's hovering around.
Yeah, having a great time. The Jarvan really working out so far. Wasn't able to get a gank off or anything like that, as speaking of ganks, Dread makes his visit towards the top side. He still has flash. None of these top laners do.
VOD is also coming up very slowly.
Yeah, Mist is on cooldown as Dread only level 4, so not going to be kicking anyone, but can he actually land any backflips? Gets the speed up, there's the ignite, 5-point strike comes in. Zeus is going to make his way out. So no kills just yet. And T1 picking up gold advantages from this. As that is a decent stun, but low health bars here. Ghost, you need to be careful, buddy.
No pots either. You're going to be so careful.
Yeah, heal on cooldown as well, as we can see, was used earlier.
It feels like the ultimate. Nongshim are upset with how much they were zoned and how little they didn't get to fight in the last game, and now they're ready to fight all the time. They have this comp that's so good at getting an early tempo lead, but because Lee Sin doesn't have the ability to lock anybody down before 6, doesn't have any CC, nor does the Akali, it's really easy for Faker to flash out of that first engage, and then for Zeus to just kind of walk his way out. This is a very common matchup.
I like to call this the Faker versus Kuro matchup. That's what it reminds me of every single time, and it will always be that situation. As I mentioned earlier on, VOD has played a bit of the Twisted Fate in his time. 77.8 win rate is not bad. 82.8 is better.
Bigger sample size too.
Yeah, 155, 60, 152. Yeah, that is definitely different to the stats that I've picked up in my time playing League of Legends, tell you that.
Dread is finding himself a little bit behind on farm because of that gank in the top lane too, so the timing for him to hit 6 is delayed to where it would be if he had just, tried to rush through the farm and try to hit that as fast as possible. So that's somewhat of a concern. It's going to slow down his ability to look for a pick before Faker's flash comes back online. Just something to point out.
Dread wrapping around here. Owner is going to be discovered. There's the Destiny as BDD does find the gold card onto Carrier. No flash, remember, as there's the flash in. Dread is going to pick up the kill, but they trade back immediately. Level 5 only, still for the Lee Sin. Scummushi gets underneath the turret. It's a 1-for-1 in the end. First blood went over to T1, and I think they're trading up once more.
Yeah, especially because Faker is still in the mid lane. We saw this last game on the Corki, and now he's just sitting there on the Victor getting the same amount of push through. He's actually pinging as if he wants to come down and actually see if he could help them collapse onto Dread, but the timing of this does not work out. Notice that BDD is missing a lot of that farm in the mid lane right now.
Yeah.
He's already 13 CS down, and that gap may further widen. This Ghost is really trying to trade something, but it's not going to happen.
Well, I actually really like this, making sure that it's as difficult as possible for Gumushi to continue to get that gold advantage with all of the CS that he's been able to pick up. VOD has a cannon here now, but as you can see, down by about 10. There's Carrier getting chunked. A lot of damage here from Ghost and from Peter. I think that was a 4th bullet straight to the head of the Lulu. And that one definitely hurt, as the gold is evened up entirely, and Dread over here will be able to grab this this Infernal Drake. Yeah, that vision control they do have in the area.
A lot of the health advantage really now helping them out in that bottom lane to get the Drake, and Owner hits 6 as he goes for the farm continuation here on the top side, because they're setting up for Rift Herald. Like, you can have a Drake, but we're actually going to be set up full health with our Jinx coming over here for what is the big prize. One solo Drake versus the ability to get this Rift Herald and slow the game down and get these late game carries online faster is definitely the name of the game.
And I believe it was actually Dread that picked up first blood, so that's why Nongshim much closer when it comes to gold. So yes, as you saw there, that's how that one worked. So I told a little bit of a lie there.
I want to see.
Forgive me.
I want to see what's happening on the Rift Herald, because I think this is like so much more important. It's like this fight here that doesn't happen is a really bad sign for Nongshim. Like, just like last game, if you don't fight as Nongshim, you lose slowly, but in this case, it's about the scaling, not about the poke war and a Baron flip, right? This time, it's like, oh, you mean Faker's just farming up? 18 CS ahead?
Deadly Flourish is going to connect. Gravity Field will protect Faker completely. as BDD is going to have a cat for a second or two. Just, sometimes you just want to check out what life would be like if you had a cat.
Yeah.
And he does, and he thinks it's pretty good. As up here towards the top side, T1, they are relishing in the shellfish as Shelly gets a bunch of work done, gets a bunch of plate gold, and T1 back in the lead when it comes to the gold.
They've already lane swapped, so the gold goes over to Gumayusi, which is where you want it to be. And of course, Owner will pick up some of the plates there as well. And on the bottom side of the map, guess who's one step ahead? It's ㅣ. He's on the Gwen, he's down there side laning, and Kana is just going to have to catch this wave here. Luckily, it's a cannon wave, and he gets here just in time regardless. Almost gets all of these.
Yeah, gets all of the experience, and that's kind of the main thing here. As you can see, level 7 to the level 8 of ㅣ.
But still, I mean, T1 are playing the better macro game here, and if we're looking at a 2-kill game at 10 minutes in, and the Rift Herald went over to T1, if you look at where these comps stand at 30 minutes, or if we even before that 25, you should be very worried as a Nongshim fan right now.
I mean, this is a composition from Nongshim, though, that does require ultimates, right? Like, you need to get to that level 6 mark. Dread now level 7 does have that kick available. Peter and Ghost as well now finally have hit that level 6 mark, but now we need to see them actually do something.
Yeah, that's true. And Dread tried to make the plays before that, right? Looking for that level 3 gank to trade flashes in mid, and then went top side, wasn't able to find the success before he has 6. I mean, for the same issues you're highlighting, you need those big ultimates to actually really pull off this Lee Sin Twisted Fate. And now they're online, but now T1 are just playing this out a little bit slower because they know that timing has been hit.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I think their checklist is done, right? They're pretty psyched about how this one's gone. They managed to get the plate gold, they managed to get the Herald. It's just really clean stuff. Owner going to look for this Rift Scuttler as well as BDD with a gold card. Okay, Gravity Field comes through as Faker. Just a few love taps there onto BDD. Nothing too much more as Dread doesn't find himself this one, but ㅣ going to face check. And
Destiny
there's the Destiny. This is what we want. Some proactive play from Nongshim. There's the kick. Perfect execution comes through as well, and that gets Kana out of range as Super Mega Death Rocket will do a little bit of work there, but not quite enough as T1 now want to trade some plates in this mid lane just so they don't fall behind. Yes, they lose ㅣ, but they are still able to grab some plates elsewhere. BDD teleports in, and so it is just going to be that one plate that does go down. And Nongshim, as you can see, now pulling it back. It is only a 400 gold advantage as Deadly Flourish comes down, tidies up these minions, and T1 do not get the second plate.
Now, if they can do this on Destiny Gate cooldown and make it happen 2, times, then
that was nice.
Yeah, that was really well handled. If they can do this a second time and then maybe even a third time and continue to find that success, this really, really puts Nongshim into a nice, comfortable place where the lead is big enough to where they can actually then push their Drake lead, which they already have, into a further one. And then suddenly T1 are struggling to win team fights and they're falling too far behind. One in itself isn't enough, but it's exactly how this comp is meant to work, right? And this is what we've talked about so much. Even under pressure from Faker here, BDD is still able to pull this off. Backs out, goes up into the river, and then decides to Destiny Gate here. Dread's already set up for the kick. And ㅅ does the best he can to get as many minions. He's like, how many minions can I save from this scenario? And the answer was about 2, it looks like.
I want to say thank you to Jonah Strong as well for showing us that the circle was on cooldown. And that's important as Ghost. Not going to get knocked up here by Owner. Does get the passive off though. Just smacks him on the way out, but good. Not in the shop was Ghost, so not going to get punished for it.
Yeah, if he had his mist, then would have been able to block a gold card and buy a little bit more time. The result would have been the same, but would have been able to at least get some more of those minions.
Yep.
Plate for Gumayusi down here on the bottom side. Kick is ready for Dread, but he's alone.
Yeah, this is 2 versus 3, and he's now 50% health as a result of this whole situation. The Jin will turn up though, curtain call at the ready. So I respect the fact that T1 didn't go for the dive or anything like that.
Kana has taken the long walk down here, and they want to contest this Drake, but I think the timing of this is just a little bit too thin. I think they've missed out.
Well,
they're going for it.
It's going to get in there, and he just heads on forward, and he steals it away. There's the ult to come through from Peter as well as Owner, just barely out of the way of the final chapter. The curtain call, I believe, came out, but oh no, wasn't actually opted in for just yet by Ghost.
Yeah, just not enough damage to help secure those kills. Didn't want to waste it. They're going to hold on to it for a little bit longer, but that's 2 Drakes now for Nongshim.
Yeah.
They're using this comp correctly. They're being aggressive, and yes, it was very risky, and it was basically a 50-50 they were fighting for there, but
I mean, Lee Sin has very good execute as well, so I think that, you know, it was on Dread to be able to grab that one. And this time, the smite rings true, and that is definitely great news. As Dread's going to walk on over. BDD just staying out of vision, but Faker as well. Not going to overstep. And this series has just been so close in the early and mid games as Dread, just gets in there.
Dread's first person view. So well handled. Instantly Qs onto it and smites it ASAP.
I like that we're getting out of replays as soon as possible.
Yeah,
after a couple of flubs.
Yeah, a bit of that today, but that's okay. Because we want to show the replays in their glory, but we don't want to miss what's happening live.
No, exactly. We
It's a
can't be
balance.
living in the past.
It's a balance we strike here. Sometimes it tilts a little bit, but we got through it. The next big objective here is the second Rift Herald, and this is one that T1 can definitely avoid fighting, and Nongshim definitely absolutely need to contest. Nongshim will not give this one up for free, or it just gives so much space to T1. Playing this very safely around Dread, who does have the ability to insect his way into a pick here right now. With the Yuumi on top of him, it's even easier to flash kick somebody into a fight. Yep, T1 look ready to fight this though.
Yeah, Destiny going to be available here from BDD, and this is very important for Nongshim. Like you were saying, if they are going to contest, I think the ensuing fight is the most important part, because they need to start asserting their dominance with this composition. Zeus hiding around the wall, BDD definitely playing with a lot of respect. Teleporter going to be utilized here as Canna makes his way over. And there is the Destiny now, as it is going to be secured by Dread, and now Canna getting into the backline. This is a lot of damage. Final Chapter doing a lot of work as Faker is taken down immediately. The gravity field did a fair bit of work, but Carrier is left on his own. BDD tries to flash his way out as Zeus down to half health, now diving back in. The needlework doesn't quite work though, as that is a double kill for Canna. Dread looking for Owner as well, and he should get it as Gumayushi just getting ignored, and the rest of his team is torn apart. Canna wanting a little bit more, wanted to pick up that kill onto his ex-teammate as he finds the 5-point strike, and I don't think you're safe underneath this turret, Gumayushi, and he's absolutely not. The tanker Kali gets the work done and surely will take down the outer turret.
And this is Nongshim sitting on that comfortable, massive tempo lead that they've been looking for throughout this early game, and finally something had to give, and it's Kana who takes the Hextech portal to the back of the fight. BDD's there with him. Instantly deleted is Faker. He's the majority of the damage in this fight. The curtain call is canceled early because Zeus is near Ghost, but he did his job. They blew up Faker, and now this is basically a 5v4 fight. And then as soon as, I mean, it's a 4v3 now, and as soon as Zeus tries to go in here and turn it, it's too late. Owner is trapped. They get the whole wipe. It's a delayed ace here, and that's a ton of extra gold going over here to Nongshim. We'll watch Kana. He's like, I got this.
Yep.
Let's see if he says anything else. You can hear the Korean casters going nuts in the background.
Nice.
Nope, doesn't say it. Doesn't have anything else to add about that.
Celebrates with a whole bunch of tabbing. I love it. As Dread gonna have to get out of here. T1 putting on some pressure. Dread going to land the Q, but it's picked up by Owner, so he has nowhere to go now. Canna turns up now as well. Ults right in and gets right out again. That was so clean.
I mean, look at his items. He's already stacked up right now. He's got his chem tank, and he has Giant Spelt and Oblivion Orb. He is really starting to do a ton of damage here, and every single minion he kills, all this extra gold he gets from these kills when T1 overextend is going to mean that he gets deleted faster. Carrier does. Gumayusi might get deleted instantly here. This is the type of advantage this composition needs as Nongshim. You don't want to play it slow and just sit back as the Akali and wait for those late game team fights where you look for flanks there. No, you want to just keep killing T1 every time they try to go, well, we can group and grab a turret. Well, we can look for an objective. We need that gold on our carries. You say no as Kana. You're 3-0-3 on the Akali now, and you look for any opportunity you can get. 4-0-3, excuse me. It was 3 before that.
Yep, as Canna's going to find Zeus here, or has Zeus found Canna is the question, as they're fighting over the Wolves. The rest of T1 are going to turn up faster, though, as the Cataclysm comes on through. Canna's going to get taken down as Ghost. Not enough damage right now, as BDD will trade it for this turret on the bottom side of the map. Canna finally punished, and that is a lot of shutdown gold going to T1.
Looks like they're going to try to push as BDD onto that inner turret here, so it might be a trade of inners at the end of the day here, but T1 guarantee theirs, and they have enough time to back off. The problem here for T1 is you're actually giving Dread the opportunity to solo Hextech point here, which is, I think, what should be the bigger issue than this mid turret, but they just give it up.
Yeah, the Destiny does come through as Ghost now. Wanting to lock down Owner. Faker is going to get tagged but not stunned, and that is going to be Soul Point, like you were talking about. T1 probably knowing that that was happening and just saying, we'll fight for the next one.
Yeah, I mean, now that they have this turret down, fighting for subsequent ones will be a lot easier to do, as this is all the resources committed to kill Dread. So, like you said, hits the Q, unfortunately, onto a Jarvan. If you look at the mid lane, you can see that they're trading their own fight there, trying to actually come back, but very slow. And then BDD just says, all right, well, I'm going to go to a side lane instead. You zoom forward into this replay, and you can see he's pushing mid during this exchange. And yes, Kana goes down, they get an inner turret, but it's at the cost of that Hextech point.
Yep, he's like, someone's coming.
맞짱 얘 E 있어. 살짝 쫓아가 볼게 이거.
And
나이스.
and he goes. 700 gold, as you mentioned, is what he picks up.
Yeah, it's big. Absolutely huge for this Gwen. Zeus able to get something back. He's only behind few CS. Not exactly massive, couple of waves. But the mask coming in pretty soon for Canna. That will be a big spike.
And
Sonic Embrace, pretty good.
Speaking of big spikes, in that last fight where BD was trying to get over and hit that stun, he didn't have the rapid fire cannon. He does now, which is a huge, huge win for the Twisted Fate, because he can actually catch carries, can stop the advance of something like a Gwen so much easier and so much safer.
Yep.
And help lock down those targets. But the win here for Nongshim they had earlier is waning. They're not as ahead as they once were.
Well, Canna is going to look for this one this time. He's like, you went for the 1v1 before, but can we actually make this one happen? And Zeus says, absolutely. Bring it on, my friend.
Kind of a puzzling choice considering how badly the last one went for him, even though it wasn't really a 1v1 because Owner ruined it. But
I think Canna didn't have ult for that last one, so maybe he thought now with ult he's going to be able to do it. But Gwen pretty good in a 1v1.
Yeah, especially against an Akali.
Yeah.
You have to kind of be on top of the Gwen to do your damage, and that's what she wants.
Yes.
So the macro play that they gained from this, though, is pretty massive. This T1 are just sticking to the mid lane. And, uh-oh, Faker.
Faker in trouble. There's the gold card. Everfrost there as well, and that is all too easy. This is how you play the Twisted Fate. Zeus is teleported in. It's another gold card, and it's free for BDD. T1 are looking to try and trade this with the inner turret in the mid lane, but it's going to be a race, and I dare say Nongshim are going to win.
Yeah, I mean, 2 versus 5 here is the race. Although Owner is here, it can help buy some time. This is definitely going to be a bigger win for Nongshim. And that teleport from Zeus, he comes through without full health. The call must have been, okay, we can turn this, but they absolutely could not. And as a result, that's an extra kill being fed over here. Look at the Lee Sin's kill score now, 5-0 and 2 this game. Dread is 7 of the 10 kills. They get an inhibitor at 21 minutes here, and it's on the opposite side of where that soul fight is going to happen in 2 minutes. So worst case scenario here for T1, because they're going to have to deal with that minion wave when they need to fight for this very critical Drake. It's a super easy play to make here as Dread can close the gap there on the gold card. But the call here from Zeus to come through at half health was just so desperate. Instead, he could have been pushing bottom and side laning and getting more value there, but
or backing and being full health and then defending the inhibitor turret that they might have been able to save. Yeah, there's a lot to go into.
It was just, I think, a panic decision there, a panic call where they thought maybe they could turn. Not the right call, and Nongshim's tempo advantage stays alive.
Yeah, it's not exactly massive. Of course, Twisted Fate making a lot of gold for himself. You can see he's behind by a fair bit of CS, but it's Twisted Fate, you know. The dice roll in his favor just generally. As now, 1 minute until that Hextech Soul, which is going to be really important for this team, right? They want to be able to get these catches. That extra slow will be really, really cool.
It's so great for their comp. It's like, it's almost just the luckiest, best thing that they could ask for, because all those slows make it so easy for their comp to work out with this Jhin in particular. You have the gold card at long range. And then Akali is just going to be eating up those low health bars, especially a 4, 1, and 3 Akali that Kana is sitting on right now with already 2 items online.
Yeah, and he's pushing down on this bottom side of the map, and T1 don't look to have too much of an answer here.
I think even if T1 get the Baron here, you're not happy with it, but they're trying to make a Baron play so they can clear the top wave where that, super minions are crashing. And
yeah, I think a bit of vision going to get cleared out as Gumyushi is seen. Getting some autos onto this Baron as Dread in the area does have a cat with him as Prowling Projectile spots that there's no one waiting in the brush. Destiny is available. They haven't pulled the trigger just yet as Dread gets in, kicks out the jungler, but Ona gets back in. He flashes, picks up the Baron. No one takes the Baron from this man as Dread is trying to escape, has a big old shield, and now Canna has finally got here. The jungler battle is going to be won by the man with the more friends, and now Canna is trying to delete all of these Barons. Carrier not going to be so lucky. Two of them looking to try and escape, but the curtains have been called. Dread gets forward, ㅣ dives over, and he is immune. Thankfully manages to get the circle, but he's running in the wrong direction. Oh, is he actually a genius? Is the question. They have no idea where he has gone.
Yeah, ㅣ is eventually probably going to get tracked down here, but the biggest win is they delete most of those Barons from the steal there, the counter steal, if you will, because it was an attempt by Dread. The smite was almost perfect after Owner was kicked out, but he said no and was able to regain it there, but 4 of the Barons deleted means that did they really get a buff at all? As watch this fight. This is so greedy from T1. They're like, okay, we're going to try to trade this. There's no way they could test, right? Nongshim saying, no, we're going in. Look at Dread. Look at the health on this when he hits it. 28!
Oh, man, I think that was even an auto from the Jarvan.
Oh, and then Dread gets out. And then Dread is the key member of this fight. He helps win this one out against Owner. He's got the cat on top of him. And yes, they get the pick onto a Twisted Fate, but that's really only an initiation tool. It's not the throughput that you need in this fight. And the teleport makes it so easy for them to chase.
Yeah.
And now they have not only the deleted Barons and all that extra gold, but the Hextech Soul as well.
Yeah, Hextech Soul comes through for Nongshim. They are still, like, don't be fooled by the Baron steal. Nongshim definitely winning out at the end of this one. Being able to pick up that soul is just huge. As Dread, yep, missed out on the smite, but he's still 5-0-4. This Lee Sin is no joke.
I mean, the T1's scaling argument, you know, we talked about it so much, but now they're so fragile because these extremely accelerated Akali, Lee Sin, you know, arguably even the Jhin we could talk about here, are in a state where they just can't live long enough to do their damage.
Yeah. Ona gonna get discovered. Prowling projectile misses. Nongshim just closing in on the T1 base. And remember, that inhibitor is already down from earlier. And so this has become a whole bunch easier. Nongshim, even against one of these Barons, doesn't really matter. Gwen can't be everywhere.
She really can't. And this is a very similar situation to the last game. If you remember where Nongshim were on the back foot, this time it's T1.
Yep.
They have the Victor wave clear this time around. They have a Gwen, so it's going to be very difficult for Nongshim, especially against this defending Baron buff, to actually look for permanent inhibitor damage. But they've gained full control over the map.
BDD, gold card at the ready. Good vision over that wall, as you can see from Nongshim. But still able to do some real damage to this inhibitor turret. Canna gets into his shroud. And that is the Deadly Flourish, but not going to go in onto ㅣ.
They are just pushing it hard right now. And with the slows coming through, it's so difficult for T1 to defend.
Yeah.
And now they're splitting it up.
The Hextech Soul really working out here, and they've got double rapid fire cannon. They can activate it so easily with this composition. That's why we were talking about it, right? Like, feels like the Soul was kind of built for Nongshim's comp.
It's insane. That's a dead inhibitor. Even with a respawn top, Nongshim can actually just shift focus up there. 2:30 until the Baron buff spawns, and Nongshim should, unless they make a huge error here, have kind of permanent prio right now until that time. And that's just kind of how this meta is sometimes with these scaling champions, as T1 just need a little bit more time to fight, but they don't have an angle to take. They don't have vision. They're stuck in their base. They're so fragile.
Yeah, and they want to just bide their time. Wait this one out. Baron's going to be up in 2 minutes' time. Elder in 3. And that Elder is very important. T1, they could just do the DRX thing, you know, give away Soul, win Elder fight, win game. Certainly has been done in the past, but not with a completely destroyed base. Gumushi almost dead here as Dread trying to get into that backline. The curtains have been called, and T1, they have to respect it. The final chapter comes down as well. This Yuumi keeping them all in position while their inhibitor is taken once again. Super Mega Death Rocket to do some damage onto Canna, but he's not too worried about it as now Ghost has been engaged on. Just flashes out, Gale Force there as well, as the Destiny is going to be used to keep T1 in position.
I mean, right before you know the top fight happened, you started play-by-play, and I thought the one thing that could go wrong here is Ghost gets picked because he was alone and he was very far up, but he has Flash and Heal, and he's got a Gale Force, so he's just barely able to get out. And T1 could have pushed the issue to kill him. But like, I don't want to do that. Dread's got kick available. I don't want to chase too far. It's going to be way, way too risky. We make one mistake, and then they just push for the Nexus with 2 inhibitors down. And this, you know, set of ultimates used here for Nongshim guarantees they get that second inhibitor just as it respawned. Super calculated. And by the time this next spawn of the Baron hits, all those ultimates should be back available. So T1 right now can breathe for like 1 second as they push out their base. They need to set up vision right now on Baron. And we'll just kind of have to sit on this teleport that Faker has. Zeus has one as well. Sit on these teleports and look for best fight possible. You've got one more shot at this. This is probably going to be the fight that decides the game.
Yeah.
You get a Baron here, you get the Elder that comes with it.
Yeah. Sort of the 2-for-1 special. You got to fight for one of them. T1 could give away the Baron, I guess, but you don't want to do that. As Dread taking a few autos here from Gumayushi. As the wildcards come down, slowed up there. Hextech Soul helping out as Canna is on the bottom side of the map. Deadly Flourish tries to soften up the members of T1, but there is no real poke this time around. No Corkies in this game as Baron is up in 3 seconds time and Nongshim not in position.
Yeah, no teleport for Kana. He's going to walk all the way here.
Yeah.
They're going to use the Hextech Gate.
Yeah, Teleporter is going to come down as T1 know that they want to turn this one. Dread tries to get into the backline. There's the final chapter, and it's a great gold card that lands. The Jinx already taken down as now Faker's in trouble as well. Chaos Storm trying to get that zoning in, but Canna finally turns up, and the Victor cannot do anything. The backflips are coming through. All of the 5-point strikes, and you can tell this is so cathartic for the former T1 player as Nongshim are now flashing in the jungle, and they will pick up the win in Game 2.
Incredible execution of this comp. It feels like we've talked a lot about how tempo-based comps need to get ahead. They need to get those advantages, but it so very rarely happens in this scaling meta, especially in a slow region like the LCK. But Nongshim are the first team to pull it off with flying colors, make that first pick Twisted Fate work swimmingly here.
Oh yeah.
And it was off of 2 Hextech Gate teleports. They won those major fights. So well played, the gold card in the backline, the follow-up damage from the Akali, the setup there with the Jhin, curtain calls coming through from Ghost on his signature champion.
And Ghost undying throughout that game as well. This was a vintage Ghost Jhin game. You know, basically off-screen the entire time, lands the bullets from afar when he needs to, and the Deadly Flourish is always there for the follow-up. This guy is so good at being there for his team to make sure that that added layer of CC is always there to lock down targets. It hit Faker multiple times. He was always able to do that. Really good to see. That's why this guy's got a skin on this champion. Very, very well done. And honestly, like what you were saying about this tempo-based play using the side lanes, and Nongshim showed us in Game 1 that they can go toe-to-toe in the macro game with T1 to a certain extent. This time they needed just that little bit more help. You know, Twisted Fate does that with his Destiny Gate, and eventually, once they got into gear, Nongshim just made all the right decisions. Yeah, they lost a smite on a Baron, but this time it didn't matter because they won the ensuing fight.
Yeah, I know we're going to be taking a closer look at that one for sure when we get to our rug space in a little bit. But
yeah,
this was a game that I feel like, you know, first of all, it's exciting as hell because we're going to Game 3 here, but I think the most exciting part of this to LCK fans who maybe aren't a fan of either Nongshim or T1 necessarily is that it proved that comps like this can work, because we have seen so many times it tried and failed, especially with our weaker teams here in the LCK. And I didn't trust in that first pick, Twisted Fate. I even said I don't think either of these teams will pick it up early. They'll wait and see what they can get first, but no. They said, I'm picking this first. We're building a comp around it. They built that composition, and they pulled it off. It was a slow early game, but the mid game is where they really hit their stride. And Kana, 16,000 damage, highest damage in the game on an Akali. Very impressive stuff. When he got that lead, he utilized it so perfectly. Like you said, Catharsis is definitely what he's feeling right now.
Yeah, it's really good. I mean, Twisted Fate does have a very good win rate here in the LCK. He lost today, but outside of that, he's above 50%, sitting around like 60 or 70 odd. But it's not necessarily him that's been winning the games. This time around, it was Nongshim being able to do it. But we'll hear from the analyst chairs and collaborative carpet space right after the break.
천천히 나와줘 천천히 나와줘.
징크스 봤어.
징크스
징크스.
나 괜찮거든.
천천히.
구엔 조심해 구엔.
빠지면서 볼게.
나 위에 있어 괜찮아 나 위에 있어. 빅토르. 좋아.
태워줘야 돼.
잡가면 끝난다 이거 잡고.
아이고 잘못
나 가고 있어.
나이스. 끝내줘.
탑 가자. 나이스.
나이스. 안돼.
있어 오케이 괜찮아.
난 맛이라도 맞잖아. 가자.
아,
아무것도 안 했는데 KD가 좋아. 나이스.
진짜 넘어오지.
안돼. 진혁이 형 좀 천천히 해야 될 것 같아요.
너 KDA 삐져야?
뭐라고?
나이스.
아니 KDA 노래 불러줘. 너 KDA 좀.
나 천천히 했는데?
진혁 잘했어.
진혁이 형 나이스.
KDA 노래 불러줘.
KD의 뭔 노래요?
팝스타. 나이스. 강인상.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul.
Welcome back, gamers, to the Analyst Magic Carpet. We are here after game number 2, and that was a pretty explosive one. Nongshim coming out with a very aggressive draft. They get the TF first. Turns out really well for them. Peter has another fantastic game. And what were your thoughts on that one, Chronicler?
As Jace would say, this is the power of Hextech. As I think that both these two drafts have a very clear identity. For T1, you can go into 1-4, but you're perfectly happy trying to team fight front to back. And you are trying desperately to keep your backline safe. Because if you look at the enemy team, there is a Lee or a Twisted Fate or an Akali that's going to have a Yuumi that's going to try and get on top of that backline. And as we saw in that game, if the composition that has backline access can find that consistently, which was aided by the Hextech Rift that we found, it creates some very explosive gameplay. And I thought Nongshim, they grabbed hold of the tempo and they never let it go.
They never did let it go, and you could see that there was really no protecting that backline for T1. There were some things we were talking about, such as the Ignite on Keria, which could have been good for getting ahead and potentially protecting yourself in that way by trying to win from ahead, where everybody on your team is going forward, and in that way, kind of the Jinx has protection. But if they had exhaust, it might have worked out better.
And this is one of the situations where a Lulu, as opposed to a Fresh, which was of course banned by Nongshim, has a lot less impact. So Lulu is amazing, or Janna. We called for the Janna. I actually think Janna would have been really good here. I actually think that the Lulu is really good when you are able to play front to back, because it gives way more power to your AD carry, right? Like between the shields and the wild growth, but those are not enough when you're playing into this much dive.
Yeah, and we did see that, of course. We're going to take a look at highlight number 1 and break down how this early game did begin. A pretty explosive fight once again over this second Rift Herald.
And here you see, every single time, immediately, the wild growth comes down, but this is a Kana that's Yumi'd up. BDD also really crisp timings. Doesn't really matter if he goes down later on. He's not really there for the damage, right? This is a Twisted Fate. The main goal that he provides is setup for the rest of his team, buy time and lock targets down. That was done expertly, and we're going to see in every single highlight a very, very similar situation. That little movement there by Guma, I don't know if it would have been quite enough, because I don't think it would have hit the X. And then the zap here, if you hit that, Kana also dies, but those are like tiny nitpicks that don't really change the fabric of this game, which again, there was one goal for the Nongshim composition, consistent backline access, because they also played the outside lanes, right? And they also played really well, consistently diving the entirety of T1, and that backline was never safe.
Never safe the entire game. That was an ace there, of course. And guys, we're going to take a look at highlight number 2. A pretty similar one when it comes down to this, but T1 kind of taking it to their turf.
And this was a really hype moment, right? Because you see the kick and you're like, he's got it. And then it was the double smite into 28 HP, the Jarvan auto, whacking it away. But the issue here is, of course, that it's still the disjointedness of the team fighting. You see the power, the utility of that Yuumi, or Faker rather, at the end, almost able, not quite fast enough, will get the kill, but then everyone tries to get out there. Ghost calls the curtains, and there's nothing to be done. And this was really a showcasing of that composition from Nongshim. If it's not a straight up 5v5, if they kill someone, or if it's all over the map, right? There's Hextech Rifts, there's jumps, you're not going to win.
You're not getting away, and that was kind of the case for Gumayusi this entire time. We're going to take a look at highlight number 3, and also highlights that the Jinx is never safe.
It's just not going to work. Every single time there was someone finding the flank. This time around it was BDD. It could have been Kana. Kana instead aided again by the Yuumi, as well as BDD finding a nice angle. It's going to provide so much safety, and at this point, of course, it's really interesting because the gold lead never was that big. Even here, it's like 2, maybe 3k gold, but the map control and the overall feeling of pressure that T1 had was not really matchable for them.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be a game where perhaps Lulu might fall down once again in terms of priority, just because of stuff like this, and maybe Janna will come in, or other disengaged type of picks. But guys, we do have the player of the game ready to go, so let's see who does pick it up for game number 2. Will be Kana on this Akali, not surprising at all.
Had an exceptional game, did really, really well, because he's one of the big linchpins. If Kana doesn't do his job well, this comp kind of falls apart. Yes, you have Dread, but getting into the later stage of the game, he alone wouldn't really be enough. Kana needed to do a lot of heavy lifting in terms of getting onto the back lines and doing as much damage as he possibly could, and he did so expertly, right? Peter's steadfast support provided him with the health bar that he needed, and then the mechanical execution on all the Akali plays, which is beautiful. Went for the tankier build, but in a situation like this, against a team comp that didn't really have that much tankiness going on, worked very, very well, so much longevity. And I think I voted for him as well, very deserved win. I think you could go for some split votes, wouldn't mind a vote being thrown to Dread or Peter's way, but pretty sure it's going to be majority Kana here because he had a wonderful game against his old team on the Akali.
Yeah, he got his revenge. You know, game number 1 was pretty close, but at the end of the day, no Corki this time around, and Nongshim were able to take the win. 6 out of 13, so a lot of votes for the top lane. As you can see, he does pick it up, but 4 votes for Dread, and then 3 votes in the mid lane as well. But that's going to do it for us, guys, on the Analyst Magical Carpet of Time. We're going to throw it over to Atlas and Wolf to finish off the day with the final game of T1 versus Nongshim.
Thank you so much, Valdez and Chronicler, on the magical carpet of time. The amount of time that you've been on that carpet as well has been quite large today. We're going to game number 6. And what a series to go all the way as well. And this will also mean if T1 manage to win this, they'll be tied with Gen G even on game score as well, which is very exciting.
Very, very hype for T1's match leading into T1's match later on this week on Sunday. T1 will choose blue side for the final game here. So we'll have that first pick priority.
Yep.
And, you know, yeah, you mentioned it in-game, the catharsis that Kana must feel. They mentioned it there on the desk. And this is, I mean, we know the split with Kana and T1 was not amicable, right? And there was a lot of teams that wanted Kana. There was the big controversy between Damwon, Kia, and Nongshim. But he's really coming into his own here on Nongshim right now. He looks very comfortable with the roster. There were some shaky moments earlier on in the season, that kind of early loss that most were surprised by. But Nongshim have come back in a big way here, and to upset T1.
The power of Peter, man. That's what happens.
There you go.
You get the power of Peter.
There's the power of Peter.
Exactly.
More Yumi.
Exactly. Bans that one away. Of course, in game number 1, T1 banned Graves, Yumi, and Renekton on blue side. Nongshim now are going to ban Corki. I hope.
They will.
That is the one mandatory thing that they need to do this game. I don't care about anything else. Just ban the Corki.
I think that will definitely come through in one of these remaining 2 bans here for Nongshim, unless they have really brainstormed some sort of counter pick, which I doubt. They'll also take away that very strong Caitlyn pick here. As for T1 here, there's a lot of different options you can go with. If you want to take the Aphelios first pick, potentially, you could ban a Thresh or Jinx here. But that Twisted Fate really gave them a lot of trouble there, as BDD smiles. As he had some really nice engages there with Dread in the final game, or rather the previous game. But this has to be a Corki ban, I think.
And I just find it interesting that Faker is not comfortable with first picking it on the blue side. You can see there are a lot of grins from Nongshim. And yep, there is the Corki. So the homework has been done. Very well done, guys. They secured it.
I think this is one of those scenarios, I almost called you Valdez, Atlas, where
I am Valdez.
We might see Thresh first pick territory. Like, there it is, because...
Hey, that's my boy.
Because that's where you deny Thresh for all the alternatives, and then you still have the ability to play Aphelios or the Jinx, whichever they do or don't take. You have all the opportunities here, and it's just such a strong pick right now. And as the desk was talking about, if it was Thresh instead of Lulu, I think the game looks a lot more comfortable for T1 on that previous set. Very early pick, it would be to see the Camille here for Kana.
I don't think his arm's getting twisted enough for that one to happen, so it is just going to be Aphelios instead. I like this a lot more. I think that just having a hover. You know, sometimes you just want to have a hover.
Sure.
That's absolutely fine. Let's see where Dread decides to go. I think that jungle pickup here would make some sense. But you could take away, you know, a priority support and sort of not show your hand if they would like to.
The Tom Kench is definitely a strong option here. Lulu is okay. I like
love
the Poppy though, because the Poppy here is just it's. We've talked about this so much, but it denies so many different mobility champions. It's not picked into them after they come. It's just make sure they can't come through. as it would be pretty crazy to see this. I think it's just a bit of a hover, like you mentioned, would be the Jinx.
You're not allowed to see Kindred before Pyoshik plays it. That's just a rule.
Yeah.
Not allowed to. He's going to be the one that debuts it this season.
Now picking Jarvan, Xin Zhao, or Lee Sin is so undesirable, actually, for T1 that it's almost as if they're banned.
I think Trundle's probably going to be the option here, but Azir would be picked up first.
Faker Azir, always a hype thing to pick, especially when it's into BDD.
Yeah, picking it away from BDD is what it kind of feels like here. But remember, this is the combo. This is the Gen G special. Pick Jinx Azir, win early game. That is what they do. And it might be something that T1 can take a leaf out of.
I wonder if they just take Victor here. Nope, Kana says, give me Graves, it's open and up, I want it.
Yeah, I like this. Ban away a couple of matchups that they like. Into it, I imagine Tryndamere probably going to get banned.
That is definitely going to be, I think, the first one on the list. And then if you want, you can ban away something like the Gwen as well, where things can get out of hand in terms of side laning. You could ban the Camille and the Gwen if you feel comfortable that you can deal with the Tryndamere with this Poppy pick and kind of fully. But I think that the Tryndamere pick or ban rather here is just the easiest and safest.
Yeah, no, don't deal with it. I think Tryndamere Gragas actually sounds fine to me. Even Gnar, you might want to get rid of Zeus' Gnar because, of course, Gnar Azir is something that we've seen so many times from so many teams.
You know,
would be a very old school composition. Is Zoe going to be taken away as well?
It almost makes me feel like they're just going to take Orianna out too. Syndra, another option here for BDD in terms of how you could set up these team fights later on, but has really fallen off in priority. Now we're just going to find out which one of these it'll be. The Gragas that you mentioned is kind of an easy call, but I'd rather see the Gwen ban, personally.
Yeah.
Jax.
Oh, okay. Beta just going to be smiling along there. I want to see BDD's Xerath. Where's BDD's Xerath at? You know, that's what I was used to seeing. 2015, you know, it was always Azir gets picked, and it's either Lethality, Varus mid lane, or Xerath. And you know, it could happen.
No, it's just gonna be the Victor ban, the boring one.
No, but now the pick. Give me the Xerath.
Oh yeah, well, I mean,
it's the obvious.
Keep
choice.
dreaming, Atlas. If it
hover
comes
it
out,
for me, Ghost. Give me a hover.
If it comes out, I'll come to LCK tomorrow with a mustache.
All right, it will be Syndra though, right?
Yeah, it looks like it. The other option I think was been an Orianna with a Poppy setup you have, but not as easy to set up those balls. And that shall be the lock in here.
I'm sad.
Now we're just looking for a support pick here for Nongshim at the end of the day. Could be as easy as something like a Nautilus because you already have a lot of really nice engage tools and setup here. But T1 went out the scaling war, that is for sure. Azir is going to be way more valuable than Syndra later on outside of a few really clutch engages, which we have seen BDD pull off.
This is now Gnar or Gragas and Trundle, right? That's the standard. That's what we're expecting. Ooh, this wouldn't be standard, though. Zeus is going to go towards the Jace. That's going to be his answer to the Graves.
I think the Trundle is definitely the follow-up here. If you can melt Poppy's shield, this is going to be very difficult to play into the Poppy, but not impossible. Same to be said of the Lee Sin. Viego, I do like a lot when you have this Jace pick, but
yeah, cycling through a lot of dashes.
This is literally what we just saw. That cycle there is the epitome of what we're talking about when we say Poppy stops so many champions from feeling good to play, stops them from being viable. Like that was Carrie being like, "Which one do you want, man? It's bad news across the board, but we gotta lock this in."
Yeah, I mean, Steadfast Presence isn't on perpetually. As
Peter's
just lost the Blitzcrank. This guy is a god. All right, write it down. Put him on the pog. Well,
he really is Spider-Man.
he actually is. He actually is. He's able to reach across the room and get the toothbrush from the other side. That's obviously straight. This must be why, like, oh my god, it's all making too much sense. And who has a better hook, Blitzcrank or Thresh? Blitzcrank goes the whole way. Thresh only goes halfway. It's 100% Blitzcrank.
Now, as cool and flashy as this is, we do have to talk about what it means. And it does give Nongshim insane power late game, where if you get a single pick on a priority target with, Syndra setting up the stun, and then the Blitzcrank hook is there, and you can blow up Faker, or if you're able to kill Gumayusi, then you have a huge death timer in the late game. The fight is won. It's over. However, If you can't set those up, or if the defensive play is too good, or you don't have enough vision, or if your hooks come up empty, I think you have a really hard time against T1's composition late. It's not quite the same scenario as last game where Nongshim needs to get ahead early, but I don't think that if they go into this late game on even footing, they're going to feel comfortable. Now, they scale pretty well themselves. The big difference is that BD's ability to set up team fights is where his strength lies, not in damage throughput, so the longer the fights go, the worse this goes for Nongshim.
Yeah. That being said, I think Poppy skews these situations so much, right? Because her helicopter allows you to split things up and create skirmishes even in the later stages of the games, right? Like, there's so much setup available, right? And we've seen both of these teams handshake so many setups around neutral objectives. Poppy creates so much chaos in those situations, so that's an opportunity for a big hammer to come down, and then the hook comes through. And, you know, this rocket grab is going to be really important for those situations as well, because the follow-up to Scatter the Weaks are going to be so much more potent and things like that.
It's the Korean server. You have to level 1 invade as Blitzcrank. Or
no, that is 100% the rule. I mean, every server. Don't you worry.
And we'll see if they can pull it off. Zayas is like, whoa, invade with the Blitzcrank, we're out of here. Bye-bye. By the way, Predator, of course.
Yep, need that. For Peter, he's going to be booking it around the map.
Ignite as well for a little bit more kill pressure in lane.
See whether Gumiyoshi's going to have his dancing shoes on. Of course, Kerry going to be there to, you know, with flays and hooks of his own to help out.
Cheap shot as well, you know, the full rotation, as you can see on those runes down there for Peter.
The dream. Also, the best Blitzcrank tech in the universe is Minion Dematerializer into a grab through where the minion was. That is the best way to win your lane. Definitely the most satisfying way to do it.
Even getting a kill on the ward.
Hey.
It's all coming together.
It's all coming up, Peter, you know?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure this is, like, Disney probably just owns the LCK. We don't even know. They're, like, setting up for the next... Like, Holland said he was like, yeah, maybe I'm getting a little bit too old to play Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Now it's just all about Nongshim Peter.
Yeah. This is actually, we're witnessing the new Spider-Man from the next universe. That's how it's going to work.
We're in a Doctor Strange dream right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't even really watch the Spider-Man movie or the Marvel movies, but I'm trying to guess if this makes sense.
You watched the new Spider-Man?
I did see that one, yeah.
Yeah. That's a decent little stun there from BDD.
You trade a Syndra health bar for a Syndra mana bar for an Azir health bar in the early game. That's just how this goes. And then it equalizes eventually.
Yep. Of course, just to bring it back to planet Earth, as of course, Blitzcrank, haven't seen him for a while. It was actually Zeus. So versus Zeus in a loss. Yeah, got excited about this in the past. And in fact, I think Effort was one of our better Blitzcrank players. In some of those games as well.
I can't believe this has happened 22 times. It feels like
yeah,
we're going back to like Mad Life era.
No, it was Igna. It was all Igna. He was definitely the man of the fist. He definitely very much liked picking the Blitzcrank whenever he could. As we get the slight zoom in, and Faker going to get punished.
Yeah,
picking up that cannon minion. BDD in position here as that is 2 autos away from dead. Oh, that's the rocket grab we were looking for. Stands on the lantern as well as Gumiyushi tries to walk back to it, and that is first blood to Ghost. Peter, write it down, Wolf. Write it down.
Just your friendly neighborhood, Peter. Just gonna get a little early game grab. 3 minutes and 20 in. First blood going over to an Aphelios into this lane of Jinx Thresh. Easy peasy, very nice lead. Also, unseen Poppy on the top side of the map.
And Kerry is doing that classic solo queue thing as he's lost someone on the bottom side of the map. He's going to roam mid, and they pick up the kill. It's beautifully done. Faker grabs that one for himself. Dread was on the top side of the map, and Zayas is able to get out with his flash intact. Good news. T1 strike back on the other side.
Yeah, T1 striking back there. BDD also losing his flash, which is pretty massive, especially considering Owner can make a second pass here into the mid lane. Will teleport back in, of course. That is BDD. And where the gold goes here, you know, I mean, taking this early lead as an Aphelios here is so massive as he does pull it right through.
Yeah.
Really materializer play, man. You mentioned it.
I don't even think he needed it. It was just that the arm went straight past the minion.
It's just such a sick play there. Ghost is very hyped. And then Owner is able to come over here with Keria and set the kill on BDD. Faker picks up the kill, which is critical because you want that gold on your carry in the mid lane.
Yep, as there's some acceleration gate action happening here as Dread picks up his buckler, and ㅣ's gonna have to flash, and now he's just trying to stay away from that wall. Kanna can't fight back if the turret is going to hit him, and it is going to go down. Dread gonna flash as well. It's a bit messy, and they go 1 for 1, and you'll take that as ㅣ because he can just teleport straight back.
Yeah, Kanna is going to feel a little bit sheepish about how that all went down. Miscalculates a little bit how close he is there to try to ult out and get that secure kill. Keria is just
he's still here. Yeah, he's definitely gotten out of that one as it's only level 5 for Faker, so he's not going to be throwing BDD back towards the Thresh, but half health now for the Syndra. As, yeah, Ghost and Peter are just chilling here, trying to make sure that Gumayusi gets as little as possible. The thing is, like, can you please come back?
They just come over here, though, and stop this from happening, right? Okay. That was a scary moment there, as I thought maybe Keria thought he could actually just walk straight down to the lane, which
I think we're doing mid now.
Because now well, I mean, it feels that way, because now the problem with this plan is, yes, Gumayusi is going to get more experience, but he is under threat. Dread is coming in looking for this kill.
Yeah.
Easy hook follow-up.
Yep, so
Ghost
smooth.
says, wait, give me the kill, please.
Yeah. Oh, takes the lantern, and Gumayusi just walks it out.
I mean, still...
Never you mind, not even close.
Still a huge win here, though, for the side of Nongshim. It was greedy to try to give the kill to Ghost, but they are able to... Well, I thought they were grabbing that plate.
Yep, nope.
Okay.
Yeah, they do manage to get it. Ghost gets some of the gold, but Gumayusi gets under here and gets all of the experience. And that was, like, if he died there, then that's that whole wave that Jinx doesn't get. Or, I mean, it's bad. It's not good news for T1, but it could have been way worse.
Yeah, now they're going to turn this into a Drake, so Nongshim have a really good opportunity here to really start pulling this lead up by the bootstraps here, because that was such a sick timing of the play, too. They know Owner is hovering elsewhere. Keria is kind of stuck in no man's land. He wants to go back down to the bottom lane, but is stuck in mid, trying to help out Faker. And there's an opportunity to get Ghost, because if he gets that kill, not only the lost CS and experience you mentioned there for Gumayusi, but if they don't actually save that play, then he gets 2 plates, too. Because Aphelios who has Crescendum as Dread. Okay, he's got Smite.
He's fine. Going to be able to grab the Hextech Drake. It's going to be a different soul this game, as it's going to be the Infernal to come up next. So the 2 most dangerous Drakes now kind of dealt with, and it's going to be either Cloud, Ocean, or Mountain.
Mountain could be quite huge against this Jace pick in particular. I mean, just always is very strong, but
yeah, true.
Well, really specifically against Jace be quite annoying to deal with if Nongshim pick that one up.
Yeah, and also, you know, if Shadow Flame comes in, and that's where a lot of that danger is Peter. He's got Flash. I hope he picked Hex Flash as well. Minion Dematerializer and Hex Flash maybe. As Peter's here for the counter gank. Not exactly who you'd be expecting as the counter ganker, as ㅣ's going to land a Shock Blast, and Owner is here. Peter's going to come in, so they're looking for it, but Owner is in position. Kanna gets out of the way as ㅣ's down to 100 health, and Kanna wants so badly to shoot through these minions, but he's unable to do so because he's Graves. It's just one of those things.
Did pick up the Hex Flash, by the way. Good catch on that from Peter. I wasn't able to actually verify that earlier, but he did take that, so ends up being totally fine that he expends this here early. Down on the bottom side, the woes continue here for Gumayusi, but he's able to somewhat stabilize here. He's not being collapsed on. He's actually able to kill minions, and there's no extra plates going over to Ghost. But the timing here is rough for him because he's going to have to try to trade plates for this Rift Herald if the commitment is there from Nongshim. Looked like he was actually considering going up, and you could see that Ghost is also kind of like, we, I think, have this one kind of set, so I'm just not going to let Jinx get any extra leads.
Yeah, well, there's the Hex Flash, as Owner actually gets the heck out of there with his Flash. Didn't want to get closed in on there by Dread and Peter.
Ghost gets the whole wave bottom, doesn't miss a thing. They get the whole Herald here, too, without a contest.
This is actually Nongshim starting to run away with this game.
Yeah, they're like really, really taking a firm control of this.
And look, you can understand why T1 are taking more of this back foot, and this is some classic Ghost, right? He's like, nope, I am not safe. There is nothing safe about this situation, and he's happy to give up a bit of that farm, which is what he's going to have to do.
He's like, yeah, you guys can split the plate gold between a jungle and a Jinx, and I'm cool with that, because I'm going to get that plate gold later on when the Herald is given to me.
Yeah, and now Peter, no Flash, so not going to be making any big plays, but does save that second plate, as you can see, does Ghost. Able to just sever him Q.
Already used the hook.
The hook is not going to connect as Peter That's not it. That's not it, buddy. There's the flame. Moonlight Vigil comes down. Ghost flashes. What is this? That was sick. He's able to pick up the kill on the Thresh, but now, Dread, can you survive as Gumayusi's just free hitting? The wind becomes lightning. He's still looking for even more as Dread has to flash to get over the wall. BDD absolutely no mana, and Faker flashes on top of the Poppy. He should be able to grab this. Couple more autos. If he wants to get it, and he does, just sets up one of the Sand Soldiers and he'll be all right, as now BDD has to deal with this minion wave and Faker and Ona closing in. Peter has respawned though, as there's the stun. He wants to get underneath the turret as he misses that hook. You can't hit them all, I guess. Missed a couple in a row now.
Missed the previous one, and you know he said in his interviews that he often gets shaky hands in high-stress matches. This is the highest-stress match Nongshim has had so far. As Carrier's up here.
Yeah, Kana understands that he has to get the heck out of there. As the hook, Carrier trying to get out of the situation. Faker not going to get knocked up. That was actually really important that he manages to get out before Blitzcrank registers the auto, and he does.
That was, I mean, we're seeing some high-level craziness down here on the bottom side of the map. I don't know how many replays they're gonna try to show.
I feel like we're stacking them up. You know, there's about to be like 7. We need like picture in picture in picture in picture.
Yeah, I feel like my short-term memory is about to be tested.
Yeah. It's gonna look like we're in, you know, like in the Matrix, you know, the architect's room or whatever, and there's like a million TV screens. That's what it's gonna look like.
It's Ozymandias' room from Watchmen.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah,
is that a bet? Yeah, because like the architect was in the other movies, the Matrix ones that weren't so good.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
I think the Watchmen definitely a better reference.
Well, I mean, there's a lot to break down, but at the end of the day, you know, T1 are able to take a gold lead, but that will of course be shored up by Nongshim's Rift Herald crashing. But I think Ghost has well and truly been put down a little bit here on the bottom side of the map. It looked like he was really going to run away with things, but he's kind of been slowed down. He's still on track here.
Yeah, I think it's more Gumayusi's caught up, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like, he's no longer at a massive deficit anymore. He's caught up in CS, he's got those 2 kills under his belt, and it's no longer bot diff here going on. But the cost has been quite high for Faker to kind of clean up the mess. On one hand, he lost a lot of CS, but picked up 2 kills, has himself a bounty.
Yeah.
It's really hard to assess the leads here right now, and I think we'll have a better idea after this Drake fight as BDD has no flash.
Yeah, Faker has no ult yet though, so BDD is going to be safe for the moment. There is some damage back. Dark Sphere comes down, and Shelly gets a big old charge. Ghost gets a bunch of money. Peter picks up a bit as well, and as does Dread. As Owner is spotted. Peter's walking pretty quick now that he's got his Mobies online. Dread finds Faker, doesn't get the charge into the wall, but the ulti does register.
Yeah, Dread
Faker still gets out.
Dread not able to stop that Shurima shuffle. And it looks like this is going to be, with that exchange on the bottom side, T1 starting up the streak. Peter is looking for a potential hook here.
Yeah, and Ghost is just going to get closed in on that play. Was so sick from Carrier. Special delivery. Here's a samurai right on top of your face.
It's both disengaging from Peter on the Drake and also assassinating the enemy Aphelios all in one lantern.
Yep.
As Carrier is just going to try to zone Peter out further.
Well, there's the hook. And Flame Chompers go down, but Carrier gets a nice double flay. I don't know whether it's going to be enough. Oh, I think perhaps it is. As gives him the old thumbs up, as this is some supportal combat. You can see Carrier's like, I am the cool young support here, Peter. Stop it.
It's like Carrier is Osborne, and Valdez is MJ.
Oh,
and
no.
The battle continues. You know?
Well, it's working. It is working.
We still don't know who like Valdez's dad is yet, because the real Green Goblin, like, I don't know. That's going to be it. We'll have to figure that out as this goes on. But watch this.
I'm not entirely sure.
Peter is in a place where he's trying to threaten, but then the Lantern actually...
That was just so sick.
He just pulls him in and kills the Aphelios. Now T1 have gotten to such a lead, plus they stop the Drake. They end up getting it themselves, to where they're really on track to late game scaling, with Faker's build starting to come online, the Jinx with a 3rd kill now, and Nongshim's chances of getting back to this game might be slowly getting relegated to 6 scatters, or maybe the rare hook here.
There can always be the one grab, you know? That is the Blitzcrank rule. Very similar to Lee Sin, right? You'll always have that that bit of relevance. Zeus is going to find Peter, and Peter's like, oh dear, as the rocket grab is going to connect. There's the Moonlight Vigil, as Ghost just wants to try and kill him before he kills Peter, and he does so! Ghost saves his support and grabs the kill.
The heal was really well timed, and I think Peter's barrier, the Blitzcrank passive, just barely buys enough time for the heal to go off there, and he survives, and they turn it into a pick. Ghost
and
gets the whole turret.
Yeah.
And the one Nongshim fan who was able to get a ticket today is like really clapping hard here in the studio right now.
That's funny because he definitely didn't get a ticket. That's so silly. Okay, BDD. Now underneath this turret, it was looking dicey, but Shirley is going to distract the enemy, and he gets himself away. T1 will lock down this Rift Herald, though. Grab themselves some extra shellfish on the side.
And the second Rift Herald here is actually very valuable because there's two standing turrets that are easy to eliminate on the map. The mid turret is going to be, I think, the main priority target for this Herald, which will give a lot of gold over to whoever's nearby, probably going to be Faker. But the key part is that once that turret is down, it becomes a lot more difficult for Kana and BDD to be out on the map, roam around, and actually try to rotate to these objective fights because they'll always be under threat of a pretty fed owner. Like, he doesn't have any kills, but he's picked up 4 assists, a lot of gold in his pocket, and this follow-up is going to be great. As we watch this happen one more time, Peter tanks a lot of the damage here, is able to get the hook off, and then he ults so that he's silenced for just the second. And, he didn't have vision there either.
Yeah. I actually like that Ghost just pressed every single button he had access to as Faker. Going to take a lot of damage here from BDD. BDD not actually opting in for the ultimate. That could have sent him home. Instead decides to hold on to it for any potential upcoming fight. Of course, the Rift Herald yet to go down yet.
Looks like
you're really holding onto it.
Really just wants to use it here for maybe even a punish of a Rift Herald drop in mid, and the fact that BDD holds it here means that T1 have to be so much more careful about how they play this, instead of just having Faker back and then return to mid and can go forward again, where there is no ultimate for BDD on the other side. So I respect the choice here. Was nowhere near killing him, but would have forced the back, as you say, and bot turret just going to go down to Zeus here. So that was the other turret that was standing. They could have used the Rift Herald for if they wanted to, but it's just not as valuable here as the mid turret. And that is where the place is going to come through here once they group.
Only going to clear out some vision. Dread turns up as well, replaces the control ward. Looks like Ghost and Peter will be able to just comfortably clear out this wave.
They can also wait for that, wait for a little bit closer to the Drake spawn so they can use it for guaranteed prio.
Hannah has a former team reunion here towards the bottom side of the map as everyone does turn up. Collateral damage to get Canna out of harm's way, but also does a lot of damage here as the rocket grab connects onto Owner. Not exactly the optimal target because he does have that Crescent Guard.
But
he does have to use it. Yeah, exactly. 50 seconds on that Mountain Drake, and I believe that he will not have a very key cooldown for that fight.
Yeah, and dropping the Herald now becomes a lot tougher to pull off too, as T1 will have to completely reset for this. They're going to have to clear a wave before they actually can set up for the Herald drop itself, and this is really going to give Nongshim a really nice window here to make sure they can get this first mountain part of the soul. Remember, we talked about this earlier, it's most significant for the Jace poke, but it is going to be great for all of the damage just in general coming out here from T1, and it's a huge boon if Nongshim can pick up this second one here. Rift Herald is going to make them make a choice.
Oh, Peter is hiding right now as he flashes on forward. And there is Shirley. Peter almost just straight up dies. Superman Death Rocket, not quite enough, but yeah, Peter isn't hooking anyone. And Shirley is going to deal with this outer turret very nicely. T1 not afraid whatsoever, as Owner is going to get thrown away. It is going to be Nongshim picking up this Drake, but that is double charge, maybe triple.
He's going for the inhibitor charge. There's no one here to stop it. And that might actually even lead to an inhibitor take.
Yeah, that's an inhibitor turret to go down. Yeah. They don't want to take the inhib because, I mean, that freeze kills a whole bunch of money for T1, but that is so much gold injected now into the T1 squad.
It's so much money for them. A composition, again, that we have to keep mentioning scales so well. And again, Nongshim's comp is not a terrible late game, but the Syndra is going to be the one that sticks out like a sore thumb in terms of what she can do and damage throughput in longer fights, which is how this meta is played, which is why we see so many scaling champs. But she can set up hooks and stuff like that.
Yep.
But T1 now, I think more than the gold, have put themselves into places. Watch how quickly Peter gets punished. Like, there's no vision of where Peter is, but the reaction is so quick and the follow-up damage is so easy. But clearing these turrets up is more valuable for how much map control it gives T1 to even set up vision for Baron, for example. So that's the real win. The money, they were already kind of doing great, but now they have the money and the vision.
Yeah, no, this is definitely T1's map now. And you'll trade one singular Mountain Drake for that. Nongshim definitely tunneled onto that one real hard. But they weren't in a position to contest, right? They decided to leave. They thought that T1 were going to come to them. And T1 didn't. They just instead utilized their, Baron Pit Lobster to smack down the entirety of the mid lane.
Yeah, that's why the setup there for Nongshim needed to be either an anti-Herald or the faster Drake take with someone else on the opposite side doing side laning or something like that, where they have a top turret where they could get some extra gold. But T1 were one step ahead of them, and now it gets even harder to have that sort of map control. As they look for Zeus.
Yeah, he's going to flash. Dread gets out of the way, and they will just crash these minions into this turret. And Ghost, it's so hard for him to stand this far up, right?
Yeah.
He has to give a lot of respect to Gumayusi now.
Look at how far Owner gets to go because of that turret being dead, the top turret gone as well. Like, they can do things like this so freely and drop all these wards.
And now BDD is not safe right here either. Like you were saying, it's the access to the jungle that is so important. The mid lane is just so valuable. As Hook is going to go wide. Canna and Dread able to walk away from the bottom lane duo of T1.
This game is
going to turn up.
This game is so much on Nongshim's ability to figure out how to win team fights when their win condition is shattered, basically, right now. Not that they have no chance to win a straight-up, 5v5 front to back, but the challenges that they face are a fed Azir, they have a fed Jinx to deal with, a Jace that can poke it all down before it starts. And if Peter is going to be your way to engage and walk up and look for hooks, we saw what happened last time. That can repeatedly happen where he just gets blown up before he can do anything. Even if he gets a hook, he dies, and then he isn't able to, silence, or if he gets a silence off, there's just a very fast collapse. He might even deliver the wrong champion if he ends up getting Owner again. That can actually be a detriment to Nongshim. So how do they navigate this situation where you are already lost control of the map, you lost control of structures?
Well, Ghost is just going to dive on top of Gumayusi, and straight up killing the Jinx is definitely a good idea. They do have the flash now, as Guma is in position to get these autos off. Dread in trouble, as Keria has to get out of there. The Zap not going to connect as Canna off on the flank, but doesn't find his opportunity. Faker now. Very scary, but Ghost is charging up. And remember, 200 years is real scary.
Yeah.
And we saw it earlier today. We know exactly what can happen. It's not a Corki situation, though. Going to be a different one.
I think that picks are one easy way back into the game for Nongshim, and that does require, some greedy positioning on the side of T1, and after what just happened there to Gumayusi and both summoners are blown, I think we'll see a little bit more safety in that regard. But they do have pick potential. That is 100% true. And otherwise, can they get a sneaky Baron? Can they find a crack in T1's vision and find a, mysterious, miracle hook onto Faker, when he's trying to side lane? Are there ways to do that? Because those are ways Nongshim could get back in this game. Right now, in 40 seconds, if T1 just reset and walk down mid and go to this Drake, it's going to be pretty easy for them to take. This is why they're checking, because they're like, oh, Nongshim might just try to trade this for a Baron because they have Drake advantage.
Yeah.
And that's why that
now on cooldown as well.
That vision is so critical over here, and T1 don't have it at the moment.
Well, Nongshim, 20 seconds until they're going to fight, as BDD getting chunked out there by the Shock Blast. Actually very important here. T1 wanting to make sure that BDD can't just stand up and fish for these Scatter the Weeks.
So much vision removed here. Peter doesn't have a great hook target at the moment. Position good.
And there's Super Mega Death Rocket. Now BDD is too far away from this. He does have teleport, didn't use it to get back on the map earlier. As Ghost clears out a ward, and T1, this was so good.
Yeah.
They make sure that they get the chunk that they needed and then immediately move in and take control of the area. They do need to sweep, as Keria is going to start off this Drake, as Dread to throw himself into the pit. Ghost with Gravitum is scary.
BDD on the side here. Faker's looking for a flank.
Yeah, as Owner. Can he actually win another smite is the question, and absolutely he can. Dread has just not been there, really, when it comes to these smites, outside of being on his Lee Sin.
Yeah, the way that T1 handled this is so perfect because they decide not to fight for the Drake or fight for the Baron or trade. They look to fight Nongshim and just poke them down, get those health bars low. They force Nongshim off of the Drake and then go immediately to the Baron, and they've got enough damage to do this very easily, realistically. Kana's nowhere nearby.
No, they don't want to flip it. They don't want the same thing to happen to them that happened to Nongshim in game 1. And so they back away. I respect the decision. I do think that with how Owner's smites have been going, that I'd probably trust him, but they decide not to.
I also think with this comp that they have, the ability to put Chompers in that choke point, also Thresh, also the Azir, I think they definitely could have finished that one off, but you don't want to risk it because this is game 3. You have a nice lead. It all goes in the toilet if you mess it up and you go for that 50-50 fight. They don't have perfect vision like we do on exactly where Nongshim was. They didn't know how far away Kana was because he was very, very far away from the Drake, didn't have teleport, but still, I respect the decision as well. Even though I think if they could do it perfectly and see everything we could, they probably would have stuck the landing there. Yep. But still, I mean, they get the Drake, they get control of the map, they get control of the Baron pit, they have vision there, they have the scuttle controlled, so Nongshim can't pull a fast one on them at any point.
Yeah, and also getting that Drake was important for so many reasons, right? Like, this is a composition that wants to scale until later in the game, wants to slow things down, and that buys just an extra 5 minutes, right, on top of what the Infernal Drake has already got them. Definitely good news. Peter, stand under the wall. No one coming over to pay a visit, though. As control vision still in this brush for both teams.
And, I mean, T1 are just really respecting the Blitzcrank here. You know, in this late part of the game, one pick is everything, and you just can't walk in if you don't know where he is.
Yep. Faker now. Trying to defend this turret, but he's not going to be able to do so. Kind of gets away, but he's got so much lifesteal. A little bit of extra poke there from the Conquering Sands. Not going to be enough. We are back to a standstill. The K-Ram being commenced by just a manaless Jinx, which means Ghost is happy to walk up. The rest of his team in position. Because they have no mid-inhibitor turret, it's exactly how they have to play it out, right?
Yeah.
Nongshim sort of forced as they just dive on top of the Baron. Zeus is on the bottom side of the map. He is pushing down that turret. He does so very quickly. As Owner, if he can get into this pit, I mean, if I'm Nongshim, I do not want to let that happen whatsoever. There's the flash hook. Immediately, flashes come out, and Nongshim get themselves out of the way, and that's another Baron deterred, this time from T1. And they do get the teleport from Zeus, though. That was obviously what they were looking for.
Yeah, I mean, they get that, and they're able to pull him off of that turret, so he's not able to get the inhibitor turret or any real permanent damage done. But I applaud that Nongshim are willing to make a hard call, because remember in the previous game, game 1, where we played that really, really slow game where the poke was being lost by them, and we have a similar situation here with the Jace. They weren't willing to actually make a tough call. This is not a poke gap situation where like the Jace poke is going to be so much that Nongshim just can't play the game, but this scaling situation is a really big problem, plus the fact that they don't have control over the map. They've lost so many structures, 6-2 on the turrets right now. It means that they don't have a lot of agency on the map, but they still have to make tough calls like clearing vision very briefly and trying to go for a fast Baron, because otherwise you will just die a slow and painful death here to T1. So respect the attempt. We're just going to have some sort of follow-up pick the next time it happens here. As a minute 16 until this mountain spawns.
That is Mountain Soul point for both teams, and could be very, very valuable. We've mentioned how important tempo is, and that is absolutely going to continue to be the case. 1 minute, like you were talking about. But T1 going to start off this Baron. That is a cheeky little ward. Faker is 100% spotted. As, oh, that rocket grab. That was real close there by Peter.
Once again, I think T1 have the ability to really continue to threaten to take these Barons because they have so much zone control with this composition. They're not going to push the issue all the way, but are just going to take that Baron attempt into taking Drake Prio so they can actually get that Mountain Soul. LCK, a very slow region right now, but it's what wins you games in the end.
You can just feel the intensity, though, between these two teams, right? Like, that's what it all comes down to. It's like, yes, things are slow, but it's a jostling for position. It's a not wanting to take those, you know, 70-30 fights. You want to take the 80-20s in a series like this, which is so important for both of these teams, as that is a lot of damage. The years are piling up here from Ghost. I can see the wrinkles in his eyes.
Okay, now you've got a Blitzcrank in position and 3 wards that are impossible to clear in the time it's going to take to start this one up. If they really do commit, then they really do need to commit. There's the Trinket in the pit.
Yeah.
You're going to have to get ready to turn here, Nongshim. This is probably game deciding.
Crescendum, as there's the rocket grab. Carry is going to get hooked, knocked up, not dead just yet. Oh, but BDD does manage to finish it off. Now Faker looks for him. There's the Emperor's Divide, and they trade back mid for support. You'll take that as T1. Nongshim back away immediately from that Baron. They know they can't fight without BDD, but it's a lot of safety in Carrier there as well. So T1 also not wanting to take the Baron. So we're back to square one.
We're back to square one, but the kill onto BDD is massive here, and it means that they're going to be able to group up and take down this soul point for this Mountain Soul without a hitch. And Kana will get an inner turret for this, but you'll take that trade any day of the week as T1. And the problem with this comp from Nongshim, and part of the problem with Graves oftentimes so far in this meta, is that he can't really threaten permanent damage. He's fairly vulnerable, doesn't have great escapes. As we watch this one more time, yes, they do get the kill onto Keria. BDD sets it up, but he gives his life for it. If they had just let Keria sit at 10% health and backed off, might have had a better chance.
As here we go, Ghost aggressive once again. A great hook to come through from Peter as they finish it off. Gumayusi stays alive. But Carrier, straight out of the death chamber, straight back in again.
We are seeing a metamorphosis of so many Aphelios players in our league right now, where the aggression is suddenly the way to play the Aphelios.
But like, this is Ghost, man.
I know. That's the thing, like, of all the players, this is the most surprising.
This is blowing my mind. He's just playing so well. This whole series has been really good as, yep, Tanania goes the rocket. And now Nongshim with a man advantage in this Baron pit. Ona, he does have free reign of getting into this pit, as that shock blast was just massive. Ona thinks that it's his time to go, but the ultimate from Dread this time, he'll be able to lock it down as Zeus gets on in there. That is going to be Faker finding Ghost. Exactly the target that he needed to get, as Nongshim desperately trying to get out with their Barons intact, and that Scat of the Week will allow it to happen.
The Scat of the Week lets them get out. It was so well played by Dread. The ultimate kicks Owner out. There's no ability to counter Smite, and they will get out with 3 Barons here. A lot of gold goes over to the side of T1 in what is arguably a one-team fight, but they don't get the critical objective, which means that we go back to square one here. Nongshim will be able to recover and get a little bit of map control with this. That gold that T1 gets is significant, but it's not game-ending because they're already really all online, all of the carries here for T1. Yeah. And the fact that Nongshim are able to make decisive plays again, the flash forward there, the pick onto Keria, things like this are their only chance of winning this game. And so seeing a play like this from Ghost, of all people, one of the most passive players, who's a top 80 carry here in our league, is able to take the flash forward, set up for that follow-up hook, and get the kill onto Keria. Then in this fight, it's a great play, again, from the jungler. Dread looks for this. The shock blast makes it look like this is unwinnable. Owner dashes in, audacious charge, and is kicked out. No ability to smite, so it guarantees the Baron. They lose the fight, but it's worth it.
And Zeus plays that absolutely amazingly as well, making sure that he can get as much damage as possible, gets out of the way, makes sure he gets the kill onto Kana, and goes golden as BDD throws out the ult. So doesn't have the stopwatch again now.
And BDD does. He has picked one up now, and finally will actually be able to maybe get a pick and then survive the ensuing
Faker looking for Kana. So much damage from this Azir. Shadow Flame as well as the Ludens. This is a lot of burst damage actually out of this Azir. Is okay, some disengage onto Ona as Dread just does a bit of a drive-by, just cruising on past. He's like, hey, you just stop that. Stop going so fast, but I'm out of here.
And Kana with this build is, he's got the rapid fire cannon, he's got long range. He heals back up immediately off of the scuttle after taking that.
Oh, hook does connect. That is right on the edge. The chompers go down, and good night, Poppy. Dread is dead, and now 2 minutes on the Drake and 50 seconds left on this Baron that
open inhibitor
just cannot use. Exactly.
They're looking for it here. T1 put that Scryer's Bloom there, or rather the blue trinket there to make sure nobody's flanking. Guarantee the inhibitor and just walk out. And that
T1 with their amazing Baron power play, 2,000 gold, and they've still got 30 seconds left on this Baron. Really nicely done from T1.
The inhibitor here basically guarantees prio in mid, in that mid push, for getting this Mountain Soul. So that's almost the last nail in the coffin here, because Nongshim aren't going to have any agency. They aren't going to have the ability to engage and get a pick here, very likely, with this extra inhibitor going down, which is why it's so critical.
What? I didn't see the Hex Flash. That was a decision you could make.
I mean, he was trapped between a rock and a hard place, I suppose.
I mean, no. He just didn't have to do that. Yeah, I don't know.
He's hoping he gets over there. He doesn't, obviously is way too far away to make it happen. He gets picked, he can't go left. There's no way out of that one.
That's true. The Zoolander problem does exist.
Lose, lose, lose. If somehow he miraculously pulls it off, I guess it's better, but he didn't, and that's on cooldown now as we're going into what may be the last fight of the game. Nongshim are setting up early here because they're hoping for Prio as Kana returns. But T1 could just say, well, if you wanted to sit on this for 30 seconds, we'll push mid.
Exactly. And they have a straight shot towards these Nexus turrets as well. So Nongshim, they need to defend everything right now. Baron's going to be coming up in 2 minutes' time, so this Drake is just going to be free for T1 to take if they want to. Shock Blasts raining down, vision control everywhere for T1. Mid control has now been picked up by Nongshim. As, okay, Calibrum doing a bit of work there onto Faker. Ghost is a huge target, and Owner is off on the side. The flank angle is fantastic. Dread tanks up the rocket. They're trying to avoid this poke damage, and Jinx, just regular auto attacks. A poke is now Ghost is going to try to get pushed back to the rest of the team. The heroic charge comes down as Peter just straight up dies, and now Owner dives on top of the Aphelios. There is nothing he can do, and T1 have taken over. BDD off on the back end of this fight as Scatter the Weak will connect. That grabs themselves the Guardian Angel, and now Faker dives into the backline, but will be taken down by a perfectly timed Dark Sphere, and now a teleport to get BDD to safety. Carrier spots him, but he will get back towards this base as Gumayusi was pushing. Dread now in no man's land once again.
Already used his ult.
Yeah, I don't think we're Hex flashing out of this one either, and Zayas is going to be able to pick up that kill, and it looks like it will just be Mountain Soul that T1 collect for themselves. A 5,000 gold lead now.
Mountain Soul here, I mean, he's so powerful into Nongshim's comp too, you know, and even if you get hooked now, you might just not die. And the whole idea here for Nongshim this entire time was to try to get on top of Gumayusi, but Owner's positioning is so good. Plus, they have Shock Blast coming through from Zayas time and time and time again. While they're kind of happy feeding around trying to find the perfect hook for Gumayusi, Owner is at the ready, and all those Shock Blasts come through. Pretty heroic attempt here from BDD to save the game, and he will delay it. If he's not able to make these picks happen and buy all of this time, the Nexus is dead as we speak, and we're voting for POG. But he buys enough time, and all they get is the Mountain Soul, but that is something you could be very happy for.
Oh!
He steals
That
it.
was stolen. Now he's just showing off. He's had some quiet games in the first couple, but definitely starting to feel himself once again. 7-2 and 4 on this Jinx. And T1, I mean, it's really starting to feel like they have taken 100% control. We mentioned the scaling already. Nongshim, I mean, they've got a Blitzcrank, not necessarily the greatest unless you hit that God tier hook. And it's like the use-by date's starting to come up. The milk's starting to taste a little bit sour.
The positioning has been so good for Guma this whole game.
Yeah?
I mean, you have a Blitzcrank on the other side, but you wouldn't know it with how well this guy has been standing near enough to his teammates, but also close enough to hit zaps and harass and poke away as a Jinx against this composition. As Kana's had enough, he's like, I'm taking the turret with me at least.
Yeah, and he should be able to do so, yep. Manages to take that one. As Scatter the Weak not going to land on Gumayusi.
That's a BDD move right there. The Flash Scatter misses, and now he doesn't have Flash. They don't have Scatter for a few seconds. T1 are pulling the trigger on a Baron.
Yeah, and Carrier has just set his box up. That's going to stop a lot of this approach as now Owner in the back of the pit. Dread doesn't find the ulti. And now T1 are going to continue hitting this big purple worm. Dread, yeah, wants to try and get in there. Avoids the hook at least as the rocket grab also goes wide. It's a lot of damage with that Moonlight Vigil, but T1 still stay standing and they lock down the Baron. They held their ground this time and they were rewarded for it.
Yeah, Nongshim are not going to be able to base race this one. They might be able to split Baron recalls though if T1 play this poorly.
Oh, Ghost, speaking of playing it poorly, unfortunately out of position. The Gale Force comes down and it's Peter that pays the price. Crescent Guard is on for Owner, so he is very, very able to just run towards Nongshim, and they grab themselves the pick onto the Blitzcrank, and Nongshim are just walking it down the mid lane once again. I've seen this before.
Kana's going to look for that extra gold here, the bounty on the mid turret. T1 are going to reset. They have the Baron buff, so they can get those empowered recalls. Kana will not be able to get this gold. Will be able to get out with his life, it looks like here.
Yep, smokescreen in, so Owner not going to quite be able to catch up. Oh, barely.
Every single one of these fights, we've seen Gumayusi standing between, he's either standing behind Owner or next to Owner, and there's no way that Peter can get a hook, and it starts to feel like Peter should probably be trying to hook somebody else, maybe bait out a Crescent Guard before the fight starts, because Nongshim are being too opportunistic. They're looking for the perfect plays, the flash scatter that fails, the hook attempts that are going wide. Peter only looking for the best possible target or waiting until it's too late. And it's just too little too late is the story of this game now, as Team 1 are pushing to end.
Exactly right. Canna is pushing on the top side of the map, but look at how quickly these structures evaporate. Gumayusi gets any sort of free time. He will just rip them apart, and Faker is doing so much damage on this Azir. It is just ridiculous. Yep, T1 take 2 inhibitors, but they are looking for these Nexus turrets. Moonlight Vigil does go down. Manages to find a couple of snares there as Peter looking to try and get himself out. He won't be able to, though, because Zeus has dived on top. And that is the Jinx now picking up these kills. Faker goes golden on the fountain, and Canna will be taken down as well. Gumayusi cleans up his former teammate, and T1 will get the 2-1 victory.
2 dominant wins for T1 in this best of 3. The third one had its tense moments, and the mid game was definitely a hard-fought win for T1, but once they wrestled control away, started ripping those turrets off the map, Nongshim never got back in. And this has been a consistent problem for Nongshim if they lose control of the map early. Once those turrets are gone, they struggle to control vision. And to be fair, they're running a Blitzcrank comp. It's somewhat opportunistic in nature, but in those late game moments, they could never find an angle. They could never find a pick, not because they played it poorly and not because Nongshim didn't know how to use the comp, but because the positioning of the carries on the side of T1 was so good. Faker knew where to stand. Owner was always the bodyguard. They could never get onto Gumayusi. And Zeus played Kana's signature Jace against him and smashed him and crushed him in this game and did way more damage, was way more relevant throughout the mid-game. What a fantastic turnaround after Kana had that cathartic win in game 2. Zeus says, no, I'm the one with the final laugh here.
He definitely got it. The Jace did so much Shock Blast damage as the game went on. It felt very similar to game 1, right? It felt like Nongshim ran out of energy, you know? It's like the solar panels need to be looked at. Some of the wiring is not working and the efficiency going to the battery ain't quite there, because it really did feel like they stopped making those proactive plays, because in the early game, Nongshim did find a few of these moments. They found some of these key picks, and it was once again an early game where Peter was landing those hooks, got that hook in the lane. Ghost was throwing flashes left, right, and center. It was absolutely fantastic to see. But it just wasn't enough in the end. One thing that we did discover, though, is that Nongshim are here to play this season. Like, this is a team that can tussle with the big dogs. T1. Gumayusi himself, not having the greatest series that he's had so far this year. However, still fantastic, especially like you were saying, for that positioning.
He was playing a series that, based on compositions, especially in game 2, made it so difficult for him to be the spotlight. In game 1, it was about the quirky damage, so neither AD carry really made an impact. But in game 3, the positioning was good enough to where he could actually follow through each and every time. As the T1 fans are elated, I believe with this 2-1 win, they are tied with Gen.G at first, as you mentioned earlier on in the broadcast. So very, very tense up at the top of our standings right now between our big 3. T1 will face off against Damwon Kia on Sunday, and that is where the second part of a very trying week will begin.
Yeah, I love you, Ona, said that. Sign, big Ona fan. Just looking a bit emotional there as we're going to have a look at some of these highlights. And yeah, Ghost being able to pick up that first kill. Peter grabbing his first hook. Certainly looked good, but had a few misses afterwards, right? This one connects, though.
Peter, he is the protagonist of the LCK, right? Like, he's the anime protagonist, right?
I think so. I don't know.
This is the part where it gets hard, and we'll see when he comes back at the end of round robin number 2.
Yeah, he definitely needs a montage, some raw eggs, and things like that. A great tracksuit. I think that's what's going to happen after this game.
I think there were certainly some shaky hands for him in this one. The early game was great, but when it got tense, there were some small errors, and this was a great play. This was the pick on Dikaria we had, which bought them a lot of time and was hopeful for them to set up for the Baron, as that's a great shock blast. They trade the Baron, but it was the negative 2,000 power play that followed that really told you the state of the game. As good shock, or not good shockwave there, good stopwatch from Zeus.
Yep, and the Emperor's Divide from Faker, absolutely fantastic. Locks down Ghost, and this was the negative Baron power play. This was, yeah, the very strange Hex Flash, right? Like, I don't really know. Like, could have just walked towards Ghost, but decides instead to look for something that no one was going to be able to follow up on anyway.
That was very
interesting
odd.
decision.
Yeah, it was definitely not the right call. Either way, you know, this is the final fight, the final moments where T1 are able to just clean up house. Well, actually, this is not the final fight, so there's a final moment on the soul of the Mountain Drake.
Yep.
And T1, I want to hear these comms and how elated they are after what was a trying series.
오케이 나 막아줄게. 막았어.
오케이.
좋아 좋아 각 좋아.
It's all business.
Yeah.
앞에 가자 앞에.
앞에만 잡아.
Everyone is saying, like, watch the Aphelios.
달려.
야 이거 야 이거.
랜턴 던졌어.
야 이거. 나이스. 퓨지 나잖아 이거 퓨지.
Zeus is the youngest player, right? You could tell he is the one who's feeling the most elated by this win. Like, he's the one who's affected the most. He's the one who's most excited. He's so hyped. The rest of the team was like, that was a rough one. Like, the experienced veterans are like, another day of work. We got there in the end.
Exactly right. And look, it was Peter that did double damage compared to his lane opponent, but everybody else on T1 out-damaging. In fact, Gumayushi doing more damage than Zeus surprises me.
Yeah.
Because throwing out Shock Blasts is a little bit easier than getting into auto range on the Jinx. So landing the Zaps and landing the Super Mega Death Rockets, definitely very impressive for the T1 AD carry. And Gumayushi, there were a bunch of people like talking about the fact that he wasn't having his best series of the year in the first 2 games, but this was definitely a good one for him. Absolutely fantastic stuff. But speaking of fantastic stuff, we have an analytical magic carpet with a Valdez and a Chronicler standing alongside to break down that series.
Thank you, Atlas and Wolf, for your wonderful work today. We are here at the Analyst Magic Carpet, as you can see, with a magical draft to go along with it. A really fun back and forth game. I mean, that was a nail biter. You know, it's game 6 here. It's getting late, but we were just on our feet watching this one. Really fun stuff.
And I think our excitement was in part because it was a great game, but we have to mention it, even though it didn't end up working, but it actually warped a lot of the game. It's the Blitzcrank, right? Peter going for that Blitzcrank on R5, I thought it was great. It's a traditional counter into Fresh. And against a lot of teams, I think this Blitzcrank would have single-handedly won the game.
Yeah.
Because even in the mid-game, we saw a couple of moments where Carriag got hooked repeatedly. But what's really interesting to me, what we can see in a couple of the highlights as well, is how well T1 actually plays around that hook once they've gotten caught by it once, maybe twice. And it's very similar to game number 1, where a couple of times they like walked into a space where they shouldn't be, and then after that they never made the same mistake.
Yeah, it's just, you know, great awareness from the side of T1, and even you were saying it's like kind of Faker leading the charge against these older kind of cheesy champions with Blitzcrank and just...
And he knows.
Leading everybody through the forest, and, you know, it was pretty scary. I think, you know, you have 4 great champions that you can hook. You have not the Xin Zhao, which unfortunately... for Peter and the Blitzcrank, owner did a great job of actually getting in front of a lot of those, especially in the late games. So that was another great thing that was there, because if he hooked the Shin, nothing's going to happen. It's just going to be bad. He gets a free engage. So it's like hooking an Alistair, but maybe not quite as bad. Generally, just a really fun back and forth. I think it was pretty cool that we saw Nongshim playing at such a high level, but also T1 kind of pushing through in the end with their veterancy. Really good to see. Guys, we have the first highlight ready, so let's jump into that right away.
And here we see a really good example, right, of kind of the threat that it has. And instantly, Carrier gets taken very, very low. It's then BDD that finds the snipe. But this is kind of a split call, because Nongshim, if they actually collapse here, then there's not the space for BDD to get picked off there, and then we might see a different situation. And this is something that I think should be fixed by Nongshim to tilt them from a team that can stand up to T1 to a team that can beat T1, because they got very close in all the games that they lost regardless.
Yeah, I mean, game 1 as well, extremely close. They learned to ban the Corki.
Yes.
And not fear it. Definitely felt pretty good afterwards. And yeah, why don't we go ahead and take a look at highlight number 2 if we do have that ready. Another Baron fight, which, you know, we did have a lot of these standoffs, it felt, between these 2 comps.
And Zeus, just the amount of damage in these slower played situations that he was able to find was exceptional. Due to a nice ultimate by Dread, no issues with Barons being stolen, but the resulting fight was disastrous, right? Even the people that do get out do so with all summoners being blown, low health bars, and in the end I think it was a minus 2k gold Baron power play, as the rest of T1 immediately went across the map, was able to pick up so much gold, so much camps, control, and then it was really hard for Nongshim to find the back, because if the opponent has perfect vision, Peter, you're not getting any hooks, because both Guma and Owner were very sharp on that.
Yeah, there were a lot of nooks and crannies as well with the Mountain Rift. It was really interesting to see how he could try to find spaces to get some hooks. But we do have fight number 3, and this is way towards the end of the game over the Mountain Soul that T1 was looking to pick up, and it was even pretty close.
It was, and that was kind of the cool thing till the end. This game was T1 favor for a large part of it, but it was the feeling that one good hook could change it, and that's why I think it was a lot slower than you might think. If you look at the compositions, it's very reminiscent of game number 1. There it was the Corki and the disengage that was available. Here it was just the threat of the Blitzcrank hook, right? And yeah, BDD holds on a little bit longer to the game here, is able to stall it. Very nicely done together with Kana as Faker, and Zeus go a little bit over aggressive. I think it was Zeus kind of baiting Faker in, and then Zeus like, oh, I'm out of here. Thanks, Faker.
Yeah.
Goodbye. But in the end, it didn't matter.
Yeah. Guys, we do have the player of the game ready to go. Let's see who does pick it up for game number 3. It will be Zeus, in fact, with the lightning bolt. He was throwing down the lightning like Zeus,
Yeah.
And just really, really made a huge impact on this entire game because of the poke of his Jace.
Really did. And I would be shocked if we don't see a couple of votes for Gumayushi, who I think also an exceptional game, but you see the mastery of the champion, right? Being able to not take a possible death, because Carrier was roaming up, maybe he gets lanterned out if he just walks away, but instead trading 1-for-1. Moments like this where the damage that he's able to provide in addition to the slow from Surreal does just completely zones out Peter at BDD, right? And
yeah,
just, you saw at the end there, the amount of damage that he was able to do in this game was just ludicrous.
Yeah, and just watching Zeus, because he got POG in these fights, it really highlights just how much he was doing.
Yeah.
Like, not only in damage, but like that second clip where he was like killing everybody.
Yeah, love
6
that.
out of 13, lots of spread out votes there. Makes sense.
I'm a big fan of that. I think it was very much a team effort for T1. I'm glad Owner got so much recognition. But yeah, Zeus, like the instinct of knowing when to poke and when to actually go in and like throw out your full burst combo. Beautiful. Really, really well done by T1. And from Nongshim as well, just a great series overall.
Yeah, just a really fun one. Guys, we do have the interview ready. Let's jump into that. Ji-Sun, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-Sun for the POG interview translation here, joined by the victorious T1 POG's Faker and Zeus. Congratulations. You guys are 5-0 so far here in the LCK. How do you feel, Faker? Today, it was a really significant match because Nongshim was right behind us. I'm so happy that we were able to secure the victory. It was a very hard one, but I'm happy that we won. Indeed, and Zeus, you were facing up against Kana, your former teammate, and also we had a lot of storylines behind this matchup against Nongshim and T1. So what was your mindset heading into this match? I didn't pay too much attention to the opponents, I focused on my own play and performance. I just tried to play as I usually and normally do. So did you play up to your normal level and potential? Not really. A little bit disappointing. Faker, game number 1. The B1 pick from T1 was Corki, a very common blind pick champion here, the Spring Split. However, recently a lot of teams decided to not pick it as a blind pick because the laning phase is so weak. All you gotta do on Corki is just using ults, throw the rockets, so it's the same. No big deal. So you still think that Corki is a good pick right now? You only need to press R, so it's not a difficult champion to play. And then game 3, we saw a 0 versus Syndra matchup after a very long while. It was actually 11-11 so far here in the LCK. What's the key to winning this matchup? Early laning phase is the most important thing, but I actually got hit by Q so many times in the early on, so it was heartbreaking. And Zeus, we had the cutest matchup dot on the bottom lane, especially between the supports, Peter versus Kyria, and then Peter showed his Blitzcrank as a counter into Thresh. Did you see that coming? I didn't, and everyone else didn't, so we were all surprised. So what was your first impression on the opponent's comp? I got hooked so many times in the previous game, so I was so scared. But I'm so happy and relieved that we were able to win. And Poke was the key to T1's success in Game 3, and your Jace was the centerpiece of their comp. What do you think of the top lane matchup? I think Graves is a little weaker than Jace. It's like 4.5 to 5.5. Very specific numbers in terms of the laning phase matchup. And tell us about the comp in general as well. Because we can outrange the opponent, seeing the opponents getting hurt and getting chunked down makes me feel so happy. Then back to Faker. Game 3 wasn't easy. It was going back and forth, a very neck and neck game between Nongshim and T1. So when was the moment that you guys realized that you guys turned a corner and will be able to close out the game? When we got the Dragon Soul, because prior to that the game was so close. So yeah, I really needed to stay sharp. And after a fantastic series, who do you think deserved the T1 MVP? I want to give it to me, myself. What about you, Zeus? I think everyone did a fantastic job, but Kyria especially helped us out a lot, so I want to give it over to Kyria. Let's see who's gonna get the belt in the end later tonight. And we saw a new hairstyle on Gumayusi. What happened to his hairstyle? I don't know why. I have no idea. But there was a very funny episode about his hairstyle as well, so I can't stop laughing. But I'm not sure if I can tell it on stage. We're gonna keep it a secret. I hope Gumayusi can win POD in the upcoming match so that we can ask him a question about his new style and new look. Your next opponent will be Damwon Kia. We had a huge clash between you guys previously in last year's summer finals and World semifinals. It's your time to get your revenge. Yeah, I think we finally got our chance to get our revenge, so I hope to get a 2-0 win and keep our position on the top of the LCK. Me too. I will prepare hard in order to continue the winning streak, and I want to push this momentum forward to stay on top of the LCK. Thank you for staying with us, to all the fans out here, and we will keep working hard and make our fans happy. And that will do for tonight's final POD interview. Now back to the analyst workspace. Thank you.
Thanks, Ji-sun, for the wonderful translation. But again, it's the magical carpet of time, as we've been. It's a carpet, clearly. Anyway, I really want to hear about Gumayusi's really cool hairstyle story, but apparently it's a secret. We do have the standings ready, so we can take a look at that. As T1 should be ahead. Well, actually, they're tied with Genji after the 2-1 victory tonight.
Yeah. And I think a beautiful, beautiful series tonight, right? Like, this was maybe surpassing expectations even. I think Nongshim really stood up to T1. T1 still showing why they're up there together with Genji in the first place. But for Nongshim, as long as you're not facing Genji, T1, Damwon, I expect them to be the clear favorite. The team looks very much like what we expected at the start of the split, even though their first series was a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, and this is going to be the matchup for tomorrow. It's actually going to be you and I casting this one, Chronicler. Halma Life Esports up against Damwon Kia, and then Fred Brion up against the Kwangdong Freaks. I feel like that last one should be pretty close, but the first one, perhaps a test for our top laner from Damwon Kia.
Yeah, that's obviously where the main issues are. I actually do think that Karas has been playing very well thus far, and I don't expect him to outmatch Showmaker, but to see to what extent he can stand up to him, I think could be really, really cool. I always like to see players that did well in challengers do well. You know, that always makes me happy. It's really easy.
Of course.
Yeah, and Karas I think has had a great split thus far, but overall, especially when I look at the bot lane, get a little worried for Halma Life.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be pretty worrying. Duckdom and Kellen at least still looking very strong. But that's going to do it for us here on the Analyst Carpet Space. Thank you so much for joining us today for a very long day of LCK. We'll see you tomorrow for more of it at the LCK.